A young man is in a state of fear and pursing his lips. He panicked but did not believe his eyes. The face that he was carrying was the name of Tu Master Devil. How can this be so ridiculous? In the end, what is happening like this? Why did I go through the most useless trash in my novel? Why must be this damn Hyuk Ryan Woon? Why? After a crazy scream, he was very difficult to keep silent to ponder. Must calm down. His name is Lee Si-woon, a normal 32-year-old man living in Korea. Why did a normal person like him penetrate the martial arts novel written by himself? When I thought carefully, it was certain that something had happened before. Not long ago, when he was still in his modern body. Lee Si-woon gasped down and put down the box, finally finished. The first is that I have completed the moving house. Taking advantage of the rest time, Lee Si-woon surfed the news. Suddenly he was startled with the notification on the screen. The famous actress Yoo So encountered an accident that led to a coma, when Lee Si-woon's mood was not surprised. Suddenly at this moment, the object next to the side crashed down to the ground. Lee Si-woon looked at the pile of objects. But in that item, there was an open computer. The coincidence surprised Lee Si-woon. The computer appears a folder called the Heroic Path, moreover this directory owner is Lee Si-woon. He could not help but smile. His dark past, the path of the hero, one of the martial arts novel I wrote 10 years ago still here. Lee Si-woon spent a few hours to read the novel. This is the novel he wrote in his student days. But a scene inside made Lee Si-woon startled. Did I write this? You have to return to the path of the hero, everything is actually. Suddenly the computer screen lighted up. From the inside there is a capacity of pulling him through. Just like that, there was the current situation. Lee Si-woon was bewildered at the strange face in the mirror. When I woke up, I became like this, so I was happy because at least I had Hyuk Ryan Woon's memories. Finally Lee Si-woon sighed depressed. In general, in this world, he is Hyuk Ryan Woon, the fourth son of the head of the devil, was in a coma for a month, because the horse was scared by the bee so he kicked him down, and... Just thinking here, suddenly there was a stream of memories that fell into his mind. Hyuk Ryan Woon hugged his head in pain. In that memory, Hyuk Ryan Woon is a girl all day. Specialized in bullying the weak, even begging he tortured. Not only that, lazy, no one. After watching these images, Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled. The memory of this life of Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly flooded his head was about to explode. This name is independent. It was even worse than I thought. But the real problem is, Hyuk Ryan Woon will die, he will be fine with his head. The more he thought of this scene, the more he was bewildered. Sweat poured like rain. Hyuk Ryan Woon knelt down to the ground. Why do I have to penetrate this despicable trash? This guy will be stabbed by the protagonist and turn the bricks for him to become a hero. This guy is the anti-canon. At what? Before being killed by the protagonist, I had to find a way to return to the old world, to plan. Come to think of it, his mood was stable again. Naturally, there is a little luck when Hyuk Ryan Woon is the fourth lack of the devil. Although he was a bastard, he could still inherit or something, because he had a lot of money and power, so he could definitely find a way to return. These things are easy to eat porridge. The main character, I won't wait to die. I will survive and return to the old world at all costs. His singing makes Han Yan bewildered, but they are too familiar with this crazy state of him. In the room, Hyuk Ryan Woon is still looking at his face in the mirror. This face looks so cowardly. In the end, he was the weaker than the weak. Should I try to use martial arts? Thinking, he took a few steps. After a while, Hyuk Ryan Woon presented a standing position. Immediately there was a stream of air from the body. At this point he froze. This was the martial art of the Hyuk Ryan family, the sword art of destruction of unmatched. Just seeing more hope, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately wanted to try. He used his entire senses and felt that energy source, a vague energy surrounding his body. This is definitely gas. Hyuk Ryan Woon slowly accumulated air according to his thoughts. Soon after, his hand launched the force. Hyuk Ryan Woon shouted loudly. The whole brother jumped into the air, from his hand to hit a sharp spirit like a blade. Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely happy at this success. But not waiting for him to celebrate, the whole body was immediately pinched to every meridian. Hyuk Ryan Woon's tragic cries in the room. As soon as he woke up, he took a strong action. Hyuk Ryan Woon had a cramp. He shouted loudly the person who was looking for a medical doctor. The scream of Hyuk Ryan Woon made the servant on the outside rushed in. When she saw her body twitching on the ground, she was terrified. Both Hyuk Ryan Woon's body trembled, his mouth was bubbling, the state was extremely critical. The panicked servant was wide. Soon after, Hyuk Ryan Woon was also treated. Thai medical helped him acupuncture points on him. Thanks to that, the situation of Hyuk Ryan Woon has recovered normally. But this made him even more determined. He almost died in this weak body, his muscles were twisted because of the use of high-class martial arts. Why can't this bastard fight a normal right? Sword artifact, an exclusive technique of the Hyuk Ryan family, a family with many leaders through many generations of orbit. Just training it will almost become unmatched. It not only has the risk of loss but also extremely difficult to learn. In addition, it consumes a lot of weapons to implement. The user must also understand each path to use the trick properly. Only then will promote the power of the technique. Hyuk Ryan Woon's name neglects the practice, and only chooses which tactics are easy to learn. He has never practiced how to regulate the temperament, or learn the right seriously, so it is weak, because no life is the name Hyuk Ryan Woon can use this martial arts. Come to think of it, Hyuk Ryan Woon is even more frustrated. Why do I have to give birth to a weak body? He tried to leave the bed. The place where he went was the Suda of the Devil. Currently, he does not have much time to rest, must quickly find ways. Inside the Suda there are many documents. Hyuk Ryan Woon rummaged through each book. But after a while has not seen what you need. The books were like that and was sprawled under the ground. Hyuk Ryan Woon has not given up but continues to search. Soon after, his gaze was immediately attracted. Fortunately, he can read Chinese characters, so that book research becomes easier. Now you have to learn more about the devil. The devil's people did not call themselves by that name, they considered themselves a god, and the exact name was Niet Nguyet Than Dao. During the Yuan dynasty, Niet Nguyet Than Dao spread their names widely among the people he was oppressed. Set base in Trung Nguyen and build forces. And supported Chu Win Chuang to overthrow the rule of the Yuan dynasty. And obviously, they succeeded in helping Chu Win Chuang to the throne. However, because the emperor feared the power of Niet Nguyet Than Dao. So he deported them from the first day of the throne. Then they migrated to Xinjiang, a place very far away from Trung Nguyen. The other members were hard to survive. Until the third leader, the person with deep hatred for the people in Trung Nguyen, chased them away, accumulated enough strength to return to Trung Nguyen. However, his ambition to enter Trung Nguyen was always prevented by the court and sects. Hyuk Ryan Moon, the 15th leader of Niet Nguyet Than Dao, the father of Hyuk Ryan Woon, defeated the Western Army before directing the remaining force in Trung Nguyen. By reading this, Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled, so that's why Hyuk Ryan Woon will fight the main character. In the upcoming Demon Festival, Hyuk Ryan Moon will announce the plan to enter Trung Nguyen and will choose a successor. And it will become the concern of Hyuk Ryan Woon, because he knew who he would choose. He was the one who wrote this book. After the Devil Festival, the successor will send a pioneer team to Trung Nguyen. And Hyuk Ryan Moon, the miserable failure in the election of his successor at that time, forced himself to join the pioneer team to correct mistakes and go to Trung Nguyen. To make a clown for that famous protagonist, and died with just one sword. Only 2 years left to go to the Devil Festival. In other words, I only had 2 years left, before being killed by the main character. There will certainly be some way. He was startled, as if remembering what. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately spread a piece of paper on the floor. Then start taking a writing pen. First, I have to rewrite everything you remember about this novel first. On the other side, the maid is traveling with the butler. He seemed to be very surprised and asked, so the lack of master wanted to see us in the classroom. The maid hesitantly nodded. Old Quan began to mutter, strange, lack of master was the type of person who never went to that place. The maid also interrupted, something was even more strange. As soon as the owner woke up, he screamed something. The language is confusing for a long time, and now he is sitting and writing something for hours in the classroom. Mr. Quan seemed unbelievable but rolled his eyes. Lack the owner. The maid panicked and nodded. Lao Quan seemed to be frozen. He regained his calm and coughed. You go, do not tell anyone about the lack of master, the maid bowed. As soon as he finished, Mr. Quan rushed to the Suda. He stood outside the door continuously breathing. In his heart, he did not forget to wonder, because he had not recovered completely, if he was crazy, what to do. After reinforcing his spirit, he was nervous and asked, the person who called me Dao lacked the owner. Hyuk Ryan Woon now glanced at him. He was here, I mean. Here he is, Mr. Quan. This kind-offness made him unbelievable. This guy is real mentally, why is the way of talking so small? Hyuk Ryan Woon of the past, every time he met he would beat him, never had a gentle time like today. While he was still thinking, Hyuk Ryan Woon was struggling to find a chair. The scared appearance of Kwon made Hyuk Ryan Woon's heart seem like despair. In the end the name was so bad that he made him so scared. A long time later. After accepting the truth, Mr. Kwon hesitantly asked, "What's wrong?" Hyuk Ryan Woon now asked, he only managed to take care of Hyuk Ryan Woon, or take on its money. Mr. Kwon, though very stunned with his question, still answered, "Both." Hyuk Ryan Woon bit his teeth prepared, he finally asked, "So if we sell everything we have, how much money we will get?" Mr. Kwon hurriedly asked again, "What trouble he is, God will handle him." After saying that, he seemed to remember the previous nature of Hyuk Ryan Woon and sighed. As if he knew what he was thinking and waved his hand, "We didn't cause any trouble." Lau Kwon was surprised, so why did he ask about the total production he had? Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely frustrated, he reluctantly said, because the money was the head to solve everything. Why Kwon was still bewildered with this answer, he did not understand what was bullets. Hyuk Ryan Woon did not explain but just waved his hand, "Shelves, that's not a problem, just say how much money we have." Kwon still hesitated not to say, he seemed to want him to explain this question. In the end, Hyuk Ryan Woon only took one reason: if a person had just stood between the boundary of life and death at that time, they would think again, what they had done so far with their lives, why they have to accumulate the word gold and silver jewels, even if they die, they cannot use it. Should be. Hurry up and change everything into a ngan luang. This eloquent appearance of Hyuk Ryan Woon made him constantly sweating, Kwon stunned. 200 grabbing his hand and friendly said, so delivered it to him, there were many things to do so quickly. Remember to record the amount of money and jewels, closely monitor how much each sells. After listening to the subordinates of Hyuk Ryan Woon, Lau Kwon still seemed unbelievable, like the owner who had just returned from the gate, now he is like a completely different person, the lack of owner is really okay so. A few days later. Countless gold bars have been converted. Hyuk Ryan Woon could not suppress my joy, I just sold a few things that had been this. I don't know if this is enough to implement my survival plan, but I still have 2 years to prepare for that demon festival. This also made him even more determined. He promised himself to create a survival plan within 2 years. If Hyuk Ryan Woon's budget converts money to today's currency, he now has about 2 billion won. This number makes Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded, not bad, but not very enough. The Devil Festival is still 2 years ago, and the main character will only be out of the cave after the festival ends, which means that I'm still safe now, however. Then he thought of the plot he wrote, the male lead will be pushed into the abyss by the pursuit. But he also, thanks to this, discovered a cave. Inside, although there are no people in the inside, there is still a knitting. Along with that is an ancient sword. The male lead in that cave developed himself. After receiving those things, the protagonist stronger and became the #1 fake, another 3 cotton gypsy story began. Whatever, now there is money, must move to the next step. Soon he went to the Devil's Library. The place where all martial arts moves passed through for generations and the god of religion were kept. Here, Hyuk Ryan Woon will learn the tactics to help him escape death. Hyuk Ryan Woon opened the Devil's Room. Looking at the full bookshelves that he clicked his tongue, there are fewer books here than he thought, if so, it would not spend time looking for the right thing he wanted. Immediately he embarked on finding books. Soon after, that book was found. This is a book of Zen skills. According to the path of becoming a hero, this skill enhances the user's senses. This is exactly what Hyuk Ryan Woon needs right now, which is because those who learn Zen skills with sixth senses are extremely sensitive. They can dodge attacks and take advantage of loopholes. Martial arts films touch the real threshold. They can not only feel the power and emotional state of the opponent, but can also detect the guests and traps. This is a super hack game. As for why Hyuk Ryan Woon can understand this skill like that, because the main character will learn it in the middle of the story, and will become even more dangerous. Hyuk Ryan Woon is determined, this time he will be the first to learn it, it will definitely help him improve his ability to survive. Although saying that, but he still could not help but feel fear in his body. Once the protagonist learned this skill, Hyuk Ryan Woon would definitely die. Suddenly his attention hit another book. These are the 2 armor of the armor and the 9 tails. A scalp armor helps to increase the defense of a person to the point that he can support a sword without wearing armor. Disaster Ku Naguyat did not have to say, increasing the power of users to 9 times. Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely happy, he found all the foundations that he himself needs. Thanks to that, the ability to live a lot, then he hugged that hope and started learning. At a green floor on the street. Inside there is a bunch of skin playing skin. While drinking, there was a person who spoke up, "This Dan Pyong, have heard rumors recently yet?" This person asked, "You mean the unwanted thing?" Hyuk Ryan Woon returned from the door. The opponent nodded, he said is confusing, Hyuk Ryan Woon was still crazy, but this time he was crazy in a strange way. Dan Pyong was surprised and strange. The opponent answered, "When we heard him woke up, we visited him in the West, but then something unexpected happened, a servant to us was a lack of owner and will contact him when he idle." Dan Pyong laughed disdain, besides drinking and the Battle of Lei Din, he was busy. The other nodded in the side, "I thought the same, so I just found out what he was busy, and discovered that he had locked himself in the devil's room for a few days." Dan Pyong heard that, then laughed and laughed, large, in Asian room. The name Hyuk Ryan Woon was also able to read it, he calculated to leave the family and make a new name. The other person did not seem to be happy, he was worried, sometimes. Hyuk Ryan Woon is thinking of participating in the match for the Devil Festival. Sangkwon, whose warning made Danpung froze. Khan could not help but spray the wine in his mouth. Then beat the cup to the table and cursed, joking. "We swear, if Hyuk Ryan Woon really participated in the match for the throne, I, Danpung, will be the servant for him, all the people here witness to us." Another guy who excitedly said, "You say it yourself, don't swallow that." Then these crowds laughed with each other, only Sangkwon who seemed to have not removed anxiety. He was extremely difficult to understand, maybe Hyuk Ryan Woon's participation in the Devil Association was bullshit. Hyuk Ryan Woon now did not know their conversation, he was still studying the book hard. Suddenly his ear became uncomfortable. Perhaps his sixth sense of operation should be able to feel someone who is cursing at him. But he himself is also depressed, instead of trying to study by himself, finding martial arts teachers will probably be easier. Speaking of which, he was as pensive as if he remembered something. After a long time of sitting, he stretched his shoulder to stretch the tendon. Shortly after that he ran away, he was extremely happy, if he needed the teacher, he would turn it right away. After that, I couldn't think of it. Old Kwan is still waiting outside. When he had a sound, he immediately turned to look. Hyuk Ryan Woon offers a piece of paper and then calls, "Mr. Kwan, call the people on this list here, and hurry up." Looking at the name inside the paper, Mr. Kwan is confusing, who are these people? Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled and explained, "Being my old master." Lao Kwan was still bewildered, Hyuk Ryan Woon urged, "Just call it." And led them to my own training ground. Mr. Kwan was stunned to ask, he meant that the place where the garbage was. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth and knew himself. Hyuk Ryan Woon's heart was bewildered, what's wrong? The garbage name did not bother to keep the training ground. Then he asked, how long it took to clean and use the training ground. Mr. Kwan replied, I will clean up for a day, so tomorrow morning can be used. Heard that, Hyuk Ryan Woon is also more secure, he nodded, just decide that. Until everything was resolved, Hyuk Ryan Woon's mood was more relaxed. At this moment there was a strong scent that rushed into his nose. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately smelled down on his body, rotten, the time he was in the library, so I haven't bathed, so I should take a shower. A few hours later, inside the bathroom. Just soaking in water, Hyuk Ryan Woon is extremely satisfied. In a phase, there was suddenly an opening. An extremely beautiful maid who was slowly taking off her clothes, she said gently, lacking owner, card came to help him wash here. Hyuk Ryan Woon tried to suppress his desire and shake his head, thank but stop, go to take a bath. The girl seemed to be amazed, why did he chase the concubines? Seeing that the body had reached the limit, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately shouted, we said it was going out quickly. The other people were dumbfounded, they were still thinking they were wrong. But standing up and chasing, out quickly, right now. A long time later, this process ended, Hyuk Ryan Woon was tired back to the library. The life of thousands of pounds hanging hair can enjoy. Then he looked up at the pile of targets on the wall. If you want to survive modernity, you need a clear plan. At this time, Nyan came to the newspaper, Tu Tio, the chief of the governor Jang Muryong had arrived, Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled, inviting him to go. This Jang Muryong is still bewildered watching Hyuk Ryan Woon, he is extremely difficult to understand why the crazy arrogant name of the god of the gods came in. He discovered something bad of him, hoping not like that, a small light of the god like me, what could I help for the four owners? It is said that he likes to enjoy the magnificent luxury, so why are there all books here with such documents? After a long time, Hyuk Ryan Woon poured him a cup of tea. The polite said, sympathize with my cluttered room, the governor Jang Muryong. We should have invited him personally, and apologized for suddenly Cheu he came here. This respectful attitude of him made Jang Muryong panic. Please raise his head, why did you talk to the god like that? He was too polite, just talking as usual, otherwise the god could not bear the owl. This shock is not. Hyuk Ryan Woon hesitated to look at him, he just listened to his head. The scenery is now two bewildered people looking at each other, the situation is increasingly embarrassed. In the end, Hyuk Ryan Woon said, he seemed to be wondering why we called him here, the truth that I heard that he was very fluent in a method. Jang Muryong froze, he said the method. Hyuk Ryan Woon took the other book. This is the meditation book to live in the subject. Then he said his intention, we know that meditation is not only a book for beginners to study meditation, but it contains a lot of sublime doctrine, we should not evaluate a method because its simplicity, isn't it? Jang Muryong asked again, what he wanted in the god. Hyuk Ryan Woon answered, Mr. Jang Muryong, who wrote a detailed guide, for the first method that any member of the god must learn, the method of meditation life, even though we have read his books, but we still can't understand it. Jang Muryong's body sweats and waited for his judgment. Hyuk Ryan Woon wants to use his eyes to express his next words. I want him to teach him. Jang Muryong was extremely panicked. He hurriedly refused, Tu Tio, who should not say like, how can God teach him? Hyuk Ryan Woon asked against him, Quan Jang's Mandarin, he must have heard rumors about me. Jang Muryong answered hard, they said he was the weakest in the history of the god, that he bullied the weaker people and harmed the stronger people, obeyed people immersed in the color. The words of this unconsciousness startled Jang Muryong, he immediately covered his mouth. Hyuk Ryan Woon knew the name of the client in the past was a perverted person, so it was extremely awkward. Moments later, he continued, we want to become stronger, we are worried that the gods who focus on martial arts in a short time, we know we must have a solid foundation than practice too quickly, a breeding tree is brittle. Seeing him say such great words, Jang Muryong was touched, lacking master, God completely agreed with him. His attitude made Hyuk Ryan Woon happy, he was trapped, now only use the ultimate. He continued his acting career, actually we hear many people speak, this thought of us is similar to the main sex, so no one in the gods agrees with it. So we just panic, we feel bad because it goes against the ideals of the god. He had just turned to see Jang Muryong sobbing. This state made Hyuk Ryan Woon exhausted. Jang Muryong said eloquently, because of the lack of balance in the martial arts of the god built his own martial arts theories, but no one understood that, could not be expected, the idea of he is the idea that the god wants to pass, so wonderful, whoever believes our four owners will understand the theory that we spend all our lives. Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely awkward at his words, he hesitated, we don't know if we understand that level. Suddenly, Jang Muryong knelt down, while Hyuk Ryan Woon was still not shocked, he loudly said, Tu lack the owner, punish this 700 because he did not realize his true nature and went to believe in those unfounded rumors. Hyuk Ryan Woon gently patted his shoulder. Saying nonsense, the chief of Jang, he was a god of our god. Let us improve the martial arts of the religion, the governor of Jang, create a new future. Jang Muryong answered, if we could help the four master, God asked to give this life, thank you for giving that honor, Tu Tio owner, the idea of God. Hyuk Ryan Woon's heart was extremely happy, ending better than he thought, but who expected him to cry like that, he must have been so sad. But in fact, the reason I wanted Jang to be his old master. Because he is the smartest genius in the path of becoming a hero, he will become a devil prime minister. Having him on his side, the chance of survival will be higher. That night in the room, Hyuk Ryan Woon recorded the achievement of Jang Muryong. This is a good start, he successfully recruited the devil prime minister. The smartest genius in the path of becoming a hero, after the second master chose him as an assistant, he contributed greatly in making the protagonist fall into the trap, so the nickname is the Lord Devil General. And after the opponent of the main character, Nichio owner became the successor of the devil, he also played a very important role in the war against the sex. Has almost become a punishment. As in Tam Chen, Lu Bu has Juga Liang, I composed this but this is a wonderful perspective. So what should be done next? After saying that, he lay on the bed and started to sleep. The next morning in the training area, Jang Muryong was stunned to sweat. What was this, sir? Hyuk Ryan Woon explained, from now on you will be the old master who taught martial arts for me, and these are things that will help me in the process of learning. Jang Muryong is still unexpected. He read the schedule that hesitated. Sir, I mean, this is a methodical and detailed training plan, but everything is written in detail about the fact that physical training, eating and sleeping time and methods, gods have never seen this method of exercise. Hyuk Ryan Woon had to think of a reason and then said, we found a shortcoming of the spiritual training process, so we try to solve the problem in this way. But after all, not all of us start from eating and drinking. The human body is made up of what they eat, the frequency of exercise and rest. Jang Muryong widened his eyes and admired, so good at lack of master. It was true that these martial arts were from the human body, unexpectedly that the god, a martial artist for decades, missed it, and the person who pointed out that point is the lack of owner. The trash will change yesterday. His compliments made Hyuk Ryan Woon embarrassed. Actually, he made these plans based on the training plan and diet of a normal gym in modern times, but anyway still achieved results when Jang Muryong believes in the neck. He smiled and said, so let's take this method of practice together, and find a way to develop our martial arts. Jang Muryong respectfully listened. During the training process, under the help of Jang Muryong, along with the efforts of Hyuk Ryan Woon, the process of physical training with austere exercise is constantly being done. Out of push back to swing, then lift the weight. After 2 weeks, Hyuk Ryan Woon seems to see hope when things seem to be progressing well, as predicted, probably because Hyuk Ryan Woon is the son of the leader, so he was born with a strong body. Born, nothing has seen the results. Jang Muryong in the back loudly calling, any lack of owner, still once practicing his thighs. Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded and continued to practice. Running and observing Jang Muryong's intent on. He is changing the method of training to suit martial arts training. This is extremely great. I can definitely be stronger. At the same time outside the door, Sangwon who was curious to stand there. He did not know what Hyuk Ryan Woon was inside. If he finished the job, he had to come here to play with the brothers. As soon as he saw someone coming out, this guy spoke up, the old man, the 4 young man had it in it, the old Kwan responded, from the lack of master he was practicing. This news made him terrified. Practiced, that guy was trained. Mr. Kwan nodded his head, yes, has been 2 weeks ago, since the lack of the owner began to practice. In Sangwon who panicked, he had never seen Hyuk Ryan Woon practicing, even when he came to the hall of the demon god, where he studied martial arts, and Hyuk Ryan Woon did not practice. Hyuk Ryan Woon was crazy. Sangwon who hugged the question and loudly, no life had that, he was hiding some beautiful people for himself, right old man. Mr. Kwan answered coldly, the young master was really practicing. If he did not believe it, invite me to the gym. Then he turned to lead the way for the opponent. This assertion also made Sangwon who bewildered. Inside the training ground, Jang Muryong moved the air that Hyuk Ryan Woon challenged. He kept his trembling hand and spoke up, lacked his master, and his surgery was superior. Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely happy. Sangwon who in the back as if he saw this scene, he was ignorant. Woon, what was this? Hyuk Ryan Woon also suddenly looked at him. Sangwon who, what did you do here? In his heart, he recalled the opponent's identity. Sangwon who was a person of the 4 paradise sex. I kept the distance with them because they did not help in my plan, but did not expect to have a person who came to himself. Door. Sangwon who came to say, what are you doing? These days you don't contact us. Hyuk Ryan Woon is not very concerned about and responded, not seeing, of course, practicing. Sangwon who worriedly asked, what do you mean? Your head is not awake after you live again. The status of this man made Hyuk Ryan Woon unable to hold back and silently scolded. How bad Hyuk Ryan Woon made him worried. But Sangwon who's saying that made him sweat. Are you really Hyuk Ryan Woon that I know? Both expressions are completely different before. Whoever entered you, heard that. Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled. This guy was quite sensitive. He swung his hand and wanted to end the story. If he was talking nonsense, then go away. I was in a hurry. Sangwon who asked, hurriedly. Hyuk Ryan Woon borrowed this opportunity and took the reason. After returning from the gate, we regretted the previous acts, so now we are trying to cultivate the good and good mind. The chief of Jang, do it again, but at this time Jang Muryong was extremely tired. Hyuk Ryan Woon now realized that he had practiced too much. He continued to turn to look at the named Sangwon who still frustrated standing there. This guy was not so bad, so he used him to be an opponent. Let's see, then he smiled badly. In a few seconds, his body jumped into the air. The whole body used the force to attack Sang-Kwon-Hu. This unexpected move made him so scared that he stood out. Hyuk Ryan Woon opened his mouth and shouted. He lifted his fist up and punched into Kwon-Hu. Who expected him very quickly took a few steps back, avoiding this punch. Hyuk Ryan Woon saw that it was a bit surprised. On the opposite side, Sang-Kwon-Hu quickly stood firmly, raising his hand to the posture. His face was sweaty, angry, shouting, "Hey, stop." Hyuk Ryan Woon was not so that stopped. He fell up, launched a punch to Kwon-Hu. He also quickly leaned to the side to avoid it. Hyuk Ryan Woon glanced at Sang-Kwon-Hu clenched two angry teeth. Hyuk Ryan Woon launched another punch in his face to Kwon-Hu. He leaned to the side and shouted, "Damn." Hyuk Ryan Woon collects his hand. He looked at Kwon-Hu and then praised, "Oh, not bad." Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his head slightly to raise his eyebrows and continued to ask, "Hey," to Kwon-Hu, "you also practiced my foreigner for a long time like me. If you didn't believe me, why not try martial arts with me like the day before the previous day go?" Sang-Kwon-Hu heard here was surprised to say, "What, foreigner?" Hyuk Ryan Woon went to naturally put his hand on his shoulder to Kwon-Hu. He held out his other hand and said, "Why not collectively, I mean, why not practice foreigner with me for a month? You also need to train again for again healthier." Hearing these words, Sang-Kwon-Hu is a bit suspicious, stammered, asking, "Woon, you really?" But now as if it was not right, Sang-Kwon-Hu rushed out of the arm of Hyuk Ryan Woon. He went to the door and turned his head a little bit around, crazy, no doubt. Hyuk Ryan Woon did not give up. He held a finger and said, "Only a month." Sang-Kwon-Hu did not bother to pay attention. He continued to leave. Hyuk Ryan Woon in the back saw that, hurriedly shouted, "If you practice with me, I will give the llama of the llama that you always want to have." "Really?" Sang-Kwon-Hu heard that quickly turned his head to ask. "Of course." Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded and replied. He bowed his face slightly. "The bastard," to Kwon-Hu, the best friend of the bastard Hyuk Ryan Woon, "I will tell you what kindness is. Tomorrow." Sang-Kwon-Hu's footsteps are constantly running on the training ground. He stuck out his tongue and gasped. His face was sweaty. Sang-Kwon-Hu tilted his neck to the sky, angry, scolded, "Hyuk Ryan Woon, bastard." Hyuk Ryan Woon, running in the front, did not mind the scolding. He shouted, looking on this left. Sang-Kwon-Hu in the back to smoke, running and crying, What kind of practice is here? Why do we have to practice without using the internal work?" Attorney Jang Muryong stood outside and said faintly. Upon hearing that, Kwon-Hu immediately stopped, his face full of scared, to ask, "The Attorney General, what the hell?" he said. Hyuk Ryan Woon is still running ahead and hears that shouting, looking on the left. Sang-Kwon-Hu startled quickly and continued to run. He pursed his lips thinking, a lack of wealthy owner, only using the upper moves and taking the first medicine like himself and Woon, what to do with physical training? Looking at the solid back in front of her eyes, Sang-Kwon-Hu sinks deep into her thoughts, but physical training from the most basic way like this, the effectiveness of those tactics and elves will increase, and inner publicity will be even more profound. Attorney General Jang Muryong stood far away against his hand, taking the horn on his mouth to blow a breath. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately stopped, stood out. Sang-Kwon-Hu in the back heard the siren ending, then opened his mouth and then exclaimed, "Died." Hyuk Ryan Woon turned his head and asked, "You could bear it?" Sang-Kwon-Hu hesitantly said, "That." Not even saying all the sentences, the governor of Jang Muryong blew a whistle again. When he finished, he pointed to Kwon-Hu's face. But there was no other way, he had to listen to continue running more. Hyuk Ryan Woon in the back raised his hand to cheer, "Fight." Pictures of beautiful lamb coat appear. Sang-Kwon-Hu runs and grinds his teeth to think, "Only a month, wait for me, lamb ma." But at this time, the governor Jang Muryong and Hyuk Ryan Woon are discussing together. Looking at the notebook in front of him, Hyuk Ryan Woon on his chin said, His time is better than we predict." The governor heard that immediately. The question here is whether it is suitable for other boxers. Hyuk Ryan Woon glanced at Kwon, who just finished running around and bent back and forth. His face exudes a dangerous look. Only, now there is an experimental object here. Until the end of the month we'll know the results. A month later, standing not far away from Kwon, who was falling to the ground, breathing out of breath, Hyuk Ryan Woon crossed his arms and asked, "You collected enough information?" The governor Jang Muryong immediately replied, "Yes, the god has gained enough information to apply to ordinary boxers." The two of them turned their gaze down to Kwon-Hu, lying on the ground. He slightly raised his head to break and say, "In the end, a month, my code." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that and stepped closer to his voice. A month's hard work, I gave it to the shepherd, you can bring it back. Seeing everything that happened so easily, Taekwon, who used all the way to sit up, look at Hyuk Ryan Woon once and then call, hey, Hyuk Ryan Woon. Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled. An hour. Sangkwon, who opened his eyes wide, unbelievable, the person really did not get anyone, even if it was different from before, this difference was too big. Hearing these words, Hyuk Ryan Woon did not answer, he smiled slightly, you guessed it right, but I did not tell the truth, you didn't believe it, ha ha. At this time, Kwon, who stood up, he looked straight into the eyes of Hyuk Ryan Woon, continued to ask, or you did that, to win the match, to win the right to succeed. Hyuk Ryan Woon lifted his chin and nodded his head to admit, that's right. Hearing the person in front of him saying that, Sangkwon, who exclaimed in horror, you tell the truth, Hyuk Ryan Woon casually replied, why not, you can also become your successor. That. Sangkwon, who hurriedly grabbed Hyuk Ryan Woon's shoulder, anxiously shouted, do you know what will happen, if your brothers know it? Remembering the scary image of the other three brothers, Taekwon, who, they feared, they would harm and kill you. After saying that, he looked up again, his voice brought a little advice, Woon, please return to our normal life, enjoy life and forget the successor, okay, still alive is still happy. Hearing all these words, Hyuk Ryan Woon said nothing but thought, this guy worried about Hyuk Ryan Woon, Sangkwon, who, although you are not the key character in the novel, but I don't know why you are worth it. Trust, should I comfort him? Thinking so, he grabbed his shoulder and smiled on his shoulder, smiled and said, Sangkwon, who, my brother, I really want to join this match. Seeing him say that, Sangkwon, who shouted in horror, hey, you lost his mind. I'm crazy, that's right, Hyuk Ryan Woon bowed his head and continued to speak, so I need you to help. Help, Sangkwon, who doubted or asked again. Hyuk Ryan Woon clenched his fist, full of steadfastly saying, we want to change something, like the religion that focuses on the brothers, us, the young people holding the four paradise state, why they have to feel the feeling of feeling. Lose and hate so. In the beginning, the image of himself with Hyuk Ryan Woon was dancing and dancing together, Sangkwon, who hesitated, yes, there is nothing for us to do. At this time, Hyuk Ryan Woon turned away, his words brought a bit of sadness, we wanted to change that, of course it was not easy, to do that, we had to survive in the successor to the successor, to be like that. Pausing a little, he turned his head and gripped his shoulder to Kwon, who, sincerely said, you see my life as his life, my brother, you, Taekwon, who, I need you to help you. Sangkwon, who listened to these words, found the true expression on the face of Hyuk Ryan Woon's face and froze. Then he grabbed Hyuk Ryan Woon's collar and shouted, the bastard. Just a second later, Taekwon, who 2 rows of tears, hiccups and then asserted, let's create a god of equality, eagerness, Woon, do not worry, I will definitely help you. Hyuk Ryan Woon saw such a pinwheel like that, silently exclaimed, what is it? He was convinced so quickly. Looking at Kwon, who, leaning his head against his chest, sobbing, Hyuk Ryan Woon patted him to comfort him and thought, was it because these people were in ancient times, or because he was in a martial novel? Kong, why are they all believe, so, the next step is. Thinking so, he put his hand and took his hand to Kwon, who, softly said, thank you, the ancients had a sentence, a friend, more than 100 good friends, right? I feel secure because there is you in here. Sangkwon, who wiped her tears and choked, thank you for appreciating me like that. Pausing a little, he looked up slightly, a little reserved, but what did you calculate the next? I understood your feelings, but how to win the next match? Like just waiting, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately bent down to smile and say, first, help me with a problem. Sangkwon, who raised his thumb to seriously respond, say it. Hyuk Ryan Woon lowered his head to whisper something that only 2 people knew. Night. Looking at a pile of wooden boxes filled with bright gold in the room, Hyuk Ryan Woon enjoyed, shouting, he was more useful than I thought. He calculated for a while and then raised his eyebrows, I could not sell things that was too expensive even though I changed mostly to Ngan Luang, but I did not expect a Sangkwon who sold to the rich he knew, so this pile now about 10 billion won. Looking at the yellow bars scattered, Hyuk Ryan Woon silently exclaimed, Hyuk Ryan Woon, this bastard, in the end he made his mother how much money. He looked up out the window, looked at the bright moon in the night sky, his voice was small, now the financial is enough, moving to the next plan. The next morning, the sun started. Hyuk Ryan Woon and Sangkwon who are fighting on the training ground. Hyuk Ryan Woon Vung punched towards Kwon who. His body quickly hurriedly raised his hand to take this technique. Quan Hu's leg slid out the back to get momentum. Then he lifted his foot, kicked hard towards Hyuk Ryan Woon. Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly leaned away, his sweaty face shouted and praised. Sang Quan Hu haha laughed for two response, "You're just like that." This just ended. Hyuk Ryan Woon on the opposite side had quickly rushed to Quan Hu. Sang Quan Hu widened his eyes, only a solid arm punched him straight at him. He raised an unrelated voice, Hyuk Ryan Woon's fist touched his face. Sang Quan Hu fell back, on his body was all sweating, he opened his mouth and breathed pulse and cried out, "Ha, I did not beat you, rest it a little." "You just rest," Hyuk Ryan Woon turned around and said. Then he continued to practice alone. Sang Quan Hu sat under the breath, he looked up slightly, "No matter how many times I looked at it, I still feel unbelievable, if you can do it in the Hall of the Devils most." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that, then casually replied. Sang Quan Hu continued to say, "Thinking back to remember when he was young, you were acclaimed by many people, called martial arts genius, right?" Hearing this sentence, Hyuk Ryan Woon did not say anything, his sweat flowed on his face, a passage of the childhood memory of the owner Hyuk Ryan Woon appeared in his mind. A small fist holding tightly. Boy Hyuk Ryan Woon is fighting on the training ground. A beautiful woman standing in the distance, gently watching her eyes, being his mother. Holding the little hand like that but has extremely power, punched a punch in the face of the boy opposite. The other boy fell to the ground, hurriedly waved his hand, "I lost." After winning, boy Hyuk Ryan Woon turned to look at the mother. At this time, his father also appeared next to him, he raised one hand to wave, shouted to shout, "Woon, you are the martial arts genius of our god, definitely the successor of the god, ha 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 ha." The boy Hyuk Ryan Woon heard these words a bit ashamed, scratching his head, not saying anything but showing a bright smile. But on a rainy day, the paper was full of heaven, a cold coffin was carried away, surrounded by a long line of people who saw off, dressed in mourning quietly walking in the rain. The tears of pain flowing on their faces. Going in the first position, with two tiny hands hugging the taste, trembling step by step. Mother, boy Hyuk Ryan Woon tears and tears constantly crying. Escape from this memory, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought, right, from that time, the owner Hyuk Ryan Woon became empty and lost his passion for martial arts, he always did everything half-hearted, just do easy things, bully weak. And consuming time in color with the brothers in the Four Paradise. But after that, Lee Si Woon took his body, that emptiness became a survival. And now Hyuk Ryan Woon has really returned. And I also had to come back, he continued to practice and silently told himself. "Ha, what did you say?" Sang Quan Hu did not hear clearly and stood up and asked, causing Hyuk Ryan Woon. Holding a towel in his hand, Hyuk Ryan Woon said, "Well, I babble alone." Wiped through the sweat on his face, he squeezed the towel on his neck, looked at Quan Hu and said, "But hey, I had another request." "What request?" To Quan Hu, "I asked that and asked again and asked again." Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately said, "I need you to introduce me to a person." Hearing that, Sang Quan Hu frowned or asked, "Introduced, who?" Hyuk Ryan Woon stopped in his ear to Quan Hu whispering. After listening to the name that Hyuk Ryan Woon wanted to meet, Sang Quan Hu shouted, "Hey, Hyuk Ryan Woon, you're crazy." Hyuk Ryan Woon bowed slightly down and smirked once and then faintly replied, "So, that's right." Sang Quan Hu stood in place, temporarily unable to utter a word. Wolf stayed impermanent. One of the three main combat forces of Niet Naguyat Dao. One of the strongest men, converging the strongest members of the god. And the talented gunner of the impermanent wolf is called Sabu Sion. On a bright moonlit night, a person is slowly walking on the road, no one else is Sabu Sion. His hands crossed his hands, frowned and thought, "I was quite happy to come to Quan Hu to actively contact, since I passed the exam in the Hall of the Demon God, it has been a few years ago." Looking at the red lantern swaying in the wind, Sabu Sion followed his thoughts, but why did he call himself to a lavish floor like this, not that he did not know his poor family. Thinking about, the door of a room for a long time was suddenly pushed out. Sabu Sion was startled, only saw Quan Hu coming out of joy and shouting, "Aha, long time ago reunited." After saying that, he rushed to embrace the people of Sabu Sion, constantly rubbing, "My brother, Sabu Sion." Sabu Sion slightly bowed down to look at you hugging me tightly, a little embarrassed to think, right, Sang Quan Hu is the type of person who does not care about matter. He clenched his shoulders to Quan Hu, looked straight into his eyes and asked, "You said right, how long ago?" Suddenly seeing at his hand was a very solid muscular layer, Sabu Xian was surprised to say, but why is your body solid? Not your maxim is a medium-sized practice. Well, about that, Sang Quan who hesitantly said. Just mentioned here, behind his back suddenly called, Sabu Xian. He was startled by this familiar voice. Hyuk Ryan Woon came from behind to greet his hands, long time no see. Sabu Xian heard that quickly turned to look back, seeing the person just appearing, the face could not hide the anger. Sangkwon who sighed and said, no right away will be like this. The male lead Hyuk Ryan Woon slightly opened his eyes to see the opponent's reaction. And the opponent's reaction is not very good at all. What is this killing intent? What if he killed himself in front of the main character? The memory of the original owner recreated. For 4 years Hyuk Ryan Woon studied in the Hall of the Devil. He bullied Sabu Xian a bit, saying a little bit, it was said to be reduced to avoid new right. Hey, the black man, the year Hyuk Ryan Woon did not hesitate to beat Bu Xian and insult him in a bad way. Get out of my eyes, he is extremely arrogant and extremely arrogant. The people who could only flatter followed him at that time, then followed and laughed. Bu Xian did not argue nor reacted, only coughing for a few hours. A currency is immediately thrown down. The original owner also acted really humiliating the opponent to throw him a silver coin. Bu Xian gritted his teeth and glared at him. I am trying to help you, the one who tried to beat the leader of the leader. He was arrogant and bossy. That year, young people were inferior to other people than me. Receive that money. This word lituates more and more of Bu Xian's identity. The rich men and gentlemen are happy. Then all turn away despite the Bu Xian there. He slowly reached out to get money. But the indignation is clearly shown in his eyes, both helpless and indignant, just want a dead skewer to die Hyuk Ryan Woon. At this time another man's arm touched his shoulder. Hyuk Ryan Woon insulted you again. It turned out that Sangkwon Woo was comforting him. Surprisingly, Bu Xian quickly regained his calm and spoke with a green sentence. Once he passed the exam, told Hyuk Ryan Woon's name to miss my eyes. This words made his friend beside him very surprised. Although later we left the hall, we are still a member of the Wolf Impermanence, we can challenge anyone. By that time, we would beat him out and return this coin. He was determined to kill that bastard in his hand and still hold that coin that year. This word makes Sangkwon Woo feel his danger and seriousness. At the end of the memory, returning to reality, that day came, just in front of Bu Xian. He was so blushing, his bloody veins appeared clearly, his eyes glared at the enemy, his hands were ready to fist. Ready to attack whenever. Killing intent emanating from people is extremely high. Who, you helped me to be full of wishes, he said in an indignant voice that made who at the side also exuded all sweat. Or you are close to this scum, he glared at him. No, Bussin heard me say, who tried to reassure him but in vain. Thinking about the past made Bussin so angry that he just wanted to kill the person ahead. So he did not hesitate another second to rush forward. Bussin is ready to prepare to kill the male lead with all strength, this moment but not to avoid death. The next amazing thing is that Hyuk suddenly knelt down. This action made him blankly stop punching immediately. He looked at him in astonishment and bullied himself now and left the ego but his knees. Yes, it is not true that Hyuk, so it is a reasonable action. Hey Woon, even who must be equally surprised. Basted bastard Hyuk Ryan Woon was going to do, Bussin angrily shouted at. Woon did not hesitate to look into the eyes of Bussin, speaking, so Bussin you know what to kneel in front of others in the sect, right? He still keeps the harsh attitude like the original glare, I don't need your cheap kneeling, what you want to say? Woon nodded, I understand why you are like that, listen to me a little bit. Truly a crazy idea, Bussin smirked, you can joke me. His voice gradually cold and then he suggested, if the person who could bear the 3 attorneys, I would agree to hear you say. This offer is really crazy and who himself is also extremely unexpected. Why can he withstand the 3 wolf gunners, this crazy guy too? Contrary to whose attitude, the male lead slowly stood up very calmly. He even thanked the opponent to do the act of respect, thank you. That name immediately rushed forward. One of his tricks is enough to kill the opponent, fortunately the family is faster enough to bow his head, from strength to speed than people. End of soul, accidentally dodged is always too big. The face of Woon is a bit blank. Bussin was quite surprised when Woon was able to dodge his blow easily. Do not hesitate any more. Bussin again launched the remaining right hand. He rushed forward like a wild beast without hesitation. Woon again dodged and the punch of that guy rushed to the ground, causing it to puncture a hole. Despite being able to avoid it, the male lead himself also widened his eyes in surprise. Before he could complete the soul, the other man turned around in the blink of an eye and raised his hand quickly. That name was captured by his collar. Akabal, mouse, he smirked. The result was a tactic that beat the whole wound to the ground. Really damn it, this beat made him also loved by a lot of internal injuries, an uncomfortable eye enclosed. Finish here, the other man pounced to prepare a strong blow, his eyes red like blood, his face showed each one. A shot gathered the entire force to hit the face of the male lead. Who on one side looked at the battle that panicked anxiously shouting to call his name, Hyuk Ryan Woon. The smoke gradually melted, Busan also regained a little calm. Surprisingly, he saw Woon really helped himself. Where did he learn this technique? He himself was quite stunned, it was a little unbelievable not to think that this guy was so healthy. Hey, listen to me yet. This is now out of time, Busan turned to respond neatly. I was going to go straight, then who stopped trying to persuade, so that the 3 chapters were finished, Busan heard us say a little bit, let's go inside. Although it is said to be supportive, Woon's hands are like drying, anyway the other trick is too much for him, but if not helped, he will go to his grandparents, luck. The moon has now reached the top of the rim round, the gloomy atmosphere and the drift clouds are in the sky. The 3 men sitting on the table crossed their arms to look at each other, extremely tense atmosphere. Wu finally broke the silence by putting his words first, Busan. We need his strength. The young man has just speeched, the atmosphere again fell into thought. I don't understand what the person said, Busan tilted his head to say. The male lead Teet, the impermanent wolf, is the faction using the sword and loving as the main weapon, but both of them are not good, right? Hearing this, Busan a little began to want to go crazy, ask, you mean the bow and arrow just to show off the important girls must be that skill, huh? Yes, who is really nodded. If so attacked, it is like stepping on the pride of others. This bastard, Busan was madly intended to rush to give him a lucky match, but who alkaline did not have a bit of garlic and garlic again. His mouth always spit out a few bullshit words, Hyuk Ryan Woon, Busan angrily pointed to his face around whose head. Woon hurriedly reassured him to explain his thoughts, from the skill that did not mean anything bad, don't understand me. Although the gods recruit talented people, weapons like swords are still more serious, and the gunner is often despised because they are not suitable to invade and dominate the enemy. Speaking of the rope, he suddenly stood up, his eyes showed his determination and full of eloquent atmosphere. We think the skill is the necessary skill that can help us conquer Trung Win. This one makes both standing on the spot. Busan was immediately blankly lost to this statement of the male lead. He did not respond, just silently, and turned his head and was about to leave, his 15 minutes. Sabu Sion, you calculated to let your talent rotted so? Woon asked him directly. He just sighed and yes, this society knows how to know how. The next sentence of the young man makes everyone think crazy. I will create a strongest gunner sect, will even be stronger than the impermanent wolf, and you want the person to be the leader of the sect. This sentence made Busan as if he had heard a lightning strike on his ears, but also made him more angry. Because he himself could not believe the words of Woon's speech to him, he shouted, Hyuk Ryan Woon, you wanted to despise me how long? If you continue, do not blame the sword accidentally. He immediately opened the fabric that was covering the 3 chest boxes beside him. What is this? Busan suddenly asked again. Often at these times, young people confidently open the chest to land. What appears will be the money. We will give people 3 more chests like this, inside all the bright gold coins. This action was even more excited Busan, he immediately grabbed his collar. Then shouted loudly, the dog's name, the insults. Woon still tries to keep the attitude calmly, explain, do not misunderstand that I will not humiliate you, I will really set up a gunner. And among the people know, Sabu Sion, you are the best gunner here. So I just took this risk to meet you, the loud words and the determination of Woon expressed in every word in a firm way. I will become the successor of the god, he seriously looked into the eyes of Busan. Hearing these words made Busan shocked backwards. He sighed, Hyuk Ryan Woon. I walled out temporarily. But there is a crazy you. That's right, it's crazy, just do it, the male lead does not hesitate to admit anyway. Now the most important must still be the original goal. Who on one side also followed the pretended frowning and said that you are not crazy, but why? The male lead did not understand and then turned to ask. You are mentally ill, brothers, both of them said and laughed and hugged their stomachs like long-term comrades. Busan at that time also felt one thing, his eyes were no longer lifeless as when he was still in the hall. No longer the arrogant dude considered heaven by the day before. Now they are filled with determination. So Busan immediately sat down on the steadfast chair. Both were surprised and happy at this action. You decided, seeing that your plan was successful, Woon, and sat down and laughed. He was in response, we did this not because of those gold bars, we heard people die again and again will change a lot, so we want to see if the person has that case? The young man was happy and then picked up the wine bottle to respectfully said, regardless of the reason, thank you. So the atmosphere was gradually postponed. The night sky with the golden moonlight is becoming more and more pronounced. Outside the pure sky and the inside of the house is three men who confide in the late night to talk happily. Thinking about it again and again, I still could not believe that. I did not expect that one day you came to ask me that. Bussin was now drunk, so he just said straight to his face. He also felt a little guilty of his conscience. We sincerely apologize for the previous things. At that time we were too childish. Anyway, I still can't believe people, he hesitantly speaks. So what to do? You will believe me. Woon does not hesitate to ask for his request. I will believe if the person self-taught how to shoot an arrow. After listening to this, the Woon is quite unexpected. Seeing this expression of Bussin immediately returned to the original disgust because he recalled the past in the past, as I thought, why people change so easily that. That year Bussin always practiced archery every day. He breathed in a breath after the shot was finished. We have never seen anyone using the bow and arrow without being weak physiological. The name of Woon beside me like every day starts on a idle side. Hey, can you be sure that the erect in the evening? The words made the whole bunch of DA immediately laugh and criticize him. Bussin still keeps a calm attitude. The arrow again brought him back to his childhood. A powerful and accurate arrow shot in the straw. His father slowly came to withdraw it. The peak was too father, the boy with his admiration to admire his admiration. The father laughed and rubbed his son's head. Bussin recalls each piece of small memories. Our father, the number one gunner of the god of the name of the pride, and also mine and the defamer and despise it is you, Hyuk Ryan Woon, which is Bussin's long-standing heart that cannot let go. But on the contrary, the appearance of the old days, now Woon just smiled with a friendly smile. Why did people smile like that in front of me, which made him bounce a skepticism. Thought the young man would refuse but not, he stood up and excitedly asked, just that, I want to ask that. So please teach us how to use bow. Radiant eyes and white teeth like snow grinning, acting in this attitude makes Bussin bewildered. You serious? Of course, he nodded. Woon's firm words made Bussin not dare to believe in his ears and eyes. So he immediately grabbed the wine. Too durable one shot. Then put the bottle of wine on the table, making young people startled. Very good, I will show you what the real gunner is, Bussin said and wiped the wine on the mouth with a look that was both satisfied and a little stimulating. Then immediately put the wine in Hyuk Ryan Woon's hand. Continue, drink the bastard. He smiled slightly, reached out to take the wine and then replied, okay. The words just stopped and took a big sip. Sang Kwan, who saw that, his face immediately pale, without saying a word. At this point, he dared to breathe a sigh of relief, fortunately the smooth ending. Hyuk Ryan Woon, after drinking enough, gave the wine to Kwan Hu and then said, you also had to drink a bottle. Before she could react, he rushed to force to bring the wine into his mouth to Kwan Hu, even though he kept shaking his head, but his drinking was very weak. These nervous names, drink and die together. After beating a full meal, the three of them immediately returned to rest. Each person lies in a corner. After a while Sabu Sion woke up. He turned out to see that Sang Kwan Hu was lying on the ground. But before he could see for a long time, the headache due to the wine battle yesterday came, causing his head to hurt like a hammer, trying to slowly sit up, my head. He sat quietly thinking about the words Hyuk Ryan Woon said. After dropping a large wooden board on the table, Sabu Sion quickly rushed over, gripping Hyuk Ryan Woon's collar shouted loudly, this fool. But to Kwan Hu, drunkenly just stopped being superficial, really, stopped. Sabu Sion involuntarily dropped 2 tears, said with a frustration, do you know how I was miserable because you didn't? Hyuk Ryan Woon heard and felt extremely confused, that, I really would like to ask error. What, you want to set up a gunner, so bullshit. No matter how he changes, he is still the lack of the owner of the god, I seem to be a bit too excited. But thinking back, drinking whole bottles of wine like that but not drunk. At this moment someone pulled the door in. How did you get up? I have prepared breakfast and clothes for him. Thanks, but I want to meet the 4 owners first. The words had just stopped, the other slave and respectfully responded softly, now he was practicing archery at the training ground. Sabu Sion heard here when he stood up and was practicing archery. Please follow me. He quickly walked down to put on the shoes and followed the other slave. Just when I saw Hyuk Ryan Woon, he was practicing very enthusiastically. Well, so sorry. Is Sion star? Good morning, you slept well. Hyuk Ryan Woon's radiant face made him feel a bit confused and okay. I am practicing archery, but not progressing at all. Can you show me a few ways? Seeing the strange appearance of Hyuk Ryan Woon, Sabu Sion was a bit stopped. Hyuk Ryan Woon said his conjecture, it seems that my posture is wrong. Sabu Sion shook his head slightly, no, this position for hunting, so it was not wrong. Hyuk Ryan Woon listened to the exclamation, oh it was true that the gunner was different, we had just learned like this from a hunter. You are fine, but what is the gunner dragon? Nothing, but this, let me review again, Tal and then Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately gave the bow to Sabu Sion with the expectation. Sabu Sion took the bow in his hand and raised it up. He stretched the bow to make it ready. Making Hyuk Ryan Woon at the side immediately stood the picture, what was the peak? Sabu Sion took a deep breath, aiming at the opportunity to release the arrow. Wooden arrow with alter speeds like tearing the wind. Shoot directly at the pink of the steely. The arrow touched immediately created countless large cracks on the surface of the beer. Hyuk Ryan Woon was surprised around his eyes, sweat repeatedly poured out. Then constantly clapping an exclamation, so wonderful. Sabu Sion continued to teach, hunting and attacking completely different, if you practice, you will be able to do so soon. Hyuk Ryan Woon's eyes immediately lit up, proved to be extremely excited, so teach us now. I have a training session of the impermanent wolf in the afternoon, so I will teach you after that training. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard softly, from today, you do not need the wolf's training session anymore. Sabu Sion seems to not understand, ask with skepticism, what you mean? Hyuk Ryan Woon sighed and then pulled from the pocket of the contract, yesterday you signed only to me, you will leave the wolf impermanence and join my new faction. Sign quickly for me to drink again, here, right, and that is that place, very good, very well. Sabu Sion now froze, sweat continuously poured out. I wish I took it away. Sabu Sion swallowed his saliva and slowly opened it. Hyuk Ryan Woon, whether the amount of prepaid with our amount is wrong. My salary is 10 times higher than the impermanent wolf. Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded and smiled. Needless to say, I have to pay the right amount proportional to your talent, there is a lot of benefits, see carefully. Oh, and I also brought those chests to you first, because it was very heavy. So I rely on you. Then he patted one on the shoulder of Sabu Sion still standing bewildered. Let's try for the future of the god. Sabu Sion has not been fully fulfilled, just standing as blankly like a statue without saying anything more. Only Hyuk Ryan Woon proved to be extremely satisfied, everything happened as planned. We have recruited a genius gunner in the novel, Long Devil Gunner. He will be the powerful left arm of the second master, who coordinated with the tactist, bringing the main character to overcome the tough bow. Before Sabu Sion became the gunner, the main character killed Hyuk Ryan Woon. In fact, in the novel, this friendship did not appear, but did not expect him to be bullied in the past, even though he did not write so. In the novel with the record, after Nichio took the throne, he would increase his strength and create the gunner, the dragon devil, to prepare for the war with other sects. At that time, Sabu Sion was appointed as the leader of the sect, but because I suddenly wanted to create a gunner, without power and influence. So probably won't be able to have the dragon devil. As soon as I thought of this, Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled like something, drilling, not necessarily a faction with a gunner. We need the most strong sect. Can do everything. Hyuk Ryan Woon then quickly returned to the government to study more about this issue. Sitting and sipping hot tea, just continuously copying, rub. How to create a special faction here. At this moment, the outside sounded. It turned out that Sabu Sion and Daquan who came, greeted in the morning. Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded slightly, go in, how is everyone's progress? Sabu Sion took out a small list and replied, this is a collection of good gunner we know in the wolf impermanence. Hyuk Ryan Woon finished smiling softly, oh, thank you. Sangquan Hu, the progress of creating a special force. He immediately sighed, very complicated, to create a military force, first of all there was a commander, one owner was not enough. If it is your own sect, it is okay, but to become the official sect of the god, it is necessary to have many conditions. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately became thoughtful, an unofficial faction obviously did not receive any benefits from the god, the cost of opening and using the training hall, and supporting Vu Fai, which was the one of the army. Officially needed, we don't have such a lot of money, so what to do? Sang Quan, who immediately contributed, the best way is to join the delegation with an existing faction, because Niet Nguyat Than Dao not only has a force, but also consists of different sects. We can create a sect under the name of one of them. Hyuk Ryan Woon approached the skepticism, is there any kind to choose from? Sang Quan, who brushed his hand, of course, you know it too. Is that so? To answer the questions of Hyuk Ryan Woon, he just had to say it straight, you forgot, even though you were the one who created it, I was talking about the Four Paradise. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately surprised, what, our faction was the official army? I said it only got the name, even though most of them paid for our plays, but sometimes we also used the subsidy from there. When he heard it, he kept scratching his head in confusion, confused, I don't know that. Because the real general, not you but Danpyeong. So who is the leader of the Four Paradise, is still the molar Danpyeong? Sang Quan, who shook his head again, if he could be the leader, then you or Bu Xian could, but he knew that he was not authorized, so he invited the right to do him for him. Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled slightly, began to be troublesome. Now let's go. This attitude immediately made Sang Quan, who widened his eyes and widened his eyes. To Bu Xian could not help but ask, where to go? Hyuk Ryan Woon returned to respond with confidence, wherever he went, of course, he went to see Mok Danpyeong. After Quan Hu heard it, he was startled, you were planning to tell him how to send it, yeah. You don't remember what person he was, he used all the quantities from there to serve the color, you thought he would give up. Hyuk Ryan Woon was not surprising, just calmly shrugged, if he refused, he had to make him suffer, we didn't have time to waste here. Alright, so let me tell Danpyeong first, then we can drink and discuss. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard it bluntly, we will do it right now. Sang Quan, who immediately stood, going right now. Yes, hurry up, say, and then turn to leave. Only a while later the three of them got on the horse to leave the palace, walking towards Danpyeong's accommodation. Sang Quan, who reminded him, doing this is to herself into that body, Mok Danpyeong is not the type of person who will obediently reveal. Hyuk Ryan Woon asked the opposite, it seems that even if we ask properly, he refuses to hear right, that's right. Sang Quan, whose affirmation made him more determined, we had to go to Tu Tien Duong before he went back to dinner and drinking, and it was not Bu Xian to face more difficulties. As soon as I turned to see Bu Xian thoughtful, silent, did not respond. Moreover, it's arrived. The three of them quickly walked to the front of Danpyeong's gate. Hyuk Ryan Woon advanced to knock on the wooden door in front of him. The sound immediately attracted the person inside, something, you think this is where to dare to do it. But when he finished speaking, he immediately stood all. Tu lacks the owner. After that, I quickly bent my hands and hands full of respect, welcoming him back, I was in a hurry, so I knocked on the door a bit strong, sorry. That's right where Mok Danpyeong is, the servant finished listening, then quickly responded, he was eating, whether he should go to the news. Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled slightly and shook his head, no need, I would go. Yes, inviting Tu Tio. After that the three of them quickly entered, Hyuk Ryan Woon also revealed his sinister face. On the dining room, Danpyeong is drinking and constantly eating and drinking at premium dishes. Hyuk Ryan Woon did not abstain, kicking the big door straight inside. Danpyeong glared out. He clenched his teeth and shouted loudly, we told no one was allowed to enter. While we are ate, then throw the bottle straight to the big door. Hyuk Ryan Woon with his body quickly gripped the wine bottle. Danpyeong saw the familiar figure immediately turned out. I saw Hyuk Ryan Woon standing from afar smiling. What, Hyuk Ryan Woon? He pulled the cloak on a few times and asked in a sarcastic voice. There is even Quan Hu, what occasion? As soon as he looked over, he was more surprised. He pointed towards Hyuk Ryan Woon to say in a disgusting tone, Hyuk Ryan Woon, the wise man, why did you go with the same name as him? Looking at Danpyeong's rolling arms, Hyuk Ryan Woon's heart could not help but worry, he was even better than his imagination. But still trying to calm down, calmly sat down beside him. Then put his legs on the table strongly. Hyuk Ryan Woon clasped his hands and looked at Danpyeong with an extravagant look. What are you doing? Hyuk Ryan Woon smirked, he could be under me and was a real bastard, but how dare you call my friend trash, huh? Danpyeong held a wine bottle. Then burping a refreshing, unable to feel strange in his heart, Hyuk Ryan Woon he considered this guy as a real friend. Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly put his hand to cover his nose from the strong stench from Danpyeong, this smell is like a corpse. Hey, what are you eating? Then he pulled the medicine out and took a deep breath. Okay, so why did you bring that submerged garbage here? Hyuk Ryan Woon laughed softly. Because of the Four Paradise, we came here to regain it. Dan Pyong was startled, feeling like his ears were no longer very good. Anything, regaining it. Hyuk Ryan Woon continued to say it again, so that the Four Paradise, returning what belonged to me. Mok Danpung stood up, his black face was angry. This bastard. He rolled his eyes and said, you talk to me, you want to participate in the star's successor. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that, then clapped the table to stand up. Admit, yeah, the Four Heaven will. Pausing a little, he looked straight into Mok Danpung's eyes and then smirked, becoming an official army associated with the Sao Dong Palace. Mok Danpung was like hearing a joke. He opened his mouth and laughed ha ha. Smiling enough, he raised his fist, looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon full of disdainful said, wake up, don't dream anymore, you can't do it, Hyuk Ryan Woon scum, you are not qualified to be eligible. Hyuk Ryan Woon did not bother to pay attention to these words, he raised an eyebrow faintly. Enough, you just need to say a sentence, I agree. What, the dog? Mok Danpung gritted his teeth and shouted. He grabbed the pipe on the table, swung straight into Hyuk Ryan Woon's face, his mouth opened wide. This bastard. Hyuk Ryan Woon was not stalked, he raised his hand gently to help the pipe, cold voice, I agree, say it and I will forgive you. Don't joke with me, Mok Danpung with a sweaty face shouted. After saying that, he swung his fist again, hit Hyuk Ryan Woon, and stood still, glancing at his fist. Hyuk Ryan Woon gently took one hand, catching the punch of Mok Danpung. He looked at this scene, even more angry, gritted his teeth and said, the wine did not drink but wanted to drink a penalty. But just here, a terrible power from the opposite person squeezed Mok Danpung's hand. He was horrified, widening his eyes and not understanding what was happening. Only see Hyuk Ryan Woon lift the other hand to get the momentum. He had a shot in the face. Mok Danpung could not believe what just happened. One cheeks and bruising turned to look at Hyuk Ryan Woon, stammering, how dare you? The words just finished, his other cheeks received another punch, full of pain and spitting out a fresh blood sip. Not stopping there, Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly pressed Mok Danpung to the floor, raised his hand to hit the dust pocket. The fresh blood temporarily splashed all over the house. The two of them went to Kwan Hu and Sobu Sion to look at this scene, then quietly stood aside, silently sweating. Mok Danpung now has a swollen face. He tried to lift his hand and trembled, stopped, no, not that sentence. You have to say, I agree. Hyuk Ryan Woon continues to swing his hand. Mok Danpung now has the battle. He hurriedly shouted, I agree that. Hearing this sentence, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately stopped his hand. He stood up, looked down from the high voice, who was the leader of the Four Paradise. Mok Danpung cried out in pain. He wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, glanced at Hyuk Ryan Woon once, did not say it. Kang Dae-shik, he was the leader. Kang Dae-shik, Hyuk Ryan Woon repeated this name again, her face exuded a surprise. Out to the outside of the Four Paradise, it was now dark. The three Hyuk Ryan Woon people are preparing to leave the horse. So Kang Dae-shik, Hyuk Ryan Woon looked in a distant thought. Thinking for a while, he sat on the horse and turned to look at Kwan Hu asking, not Kang Dae-shik, who was the darkness of the assassin army. Sang Kwan Hu nodded and replied, he was Master Yu's upper martial arts. Recalling a few things before, Sang Kwan Hu continued to say, he had some trouble so he had to work for Mok Danpung. Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately tilted his head to the sky, continuing to lead a bad army like this really wasting for him. So now I see Kang Dae-shik, so I asked. Hyuk Ryan Woon shook his head and smiled and said, I'm hungry, let him find him later. Looking at her trembling fingers, Hyuk Ryan Woon silently exclaimed, just now met Mok Danpung, I was tense to die, how could I go now? If not, I learned the scales of the armor, then probably losing a finger too. And even though I use the moon god. If I can only do it, then Hyuk Ryan Woon's martial arts is still not complete. Need to be stronger. Hyuk Ryan Woon stood in the direction of determination to think. Come here quickly, bastard Hyuk Ryan Woon. A loud shout in the early morning rang out of the big door of the Hyuk Ryan family. Mok Danpung led countless defenses to gather outside. He continued to scream, you dare to attack me suddenly, come here. Hyuk Ryan Woon was loudly out there to wake up. He wore a shirt and went out, saw the crowd there, then said against his chin and sighed, this fool, what he wanted to do when he had take Kang Dae-shik to the door here. Watching Kang Dae-shik standing in front of him, Hyuk Ryan Woon stepped out and very voice, "Okay, here I am here." Kang Dae-shik held out a hand and asked and threatened, "What Mok owner said is true, the situation may be worse depending on the way he answered." Hyuk Ryan Woon is putting his hair neatly, hearing that, he smirked, sneaking, if he saw that just because he was too weak. "This bastard," Mok Danpung in the back heard that angrily scolded, then he looked at Kang Dae-shik and told me, looking, the leader Kang, nothing to hear him say any more. Speaking of which, his face looked extremely scary, opened his mouth and screamed, treated him. Kang Dae-shik heard the command immediately stomping one of them, causing the background to break down. He gripped his hands tightly, the posture prepared to attack. Around the body of Kang Dae-shik emerged a hurricane, rocky soil filled the sky. He brought one hand out, looked straight ahead of the voice, "I will show him my martial arts." Go up, Hyuk Ryan Woon said, his two ends of his eyebrows furrowed him tightly, "A master, who had to go to handle that nonsense, so sorry, so sorry, so sorry." Seeing that the person in the immediate future only used his hands, Hyuk Ryan Woon puzzled, "The leader Kang, you do not need a weapon." Kang Dae-shik heard that was full of contempt, "He would take a limb if I used it, the lack of owner, you should use the weapon." Oh, so he was looking down on himself, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought, very quickly he smirked, "So I also hit my hand and hit my hand." Kang Dae-shik stood opposite to hear that, spoke advice, "The law of Wanderer allows the weak to use weapons when fighting with strong people, so use weapons." Hyuk Ryan Woon responded leisurely, "It's okay, we know how to use swords to beat people without permission." Hearing these words, Kang Dae-shik suddenly laughed, not knowing whether he was praising or being kicked. For a long time he had not met him, but his words seemed to have improved more. Looking towards Mok Danpung, he was crossing his arms angrily on the other side. Hyuk Ryan Woon was superficially laughing ha and replied, "You thought I was like your cowardly owner." Not wanting many more words, Kang Dae-shik bowed slightly, glanced at Hyuk Ryan Woon and then said, yielding to him first. Hyuk Ryan Woon clenched his stance, his face looked at Kang Dae-shik thinking, "This is the only opportunity I have when he neglects." He had a little backward legs to get momentum. Must be successful in a trick, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought. He focused all his strength, he had, straight forward. Hyuk Ryan Woon jumped up, his shirt fluttered behind him. Around his body suddenly divided a lot of damage, taking the speed that was hard to imagine to be surrounded by Kang Dae-shik. The image was so fast, making Kang Dae-shik terrified, he only saw every white smoke passing by. Kang Dae-shik began to be terrified, sweating full of thought, it was the evil step of the darkness, stars who lacked the owner of the assassin army. Feeling a stream of air right behind his back, Kang Dae-shik hurriedly turned around but did not see Hyuk Ryan Woon. Right now, a cold laugh rang in his ear, causing him to die. Kang Dae-shik turned her face slightly. He cried out a damn sound, but he could not do anything other than that of looking at Hyuk Ryan Woon, who was close to him from time to time. Around his body exuded a terrible prestige. Hyuk Ryan Woon lifted his hand, a trick of Naguyat Than Hoan Yan Ba, Black Buddha, the right to carry a horrible power roaring towards Kang Dae-shik. Fists with terrible power hit straight into Kang Dae-shik's stomach. Hyuk Ryan Woon bit his teeth tightly. Kang Dae-shik widened his eyes and looked down at his stomach. He was hit by the terrible punch. Looking at this scene, Mok Danpung pale, after that. The people of the Four Paradise standing around and seeing that they were terrified, their faces were sweaty. Kang Dae-shik was beaten and fell straight at the foot of Mok Danpung. He looked up at Mok Danpung, his whole body trembled and could not say anything. Hyuk Ryan Woon slowly walked on that way. He waved his fingers to call, "Mok Danpung, come here." "Here, I mean, sir." Mok Danpung trembled up, fearfully stuttering and talking. Hyuk Ryan Woon looked straight into his eyes, did not bother to go straight to the main problem. "Today you bring the whole leader Kang here, do you want to join my new faction?" Mok Danpung heard these words suspiciously, hesitating, drilling, that. Seeing that this guy was so much, Hyuk Ryan Woon did not say no, that lifting his hand on his head, making him cry out dreadfully. Do not let Mok Danpung have the opportunity to protest. Hyuk Ryan Woon put on his shoulder blades and said, "So I enthusiastically welcome you, and all the brothers of the Four Paradise." Knowing that this country could not be changed anymore, Mok Danpung bowed his head down and responded, yes, he wanted to be any time. As if just waiting, Hyuk Ryan Woon turned to shout with people around him, "Let's pay attention to hear everyone." He turned to look at Sabu Sion on his shoulder and then continued to say, "From now on, listen to Sabu Sion's orders and start training immediately." Sabu Sion looked at the crowd in front of him. His face exuded the danger of thinking, from now on, reborn again. Sabu Sion, the people around them simultaneously mentioned this name. Her face appeared anxious, and did not dare to believe what she had just heard. Glancing at the distance, Sabu Sion was raising the wooden sticks to wake up the new people. Hyuk Ryan Woon smirked, wishing the lucky people. Return to your room. Hyuk Ryan Woon falls out to the bed and stretches his shoulder and then cries up a satisfied voice. He breathed a sigh of thought, thinking he was about to die. Remember a decisive punch just now. Hyuk Ryan Woon tilted his neck to look at the ceiling, calculating, whoever doubted the combination of the Black Buddha Chuang and that Nguyat Than Hoa after the evil step was successful again. He sat up, immersed in his own thoughts. The problem was that he could only use when the opponent was caught off guard. He could not use that technique to fight the player. Now survive, so that you can go home later, Hyuk Ryan Woon asserts that. A few weeks later, each shouting one or two, a two and two echoes on the yard. The new people are constantly practicing. A group of people connected around the training ground, shouting again, shouting, temporarily shouting and shouting one or two again. Mok Danpung ran and breathed out. His face was sweaty, his face groaned for a few hours. Miserable thought, damn it, why do we have to do this? Sabu Sion stood next to Quan, who again shouted, ran quickly. Sang Quan, who glanced at Bu Sion and then bowed slightly. Sabu Sion became more and more reliable after becoming the deputy leader of the sect. Perhaps Woon would really become the successor. Hyuk Ryan Woon did not know when he had come. He clasped his hands behind his back and shouted, "Hey, deputy leader of Sa, do not let those lazy guys rest." Of course, Sabu Sion turned around and replied. After saying that, he stepped up a few steps, widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Who let you rest?" Hyuk Ryan Woon standing behind a Quan Hu to breathe in a breath and exclaim, "Managing a faction is not easy at all." Almost rubbed for a while, suddenly remembered something, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately turned to ask Quan Hu, "Well, yes, who? I just thought of a new name for the Four Paradise, how the lion heard." To Quan Hu hearing that, it was bewildered, "The Black Lion, the first time I heard the name like that." Hyuk Ryan Woon has just reached out to find something and explain, "Our dream is to create a better future for the god, so we want to put a completely new name for the sect." He took out late the picture and smiled and said, "This is the symbol of our faction." The symbol, sang Quan, who accepted the coil, suspected or asked. "Open the coil of the picture, look at the image of the brave lion painted above." To Quan, who shouted astonished and said, "For the first time we saw this thing." Looking at San Quan, whose eyes, he sparkled staring at the picture, Hyuk Ryan Woon stroked his chin to think, "Actually I stole the idea in real life, but he seemed to love it so much, huh?" Suddenly Hyuk Ryan Woon was a little pensive for a while and then worriedly said, but our sect was still too young." Looking at the group of people who were practicing on the pitch, Sang Quan, who nodded and replied, "Right." Bu Sion gathered about 30 gunners, needing at least 100 people to create a complete faction, but a new faction this. Hazarding here, Hyuk Ryan Woon at the side suddenly turned to ask, "Well, the graduation ceremony of the Hall of the Demon God was about to take place already," and to Quan, who holding the picture in his hand, he was suspicious or said, "It was suspicious, the genius of the gods gather there, you think they will join here?" Take out the notebook late for Quan Hu, Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled and said, "With this will definitely be okay." Open the notebook to read one turn, sang Quan, who sweating hard to believe, "You serious?" Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled confidently, "Why did you ask something obvious? Just find the blacksmith to help me." Graduation ceremony, in the hall. Each group of bachelors is gathering together. At this moment, there was a person wearing a white head, tying a white towel to shout, "The Fire Dragon, famous for the best welfare in the key factions. The bachelors had the opportunity to join, come here to register." The sound of the dragon fire was not completely over. From a distance, suddenly echoed a rumbling battle. The curious bachelors all turned to look towards that sound. Only see every beat of every footsteps are all moving forward. A white flag above has the image of a lion open and screaming, looks extremely mighty and powerful. The flag welcomed the wind fluttering. 4 people went to the head to wear a fierce lion-shaped mask, wearing a huge black iron armor, on the waist also carried another lion head, especially the time when everyone looked at a muscular and full of power. The bachelors who look at this scene are both surprised and curious to ask each other, who are they? Well, when they are the Black Lion sect, the 4-man owners should be established. The Black Lion, we have not yet. When will this name hear this name? They pointed to the iron armor on the Black Lion and then asked. The other was black iron armor. Really, they made the armor from black iron. Looking at the leader of the army ahead, these bachelors continued to talk. As we thought, this is the power of the La family of foreign stars. Unexpectedly he made armor from black iron, expensive as gold. Listening to these words, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought, everyone looked in this direction. Good. To the evening. A pile of black iron armor and the mask thrown on the ground. The Hyuk Ryan Woon, after a long day of marching at the graduation ceremony, was now lying straight on the ground. His mouth breathed in exclamation, ha, as if he had just died. Mok Danpong was lying in a corner of misery. Thinking, why did I have to do that? Hyuk Ryan Woon put his hand on the floor, his face was soaked in sweat and cried out and then lamented, he wanted to die. Sabu Sion sitting next to him also spoke, after wearing it, we understood why people did not use black iron to make armor, indeed the bow and arrow were much lighter than this iron armor. Sang Kwan who lies in one place to think of the righteousness and asking out, we did as you said, but will it really succeed? Hyuk Ryan Woon raised a finger to smile and said, of course, transmitting such a clear and powerful message, is the basic thing of marketing that. Listening to these words, Sang Kwan who thought he heard wrongly and asked again, the message, marketing, what did you say? Hyuk Ryan Woon laughed, then shook his head and said, nothing, just wait, we will definitely receive reflexes. Early the next morning, many people came to the front of the Black Lion. The three groups of Hyuk Ryan Woon stood on the hall to see the crowd gathering below. Seeing, Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled and asked the two of them by his side. Sang Kwan who looked at the scene in front of her eyes, then hurriedly turned to ask, but you plan to receive all this person? Hyuk Ryan Woon shook his head, of course no, we will check physically first, and choose those who can stay back. In the mind, imagining the image of the mighty lion in the future, Hyuk Ryan Woon is determined to say, we are creating a special faction in the Wanderer, equipped with the most advanced weapon has never been. Referring to before. Hearing him say that, the two of them went to Kwan Hu and Sabu Sion with bright eyes, gripping their hands extremely trusted Hyuk Ryan Woon. Hyuk Ryan Woon now bowed slightly, raised his eyebrows to think, created a sect for himself, now is the time to increase the influence in the family. Must be ready, before the competition between the protagonist Tae Mu Kwang and Ni Teo Hyuk Ryan Jin. At the government of the Hyuk Ryan family. Hyuk Ryan Woon's hands clenched tightly to the front. He bowed his head to greet softly, long time no see, billion. A back shadow wearing a cloak standing in front of Hyuk Ryan Woon. She heard the voice slightly turned around, revealing a beautiful cold face. Hyuk Ryan Woon stood opposite sweating face, thinking, first to start with the person who wanted to pull the raft with the second master, Hyuk Ryan Wool, the three lady. Hyuk Ryan Wool saw who the person came, he lost his patience, frowned and said, if you come here to beg for life, then I will hear it, go home. Seeing her intending to turn away, Hyuk Ryan Woon in the back said, actually we came here to propose the alliance with Billion. But you have no power and strength, Hyuk Ryan Wool nonchalantly said. Her eyebrows were even more tight, she went back to glance at Hyuk Ryan Woon and then contemptuously said, you only had the amount of your mother's family, the house of the servant, what did you say? Ugly guy does not know that thing. From Hyuk Ryan Wool suddenly emitted a layer of killing intent, she coldly asked, that's how you would like to forgive my life? Hyuk Ryan Woon did not pay attention to these contempt, he still calmly said, we come here to ask the alliance as an equality, so we will give billions of benefits to make the billion cannot be denied. Hyuk Ryan Wool is lazy to listen to these words, she waved her hands annoyed, ha, I did not want to hear, go back to the palace, if you still have your life. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hyuk Ryan Woon loudly said, Ni Teo had chosen the great owner, heard this word, the shoulder of Hyuk Ryan Wool slightly trembled. Collecting all this small reaction to the eyes, Hyuk Ryan Woon was happy to think, okay, she wavered already. Therefore, he continued to say, so that the union with the second master, the one who had no one backed, the billion were planning to closely monitor the Bai Tian family of the great master, however, it was a mistake, because of Ni Teo capital owner has merged the force with the great owner. Where did you hear that? Hyuk Ryan Wool glanced at him. I could not say, Hyuk Ryan Woon replied, he bowed slightly, could not tell himself to right himself. At this time, Hyuk Ryan Wool turned back to stand opposite to Lee Si Woo, she asked against her hand, so you were my ally? Accurate, Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded in response. Hyuk Ryan Wool bowed his head to sigh. Soon after, she raised her head, hated to say, the alliance was an equal relationship, but I would not receive anything if the union with you. Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately held out his hand and responded softly, so if the whole family of the Lahao family was ally. The alliance with the Lahao family, the richest family of the god, Hyuk Ryan Wool silently calculated in his mind. Thinking for a moment, she asked, why could you arbitrarily alliance with the Zen family, when you were not yet recognized by the La family? Hyuk Ryan Woon was confident to say, maybe now it was but in the future, it will definitely change. His eyes exuded an unprecedented steadfast atmosphere. He slowly asserted, because we will soon go to the Demon God Cave. Demon God Cave. Hearing this name, Hyuk Ryan Wool was surprised to open his eyes. In her mind, she showed a scary image at the Demon God Cave, where it was cold, with each layer of dense white bones on the ground. One place has been 300 years since the construction of no one to overcome, one place there is no return, but this guy takes into account. Thinking like that, Hyuk Ryan Wool immediately asked again, do you know in the Demon Cave, which means nothing. Hyuk Ryan Woon turned away, as if there was nothing to respond. To show his sincerity, at least we had to do that. He said slightly, so I look forward to replying from the billion, after we come back to survive from the Demon Cave, my billion. At the training ground of the Black Lion, Sabu Sion is training the members of the sect. Hyuk Ryan Woon sat above and studied a book while scratching his head. The Demon Cave, a training area built by the third leader, the Demon King Falls, the person who laid the foundation for Niet Naguyat Than Dao, to foster talent. The image of the Demon Cave in imagination appears in his mind. It is a long tradition, you must cross the Demon God, to become the true followers of the God and have eligible to succeed. I have right so, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought. He scratched his head for a while and then shouted, why did he write like that? The mood of Hyuk Ryan Woon changed, he bit his nails to think. His survival rate is no percentage, will it be possible to do it? Come to think of it, Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly smashed his hand on the chair. To survive, there was no other way. He stood up, his fear was completely replaced by his consistency and strength. He told himself, I could do it. The next day, Hyuk Ryan Woon with a luggage bag is climbing step by step on the Demon Cave. Up to the place, Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled. Only see outside the cave door, 2 people are guarding there. These 2 people saw Hyuk Ryan Woon, then evaluated around. Immediately after that, the door of the Demon Cave was slowly opened. Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly walked through the door inside. He was a little worried, thinking, I won't die here. Tap a torch. The light from the torch illuminated a small space in the dark cave. Hyuk Ryan Woon clenched the solid torch step by step deep inside. Going for a while, he put the torch next to him, took off his luggage bag on his body. Now he can start. Inside the bag is a protective clothes. Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly put on his clothes. Wearing the head hat up, his body now only showed 2 sharp eyes. He secretly said, okay, prepared was finished. Right now, a whirling sound rang far away in the cave. Hyuk Ryan Woon wary of turning his head to look back. They are here. Looking at a huge flock of mosquitoes rumbling towards him, he thought, the Demon Cave, so this is the start. The first, the mosquito of the Demon God Cave. They have saliva causing hallucinations, and sometimes they go into hundreds of children, burn until you die from dehydration. Hyuk Ryan Woon released cold eyes staring at this mosquito herd, coldly said, but we have predicted this, so we learned the survival skills from the player. Go up, you defend, ready to welcome the mosquito flock. Hundreds of mosquitoes gathered into fluttering flocks to emit light. Hyuk Ryan Woon shouted loudly, his hands clenched a long tube, from the tube sprayed a water, fluttering straight to the mosquito herd. He enjoyed saying, surprisingly not old lady, die, see my wooden insect spray here. Die, go back to the motherland, Hyuk Ryan Woon shouted. The mosquito herd was hit by the medicine, immediately falling in the ground. Soon Hyuk Ryan Woon has finished this mosquito herd. Looking at the pile of mosquitoes under his feet, he breathed a little bit. Take off the protective hat. Hyuk Ryan Woon's face was wet and sweaty. Silently, the young master defeated these mosquitoes with fire. Take the torch next to burn these mosquitoes, continue to exclude, although not very cool, but this is perfect already. Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled and said, no matter what, I succeeded in overcoming the first frontier of the Demon God Cave. At the disciples of the second master Hyuk Ryan Jin. There are 2 people who are meeting in the room. Great Master Hyuk Ryan GM against his hips anxious, Jin, why are you so leisurely? Hyuk Ryan Jin picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, calmly said, we had to worry because Woon into the Demon Cave. Hyuk Ryan GM nodded, yay. Sure, Hyuk Ryan Jin slowly responded, well, Woon decided to enter the Demon Cave, not knowing what he was thinking. Hyuk Ryan Jim was not as calm as Hyuk Ryan Jin. He said frustratedly, "Who cares, that guy must find his way to death, right? Thinking about having to call that guy a family, so embarrassing. It is true that it is the low-blooded one." Hearing this, Hyuk Ryan Jin suddenly put the cup of tea on the table. He closed his eyes slightly, silent, and said nothing. A moment later, Hyuk Ryan Jin lifted the cup slightly. From the cup of tea suddenly released countless water drops carrying strong spiritual energy. Then he put the cup of tea down again, like a warning action. Hyuk Ryan Jim saw that, then swear an hour, his face showed a fear. Feeling the terrible killing intent emanating from the Hyuk Ryan Jin. Hyuk Ryan Jim hurriedly shouted, "Sorry, I missed my mouth." At this time, Hyuk Ryan Jin opened his eyes, recovered his killing intent, he lifted the cup of tea, not fast not slow to speak, "We were the devoted people to the great God, please stop talking about things easy to misunderstand." Hyuk Ryan Jim heard that, then scratched her head laugh for a few hours. Seeing Hyuk Ryan Jin not paying attention to him anymore, he just breathed a breath, his face showed a very vigilant. He recalled the martial match between himself and Hyuk Ryan Jin. "I feel the tremendous power from this person." With the gentle face of Hyuk Ryan Jin, so many people really know how scary this looks, or so scary. But now, inside the demon god. The deeper walking inside, Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly worriedly held his hand tightly to him, suspicious, or exclaimed, "Why was naturally cold spine?" He tore two pieces of fabric stuffed tightly on the sides of his ears, thinking, now preparing for the next. Hyuk Ryan Woon continues to wear on the neck of a ring with 3 gems on it. Finally, he covered his eyes with a black cloth, came here, the second of the demon cave, was to form a ghost mind. Holding the sharp sword in his hand, Hyuk Ryan Woon wary of the 4 directions here. #value. Right now countless cunning battles appeared in the demon cave. Hyuk Ryan Woon focuses on the whole spirit. This is a place where all nightmares become truth, and the fog is hovering around here to make that nightmare look even more realistic. But they were blown by Hyuk Ryan Jin's martial arts. At the moment when you doubt or let the imagination fly away, you die, so when standing in countless battles in fog, Hyuk Ryan Woon constantly muttered a few sentences, though dong hai drying. After a long time, he resisted the sword in his hand to the ground. Hyuk Ryan Woon's face was soaked with sweat, he removed his eyes and looked at the front, silently said, "Probably this is the end point." In front of Hyuk Ryan Woon, a cave appeared. Holding the necklace on his neck, he exclaimed a few sentences, although it was not the technique that he lacked the owner, but fortunately the poisonous pearl had the effect. With his hand inside his chest, Hyuk Ryan Woon looked up at the door to himself, "But, this is too easy or not, only a 3, if it's easy, it is good." Take out a small bottle, open the lid. A hard scent to smell the mouth of the vase, Hyuk Ryan Woon put his nose and cried out, so dared to apply it to the sky. But there was no other way, to survive, he had to bear it. He took out a towel, imbued with liquid inside, and quickly applied it to him. Finally, Hyuk Ryan Woon took out another small jar. He mixed those 2 things together, thinking in his mind, so it would work, right? Hyuk Ryan Woon put the vase down in front of the cave door, secretly said, "It is best to go, miss too far. It works, running away and praying. Run to fill after a rock, looking at the jar that is being placed far away." Hyuk Ryan Woon is highly concentrated. At this moment, the mutant occurred. Hyuk Ryan Woon gripped his hand tightly. He was here, now he has to use the evil step to hide the sound and use the armor to make the body harder. A hand with pointed nails poked out of the cave door. Followed by a head with a long hair that covered the face, just revealing the mouth with a sharp fangs, saliva flowing around. The monster stuck out the long red tongue, the 2 pupils were wildly rounded, slowly crawling out of the cave door. Looking at this scene, Hyuk Ryan Woon sweated and thought, the monster underground, did not expect this thing to really exist, even a master who wanted to defeat them was also difficult. This monster cannot see the road, they reptiles on the ground, can only rely on the smell to feel the prey. Hyuk Ryan Woon coldly thought, after applying the ointment on his body, hiding sound and increasing his body hardness, he will think he is a stinking rock. And this monster will be more curious about the scent of that vase rather than his. Stick trapped, Hyuk Ryan Woon silently shouted, looking at the monster who was poking his nose to smell against the mouth. Suddenly it was startled. Then angrily exclaimed, handing off the other jar, his mouth constantly spitting out a sip of disgusting saliva. Looking at the monster struggling on the ground, Hyuk Ryan Woon calculated, it was right now. He immediately used the evil step, quickly launched it over it. Safe down to the other side, Hyuk Ryan Woon looks back slightly, his mouth shows a dangerous smile, thinking, we also put in chili powder and anesthetics already. But haven't laughed for so long. Hyuk Ryan Woon was ahead of his eyes, not being able to understand what the hell is happening. Only hundreds of monsters underground moaning emitted every moan, crawling from the cave. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately lay down on the ground, silently scolding 2 damn hours. His 2 teeth clenched tightly, his face was full of anxiety, not only one, the whole family here. Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly ran to hide behind the rock, the whole body looked at the monsters crawling towards him, thinking, please don't find out. He did not dare to breathe hard, watching the monsters slowly crawled over himself, silently praying, please, please. Seeing the monsters go forward, Hyuk Ryan Woon smirked, in his heart, he was happy, right, go on. But right now, suddenly a monster seemed to notice the unusual thing, stopped, opened his eyes, bared his sharp teeth out. It instinctively finds the direction where Hyuk Ryan Woon is hiding, looking at his long tongue full of saliva, Hyuk Ryan Woon sweats full of people. The monster uses a long tongue to sniff, its saliva is thrown everywhere, Hyuk Ryan Woon thinks in his heart, really, just go away. Looking at the monster increasingly approaching him, Hyuk Ryan Woon swallowed saliva, his face pale wet. At the same time, the monster sniffed Hyuk Ryan Woon, it roared for a few loud hours. After that, I rushed into Hyuk Ryan Woon, it was long and lazy with a sharp teeth that wanted to bite him. Hyuk Ryan Woon was now afraid of green face, his eyes also widened out. Hyuk Ryan Woon, looking at the scary face of the monster, could not calm down anymore, he shouted. Instinctively defensive, Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his weapons in his hand to look towards the monster. The monster was shot by Hyuk Ryan Woon's insect spray, because he was not defended, he was tilted back, and Hyuk Ryan Woon was contemptuously said, taking it away. The monster was extremely angry, he swung his sharp claws and hit Hyuk Ryan Woon. Fortunately, Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly bent to avoid it, the hit of the monster immediately smashed the rock next to. Hyuk Ryan Woon has just avoided its attack, in his heart, thinking, the story has missed it, now he has to use all his strength to run to the exit. The monster of course did not easily forgive him like that, he screamed for a very long voice and quickly chased after the back. At this time, basically Hyuk Ryan Woon could only run his life to the exit, he did not have time to turn back to look back. Seeing someone run away, the rest of the monsters also caught very fast, flabby and chased after. Hyuk Ryan Woon ran and glanced at them, said, God, he chased his scent, spread the pile of lard on the other person without any meaning. After saying that, he just shouted loudly, putting his strength to run faster. Hyuk Ryan Woon looked at the monsters who were left behind, happily laughed, ha ha ha, practicing meals now is not useless, you guys don't catch up to me. But the joy was not long, in front of Hyuk Ryan Woon was blocked by an old and big monster than the bunch behind, he was extremely panicked. The old monster felt Hyuk Ryan Woon, it bared the sharp teeth and the long tongue out, screaming loudly. Looking at this scene, Hyuk Ryan Woon could not help but swear for an hour, cheeks, I did not anticipate this. Talking here, he took the momentum on his feet, put the force of jumping up, raising his fist towards this old monster. Hyuk Ryan Woon looked at the empty land in front of the old monster and then descended a right. The old monster was strongly punched by forcefully and stepped back a few steps. It was extremely angry because of being attacked. The old monster screamed, then swung his arms on Hyuk Ryan Woon. Its sharp claws seemed to grasp the flesh of Hyuk Ryan Woon, but in fact it was his shirt. It was stunned to look at the torn shirt in his hand, before he could understand what was happening. But Hyuk Ryan Woon now left both his shirt and sword, leaving his dragonfly, his face was sweaty. Hyuk Ryan Woon tried to run quickly and thought that the Demon King was crazy, he created the demon cave to raise them, right? Old monsters quickly caught up behind, seeing the Hyuk Ryan Woon's face pale, he shouted loudly and then ran his leg. Hyuk Ryan Woon runs very fast, soon approaching the cave door, he happily said, the exit is all ready. But suddenly Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly stopped. He looked at the abyss before his eyes, mocked, ha, I did not expect anything very much to know that the young master passed the cliff easily, but this is a bit deep already. Behind, the old monster was quickly ran to his place, Hyuk Ryan Woon closed his eyes and screamed, Arg, Demon King, I cursed him. After relieving the negative emotions, Hyuk Ryan Woon was calmer, he stepped back a few steps to get momentum, silently said, Fu, I could do it, let's go, let's go. As soon as he turned forward, Hyuk Ryan Woon screamed, ran forward without hesitation. At this time, the old monster just caught up. It took out his large pointed hand. That hand almost caught Hyuk Ryan Woon. Fortunately, he had time to jump into the air. The old monster below was also so that he missed in the atmosphere. Hyuk Ryan Woon defied all to the exit. Looking at the exit before his eyes, he was happy to say, did it, fortunately because he had studied Black Duck according to Jang Muryong, returning to reward him to be able to get more. But just happy for a few seconds, Hyuk Ryan Woon realized that he could not reach the exit. He hurriedly said, drill, so slowly. Both Hyuk Ryan Woon began to be nervous. His face went back a few parts, trying to reach out and stretching out, crying out the helpless sounds. Hyuk Ryan Woon's hand trembled, almost could not reach the cave door. He did not believe his eyes, sorrowfully said, could not. Hand slipped, Hyuk Ryan Woon in the inertia fell down in the abyss. He could only shout a tragic voice loudly. Overlapping, Hyuk Ryan Woon fell straight to the bottom. He lying on the ground looked at the crushed pieces of crushed rocks from above. Hyuk Ryan Woon's hand moved a bit. Then he opened his eyes and glared, breathing a few breaths. Hyuk Ryan Woon sat up, he touched his head, spinning his neck and exclaimed, not using the armor to die, he would die, now how to come up there on it here. Right at this moment, the corner of Hyuk Ryan Woon's eyes saw something. He was shocked for a while. Only seeing a secret ahead, above the aisle there is a very glowing crystal. Hyuk Ryan Wook quickly stood up, stared at the way in front of his eyes. He doubted, what was Skull being? I remember I did not write anywhere like this. Those monsters probably won't appear anymore, just go, no matter what, it is better than starving here. After saying that, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately walked inside to see. Going for a while inside, yet the exit of the secret path, Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly felt very shocked. Looking at the majestic young water scenery in front of him, he was dumbfounded to see for a long time. Only then did he continue to take a step forward. Caught in his eyes as a tree with the ripe fruit on the top, Hyuk Ryan Woon was surprised. Then Hyuk Ryan Woon continued to go up every step of the stairs in front of him. When going to a large door, Hyuk Ryan Woon exclaimed, wandering, this is the place where Han seals hidden in the abyss in the legend. Hyuk Ryan Woon pays attention on the door with a fingerprint. He touched his chin a few times, reflected to say, this is to put his hand up, right? Thinking about doing, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately put his hand on the door. Immediately, the door was started, opened before his eyes. Looking at the inner scenery, Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely surprised and shouted. He gradually walked inside. In front was a podium, above a statue. Getting closer, Hyuk Ryan Woon saw a sword and a carefully wrapped book on the next table. His eyes suddenly noticed on the statue still engraved some words. Hyuk Ryan Woon approached and read each sentence, sending to the person who will inherit my position, congratulations on overcoming all the gates of the demon cave. The demon king falls, created this cave and arranged so that the person who passes the cave will succeed our taste, so use it for usefulness. Reading here, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately reached out to pick up the notebook right next to. He opened it, so he was shocked to exclaim, martial arts. Truyan has the most powerful power in the history of the god. Unfortunately, as rumored, he never passed his martial arts to the next life, nor did he leave any records of martial arts. That holy public is in the religion. It turned out that the old monster was the most powerful power in history. Everything was now changed. This is the Vo-song martial arts of the holy devil. It turns out it has been hidden here for so long. Looking at the martial arts secret in hand, Hyuk Ryan Woon said happily, wandering, this is the immoral martial art of the holy demon. Then I have won the trick and then, overcome the gate of the god of God is very good already. Whoever doubted that this bargain. But when I looked at the word on the notebook, Hyuk Ryan Woon was angry. But why was the word so bad? I only read a small part. I must bring it back, thanks to the old man, to see the new household. To the secret of martial arts aside, Hyuk Ryan Woon picked up the sword, secretly said, this sword looks special. He used strength to withdraw the sword to see. After withdrawing, Hyuk Ryan Woon raised the sharp sword in the air. Looking at it flashed in front of him, Mr. Olin said, his facial expression also carried some fun. Looking at the sword for a while, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately checked the sword in the shell. He suddenly looked around and then said, in this place we'll often find the panacea to increase the strength of all kinds. Saying that, Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly carried the secret of martial arts and swords jumping down the stairs below. Out to the outside, he interrupted a few berries on the tree. Hyuk Ryan Woon built a sword next to him, put the fruit in his mouth chewing, on the ground and scattered the core of the fruit he had just ate. Eating well, Hyuk Ryan Woon continues to go to the next stream to drink water. He drank for his stomach full, burping happily. Done, Hyuk Ryan Woon sat down on a cliff, dumbfounded at the sky, silent like waiting for something. Wait forever to see nothing, Hyuk Ryan Woon shouted angrily. These things were just normal fruits with water, his cheeks, stingy clothes, leaving a little bit of medicine, he died or whatever he. Hyuk Ryan Woon slightly bent down, smashed his hand hard on the rock, could not suppress anger. Now I need a panacea rather than that martial arts set. Thinking for a while, so he decided to return to the door, put his hand up to open it again. Hyuk Ryan Woon entered the room full of weapons, he exclaimed surprised, "Whoa, a collection of terrible weapons." Looking at a series of weapons in front of his eyes, Hyuk Ryan Woon counted once and then said, 7 swords, 5 short swords. He turned to look at the scaffolding in front of him, a total of 7 spears, a whole bow. Not yet finished the sentence, Hyuk Ryan Woon pays attention to the black gloves lying in a corner, not knowing what this is something. Without hesitation, he put on those gloves and said, I saw something called the dragon horn in the list, this is it, it feels like a normal leather glove but softer than that. Looking at the gloves in his hand, Hyuk Ryan Woon grasped his hand tightly, it was very fit. He put his hand up to get the jacket on the holy statue, very polite to speak, please permit. Hyuk Ryan Woon put on his body, silently exclaiming, these things have passed for centuries but still intact, meaning they are made from quality materials. He stood his back on the other holy statue, crossed his arms and said, there was also food and water, so he kept finding his way out, if he was so, just a few days of saving that martial arts kit that. A few weeks later, the new door was opened from the inside. Hyuk Ryan Woon's back carried a pile of weapons slowly coming out, he secretly lamented, oh my mother, so heavy. Hyuk Ryan Woo tilted up and looked up at the smirked sky, it was time to come back. He groped in the quite dark and bumpy road, fortunately that demon wrote the position of the exit. Looking at the light source appearing in the distance of the exit, Hyuk Ryan Won exclaimed, but he did not say it led to where, so that, let alone know that. Because he was walking in the dark cave, suddenly seeing the sun, suddenly Hyuk Ryan Woon put his hand to cover his eyes, Wunoho, too dazzling, where I am here. Suddenly there was a stick falling on the ground. A trembling old man stared at Hyuk Ryan Woon, seeing that he was extremely confusing. Hyuk Ryan Woon carried a pile of weapons to come close to the old man and say, hey, the old man, where this place is. The old man still trembled and looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon once from top to bottom, stuttering, descendant of the demon king who lowered himself to earth. Speaking of which, he threw down the wood on his back, knelt directly in front of Hyuk Ryan Wook, looked at this screen, he quickly said, no, drill, the old man, what did he say? The old man stuck his face and looked up at Hyuk Ryan Wook, his eyes were still teary, he was happy to tighten, his cloak and sword of the demon king proved that he was his descendant, the old man was blessed. 3 new generations met him. At this time, Hyuk Ryan Woon just intended the person he wore, he watched the old man cut the firewood in front of him, the demon king's cloak, he was talking about his clothes and swords. Who expected the old man to cut the firewood suddenly stood up, making Hyuk Ryan Woon startled himself. He turned and ran away quickly, Hyuk Ryan Woon looked with his eyes extremely confusing. Looking at the old man and his butt running, Hyuk Ryan Woon said helplessly, at least the road and then go away. Elsewhere, on the crowded streets, there is a sound of asking, also a few weeks and since that Wooly Woon disappeared, he had a problem. At this moment, right near the wall of the city suddenly echoed the cheering incessantly. Sabu Sion and Sang Kwan who heard the noise immediately raised his face to look around. Sabu Sion looked at the crowd and cheered and asked, what a celebration today, Sang Kwan who shook his head and answered, I didn't know. Seeing that these 2 men didn't know anything, one person next to him said, you didn't know, the Devon descendants of the Demon King had appeared, a few days ago, the flag in the Demon Cave was hung up, from the time the cave is built until now, this is the first time we see that. The 2 of them heard that their faces were black, Sabu Sion quickly said, the Demon Cave, and came to Kwan who immediately continued, could not. Immediately after this sentence, the 2 ran quickly to see, Sabu Sion said, the name Hyuk Ryan Woon could not be descendant, right? Only see now Hyuk Ryan Woon sitting on a wooden palanquin is carried away. The people below cheered him, he also raised his hand to respond to that enthusiasm. Hyuk Ryan Woon outside blushed and laughed, thinking in his heart, unexpectedly, someone waited at the exit, too afraid, but also criticized. Return to Sao Dong. Hyuk Ryan Woon sat down on the chair to breathe in a breath and then said, finally escaping, afraid to die. Both Sabu Sion and Sang Kwan, who are standing in front of him, Sabu Sion crossed his arms and asked, Woon, what is this? Sang Kwan, who also glanced at Hyuk Ryan Woon and said, you only stayed in the cave for a few weeks, but now suddenly becoming descendants already. Hyuk Ryan Woon tilted his face up to the ceiling, faltering, about that. He recounted the process he fought with a pile of insects. Then closed his eyes to fight a lot of legal battles. Next, the Demon King was running around. Finally, the cave is where there is a stone statue and a martial arts secret and a sharp sword. Hearing Hyuk Ryan Woon finished, Sang Kwan, who said in horror, unbelievable, a great secret was hidden in the cave. Sabu Sion also spoke, unbelievable, the cave was built 300 years ago, and you were the first to discover this secret. Hyuk Ryan Woon sat up and said, not very good, we want to hide the job, make everyone surprised at the last minute, like in those shovels. The three of them were standing opposite each other, coming to Kwan Hu to hear that, they raised their hands to confuses, why, becoming a descendant is a great honor. Hyuk Ryan Woon crossed his arms, the problem is, this expected is too big, our enemies will definitely boil blood because of this, but we are not strong enough to confront them, well, we understand. To Kwan, who slightly bowed, Hyuk Ryan Woon on the way to think about his chin, even worse is that he goes to the cave not only to deviate from the plot, but he even becomes a descendant of the devil. He remembered Hyuk Ryan Jin's face, silently in his heart think, whether the second mistress will do what will do. Hyuk Ryan Woon's face was slightly pale, a layer of sweat, he scratched his head and lamented, what should I do? Woon worried about his thoughts, the current plan may not be as expected, but it was too late to turn, now everything is like this, I have to improvise. Thinking for a while he turned to say, Who, to the place where I told you to collect something to help me, and do not forget to enjoy the people there. The opponent immediately nodded to receive orders. Woon looked at Bu Xian and asked, how the training was. He answered, the archery training on the horse's back was over. After discussing with Lao Jiang, I thought of melee training to develop dagming industry as a good idea. This information made Woon silently, if Bu Xian and Zhang Muryong, two martial arts masters who work together, will surely produce the best dagger industry, they will transform the force using a knife. Stabbing in modern times in the style of gypsy. Then he turned and nodded, very good, from now on, postponed melee training, and focused on training survival skills for the Black Lion. Alright, there will be a meeting tonight, so at that time I will meet people later, please invite Mok Dan Pyong to the dining table tonight. Who, this of your words makes it difficult to understand, why is it? He. Woon smiled badly and answered, because we had some things to ask him in the meeting tonight. After dinner, everyone went to the hall to discuss the work. Dan Pyong was nervous, I didn't want to meet this people, why did they call me, why did I come here? Right now Woon said loudly, bring it up. From the outside there are subordinates of calves and a barrel N. The chest slowly moved inside. The people put it hard on the ground. Zhang Muryong was startled and asked, what was this lack of owner? Woon explained, these are the items we get from the demon cave. As you can see, this is not a normal item, if you want to take it away, I also calculate all the distribution of this pile. Zhang Muryong widened his eyes, drilled, who intended to give them these precious items? In addition to Woon, it is indifferent, these things are not valuable, how can you be able to get to your talents, but say so, but in your heart is extremely satisfied, of course they are precious, but because I have been free, if I show a generous amount, they will work harder. Not outside he predicted, everyone respectfully, thanking people, lack of owner. Who took a sword that was happy? Bu Xian then choose for themselves the bow and arrow tree. When only Zhang Muryong was still struggling to know what to choose, Woon now called him. He took out a ring and said, accepting this. This is the Black Dragon Ring, has the same effect as the poisonous jade. Zhang Muryong panicked, how can God dare to receive this precious thing? Looking at his touching appearance that Woon was happy, of course, we had to protect my tactics so that he wouldn't be poisoned, but the problem was that he was so wet, why did he have the title of battle demonstrality in the legendary legend? At this time, only Dan Pyong is still bewildered. Woon put his arm on his neck and said, sorry, but nothing for you. I will give you the responsibility to sell the masterpiece of this Demon King as a reward, the family of the Magnet is famous for its weapons trade. Dan Pyong worriedly asked, the award, sir? Woon smiled and said, why did you suddenly talk politely so, I mean, try to sell as much as possible. After saying that, he used the ugly eyes and glanced at the opponent. Just like that in the afternoon. Wool hugged the sorrow and walked along the corridor. She was thinking about Woon after passing the demon god cave, now the descendant of the demon king. When Woon suddenly spoke, welcoming my billion, Wool was startled. You came again without notice anymore. The name did not know the rules. Woon did not answer but gave her a piece of card. Observing for a while, she turned to ask, a listed believer of the Lahao clan, you were there already? Woon answered, of course, the disciple always kept his promise, now it's his turn. Wool looked at him with suspicious eyes, but now she was a weaker person. After a while, she asked, but this, the demon cave did not talk about it, but why did you be admitted by Lahao? Woon sweats the reasons. In his heart he understood, he did not care about him as the descendant of the demon king, he had to give him a lot of valuable gemstones with gloves and the dragon horn. Because in order for Wool to stop in doubt, Woon confused, please don't worry anymore, people want the alliance to be a billion, not the Naguyat Vu clan. Wool silently observed him, in her heart, he reminded her of Ween Hyuk Ryan Jin. For a while, she nodded, I will alliance with you as promised. Woon smiled at the ceremony, looking forward to cooperating with billions. At the same time at Ryan Jin's disciple. He was sitting silently by the window. The space became more and more silent. After a long time he spoke, so Woon went to a side with Wool Star. It must be very serious with this match. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand suddenly smoked. Ryan Jin was uncomfortable and sighed. The old man is so crazy to see. At a rocky mountain. Suddenly at the foot of the mountain made a sound. From inside, someone kicked out. The tall and powerful appearance. This person is none other than the main character of the novel The Road Becomes a Hero, Tame Yu Kwang, the opponent who brushes the dust on his hair and said, for a long time before seeing the sun. After saying that, he held up the sword in his hand in the air. The mouth muttered to check the surrounding situation. The voice just finished, his figure completely disappeared. The rocky mountain fell into a quiet state as if no one had ever been here. The sun also slowly dive, as if preparing for a new start. In the forest. Tame Yu Kwang wandered around, he was so confusing, where I was in the shop. Then he suddenly remembered something. Well, I can ask the road. Because I went for 2 days, Tame Yu Kwang hugged that thought and rushed away. Not far from this place, there was a fight, the aggressive bandits grabbed the clothes of the people. Right now there is a shadow appearing. The Nicher is still bewildered and does not understand anything, there is an increasingly closer foot. Shortly after that he was kicked straight by the other foot. Loving his wife, Tame Yu Kwang's stone commercial stone caused the bandit to fly behind. Tame Yu Kwang said calmly, sorry, I was winning urgently, why were you standing there? The Nicher angrily shouted, which guy you were? Tame Yu Kwang still proved to be suddenly, I wanted to ask for the way. But first, do you eat anything? The fierce witchman picked up the sword and wanted to slash him, what you said, this bastard. But Tame Yu Kwang easily dodged his attack. Not only that, he also borrowed that and hit the opponent's stomach. He fell painfully to the ground. Tame Yu Kwang clicked his tongue, I was hungry, so I just asked for a little food before going. But the robbery is impossible not, right? The people were tortured by the feuds at this time also witnessed the attack of Tame Yu Kwang, he seemed to be able to save the straw and kneel, lack of hayup, if you helped us chase these bandits, guys, I will treat you a hearty meal. Tame Yu Kwang smiled, remember to keep his words, the meal was hearty. This confident attitude of Tame Yu Kwang made the bandits angry, they shouted loudly. Tame Yu Kwang did not show fear. After a while, his feet pressed hard on the ground. From inside the body is appearing Keen Long. Tame Yu Kwang defended the position of the sword. The bandits have not yet realized the threat and shouted. Immediately afterward was a series of swords cut through. The sword of the bandits simultaneously fell to the ground. Everyone was beaten to work. The nearby villagers saw this scene that was bewildered, he defeated the robbers in just one trick. But that attack also made Tame Yu Kwang suffer. The villagers panicked to ask, why, you were injured? Tame Yu Kwang sobbed, I'm so hungry. The villagers immediately gave him 2 dumplings. Tame Yu Kwang quickly accepted and waved. The people of this opportunity quietly assessed that the torn clothes and the strong work were not suitable for his age, he was definitely a master who had just come down the mountain after practicing the completion. Then the old man spoke up, my name was Gong Sun Sang, asking for the magic to ask where he was going to go. Tame Yu Kwang ate and answered, We were adventurous wanderer to Hubei, but we were lost. Gong Sun Sang happily said, we are also there. If you want, you can accompany us, we will pay for food and activities for you. Tame Yu Kwang laughed, so good, Gong Sun Sang said happily, thank you very much, missing. How old are you? Tame Yu Kwang replied, this year I am 30 years old, Gong Sun Sang oh, so do I, so please call comfortably. This is the first meeting between Tame Yu Kwang, the protagonist of the novel The Road Becomes Hero, and Gong Sun Sang, a merchant later will become the largest trader leader in Trung Nguyen, Phan Lam Association. The sound of fireworks exploded in the sky. Under the tower, the conference gathered enough. Woon sat quietly in the chair. He looked down at his forces, the official launch of the Black Lion. And also the day I officially became the leader of the Black Lion. Wool came to ask, the reason you invite me to the launching ceremony of the sect, due to reveal what we alliance to the second master know, are you sure about this decision? Woon answered, what we contacted. Min sooner or later is exposed, moreover this is a good opportunity to shake those who are still wondering. Wool hesitantly said, you said it was reasonable, but, Jin Ween was not a simple person. Woon nodded and answered, Da also knew it. Suddenly, there was a loud shout, Hyuk Ryan Woon, that idiot. The one who just said was the big brother of Woon. Wool is extremely wary of this person. He led his people aggressively. But he casually put on Woon's shoulder and then said, could not believe that the youngest was the descendant of the Demon King, since when you were so big. Woon awkwardly smiled and said, compared to the brother, he still had to practice a lot. The lies of both of them echoed around. Wool was extremely vigilant to observe, he came here to explore Woon, if so. Not waiting for her to act, there was another person coming. Woon's voice and the big brother are still continuing, drink until your nose broke. Then you will drink until you are straight. At this moment the other person put his hand on Woon's shoulder. The whole brother seemed to receive a rush wave. Woon's body trembled, the big brother just casually shouted, he came, Jin. He did not answer but turned to speak to Woon, as a member of the god and the brother of the disciple, I sincerely congratulate him. To make us admire, Woon painfully looked at the opponent of the protagonist Tame Yu Kwang, second master Hyuk Ryan Jin. His strength is at another level, no matter how hard he tries. I will never defeat him. Then he trembled and bowed to the ceremony, he was too much, he still had many bad points, looking forward to the brothers to help more in the future. Jin smiled and said, we must be the one who said that, just, in. Looking at Jin's shadow, Woon was still not calm, no matter how hard he tried, he still could not beat him. If my goal is not being killed by the protagonist Tame Yu Kwang and returning to the old world, then I think I will go to Hugnhi the who lacks the owner immediately and always. Come to think of it, he could not help but sigh. The way home is so far away. Inside the hall. Who said loudly, so the launch of the Black Lion had come to the end, and the following was the auction of the supreme weapon of the Demon King, which was hidden for 300 years. Please focus on looking here. The guests were stirred below, the weapon of the Demon King, this is a 1,000-year opportunity, do you have money? Who could not throw joy but turned to talk to Woon, this reaction was quite good. Woon nodded, they were the weapons of the Demon King, of course everyone in the god would want to have it, you like what? Shortly thereafter the first weapon was brought up, it was the Demon King. The starting price is 1,000 silver. The guest below gasped. Woon was happy, yes, continuing to attract everyone's attention in that weapon, doing well. Each person is constantly higher, 100,000. 100 odd 2,000. Lao Jiang saw this opposite love, then turned to glance at Woon. Progress very well. Who took the opportunity to close the price, if no one gave a higher price, then congratulations to Li Li of the Han Han family, for sale. The auction continued. Until the end of the session, Lao Jiangbi came to a box. He held up the pearl ring and said, and this was the last dish. This is the holy beads that the Demon King likes the most. Everyone immediately looked at it with delusion. Mr. Jiang continued. The starting price will be 500,000. Everyone gaped. Woon chuckled, this amount worth about 1 billion won, who will be the buyer? But the people have started hesitating, just a beads, not weapons, who is stupid? But there was an arm raised, 5 million. Anyone who took it was bewildered. Woon himself could not believe it. The one who came out this price was none other than Jin. Mr. Jiang broke out and asked, 5 million from Ni Tio, and anyone else? The people below were bewildered. After a while, who read out loudly, The holy beads were auctioned successfully for the second master for 5 million. Immediately, everyone shouted to clap their hands. Woon was extremely impatient. Why, even if it was an antiques of the Demon King, why did he spend 10 billion won just to buy the necklace? Jin still did not move anything but casually went to receive a series of rounds. So he put on his own hand. Immediately there was a source of energy. His hand seemed to be connected to a gap. Only a thought, a sword slowly emitted. Jin was extremely surprised with this. Not only did he be the people around him also admired, the royal string of the Demon King turned into a sword. Seeing that the opponent was so successful, Woon was extremely miserable. When I wore it, it was just a normal bead. Jin casually said, "We just bought it because they like it, unexpectedly it is likely to be like this." After saying that, he captured the sword in his hand. The sword turned into a pearl shape. Jin smiled, "Woon, we think we should not take this." Despite being extremely regretful, Woon can only be helpless. No, people say the holy object can recognize its owner, the owner of this holy bead can only be brothers. Jin sighed and regretfully, if he said that, then he would swear to become a person worthy to own this sword. The people below were in the same time, the second mistress, the young master, the true descendants of the Demon King. Woon quietly observed the situation. This is best, when the second master is attracting public opinion, I will take the next step. The match has just started. At the same time on the rocky side that the main character of the novel was escaped, there was a crowd of people shouting to call, "Sir, right here. There are signs of someone sneaking out." The leader frowned, "Too late, we were assigned to inform immediately, when seeing anyone out of the cave. Notify the team right away." The soldiers quickly receive orders. Waiting for the auction, the Hu people returned to discuss. He was depressed. The rumor of the young master was the true descendant of the Demon King. Lao Jiang sighed, "My fault, because we had to consider it more cautious." Still worried, Woon stepped on the door. In his hand, he also carried a pile of books. Someone who assisted, "We missed too much." Who both helped and asked, "What was this pile?" "Hey, you're okay, Woon, about that day." Woon rubbed his head in response, "The string of swordsmanship was a bit regretful. If we know, then we have sold the price higher." Everyone looked at him bewildered. "You still know it in advance?" Woon smiled and nodded. "Perhaps the beads were a weapon that only reacted to higher air like the second owner or higher, and then we own it did not have enough air to do with it." His successful answer made everyone shed tears. Woon was helplessly thinking, "I didn't know how to confront these main character names, I could only prepare it carefully, just. It would be better if Nityo's name ignored a little bit of vigilance because of this event." Come to think of it, for him to discover on the table there was a letter of Eventi Tu Hoi Tianchtong Bak. Just reading the content inside, he was startled. What? The people in the cave disappeared. The protagonist Tae Mu Kwang, it should have been out of the cave 2 years later, it was still 6 months to come to the Devil Festival, not the time to let him go on the floor, crabs too harsh. Perhaps his actions affect the plot. Perhaps it is not possible to change the death of death under the sword Tae Mu Kwang. Inside the hall, Woon told himself to calm down. You are not the name of the client. This three-cotted novel can definitely change. That night, in the forest there was a crowd of people running away. They were extremely scared. What was that guy? They did not know anymore. This crazy guy kept chasing us all the time. But the cause of this incident originates from the previous 2 hours. In the quiet black night, the two players with a reclining appearance, too, was no different from the fairy. This girl was probably that master, that De had to drug several times. I was able to defeat her. The people they were saying that the girl fainted on the ground. While these two men were still satisfied, there was a cold voice rang out, what we were doing now. Is there a bad intention, right? These two men were angry, crazy, don't have to go to our story, then they hold the sword to rush to slash Kwang, but he just smirks, why are you guys also the same? As he said, he pulled out his sword. After a slash, Mu Kwang continued, you guys studied the same teacher. The weapons of these two men were cut off into the air. The change changed, making them be calm. Why is this guy so strong? Mu Kwang snapped his arms, wisdom, then he delivered antidote here. The two bandits glanced at each other. Taking this opportunity, they threw the poisonous smoke towards Mu Kwang and shouted, down to hell. This peaceful appearance of Mu Kwang makes two bandits scared, must be a master, immunity is thousands of thousands, no, 10,000 poisonous, running, bro, say, both of them turned their heads run away. Just like that, there was a situation like the present. Mu Kuang chased behind. The two men were tired but did not dare to stop. Suddenly Mu Kuang accelerated. The killing intent is getting closer, making them open their mouths, forgiving us. Immediately there was a sword through. Mu Kuang stopped his footsteps. Behind him was the body of two bandits. Alcohol invites do not drink and want to drink alcohol, maybe they have an antidote with them. After a rummage, Mu Kuang put the antidote to the girl's mouth. Suddenly there was a call in the distance. Mu Kuang, where you were? Why did you disappear? Gong Sun Sang just breathed. I know your martial arts are good, but you are blind, this lady. Still bewildered, the girl was also dumbfounded when the girl also woke up. Mu Kuang hurriedly asked, the lady, she was okay, there were many bad guys on the earth, the next time she had to be careful. The girl bowed her head and said, I owe him. Gong Sun came in and said, but the lady. Whether she is the goddess of Naguyat. Mu Kuang is confusing, what is the holy goddess? Gong Sun replied, do you remember I told you the story of the bad people taught for a lesson recently? Mu Kuang heard that, so she asked, so she was the goddess of the moon? The girl answered, it was just too much. So we asked for permission. But before she left, Mu Kuang suddenly stopped the way. Get to know each other, I am Mu Kuang. The girl only had to introduce her name, I was Sol Su Yun, but this girl was the female lead of the novel The Road to Become a Hero. Right at this moment, the male and female couple officially met each other. Mu Kuang continued, so the lady Yun, perhaps this was destiny, did she want to eat a meal with me? The opponent hesitated in the couple. After a while and then nodded. The next day on the battlefield, Bu Xian quietly sat observing the remaining ruins. After a while he ordered, informed the leader, we solved the remaining bustle of the buffalo scorpion before returning. The subordinates immediately obeyed the order. The people kept on the horses. The atmosphere is extremely eloquent. At the same time it wounds disciple. As soon as he said, Bu Xian would suppress all the rest, hard-working, if we remove all the remnants, the whole western area would be clean. Who nodded in response, yes, this is our first victory since becoming the main sect of the god. In the heart of Woon has long bloomed, the black lion. I was worried about whether the ancient soldiers were good, but their strength exceeded their expectations, thanks to their grace that their survival rate a little more. At this moment, the eunuch's voice rang out, only 1 month from the head of the leader was sent to leader Hyuk Ryan Woon. Woon immediately knelt down to receive orders. Looking at the holy version, Woon has a headache. In addition to his face, he seemed to be sincere, but in his heart, he cursed for a long time, this is enough to be tired enough, the holy is nothing more, depressed life. He slowly opened the saint. The content inside made him afraid of green face, he wanted himself to come to die Dean tomorrow. That night, Woon was always sleepless in the library. Why did you suddenly call me to the Great Hall, what did you find out? He was not allowed to know that the client had been entered by others, otherwise everything would be shattered. A year after the Devil Festival, the devil will war with the Gypsy sect, the client dies around that time, so I must definitely find a way to return before that happened. Then he immediately dragged the secret weapon diary to survive. Then write down your plan. Currently, he must find a way, to find a better way. In the tower in the hall. Everyone has gathered enough. One side is the big brother and the second brother. The other side is Woon and Billion. Between the main hall is the other. The current leader of the god, Hyuk Ryan Moon. An official said loudly, worship the man who governs the fire of the Holy Spirit. Immediately, the great brother said respectfully, we ask the man who ruled the divine fire, the leader of the god. And the supreme, who rules all things. Woon tries to follow the actions of everyone, but he does not understand. Ryan Moon waved his hand, just enough. Family together, no need for those things, go into tea with us. This friendly figure made Woon confusing, the leader was not like he imagined. Inside the tea room. Ryan Moon slowly took off the accessories on his body and sighed, breathed out, told him to wear this fighter robe very uncomfortable, ignoring him, he still made me wear it. How are the children these days? Also, Woon. Let's see me, he asked for sweat and asked, what did the father say? Ryan Moon continued, the sword of God, I called you here because I wanted to see it. Woon dollar for a while and then startled agreed. He took out the sword and gave it to him. Ryan Moon tried a few lines and said, so this is a devil sword. Suddenly his attitude changed. He slashed a sword forward. The stormy power made the whole room flutter, but the younger brother was still indifferent to drink tea. Woon was bewildered by his strength. After a while, Ryan Moon nodded, I understood. You have worked hard, very good. Woon opened his mouth when he saw his actions. He talked to the sword, maybe the sword was conscious. Ryan Moon gave him the sword again and said, this sword was very good, remember to keep it carefully. Woon faltered, of course. He was embarrassed and communicated with the sword, you could say, answer me to find the devil. At this point, Jin took out the bracelet and said, Father, see this too. Ryan Moon nodded, yes, and this. Then he wore a jade ring in his hand. After that, Mr. Yun went to the ring. Everyone looked bewildered. Jin also watched. After a while, Ryan Moon smiled and said, nothing happened, it seemed that only the child could make it work, maybe it chose the owner for himself. Jin smiled and received the bracelet, I also tried it to ask others but nothing happened. Wool now spoke up, now telling the reason why people call us here. Ryan Moon coughed and said, we probably know it, the evil festivals are coming. Moreover, because this time the descendant of the devil has appeared, we consider expanding the scale of this festival, we are planning the talents of other tribes and the god of participation in this match. The big brother shouted in panic, saying nothing, he wanted other talents to participate anymore. Ryan Moon gave his gaze to look at him, so, the position of the leader of the god was not a hereditary, anyone in the religion had the right to become the leader. The big brother was moody and bowed. Woon at this time, His Majesty, the Son, the Father, the Son had this proposal. Ryan Moon was a bit surprised and nodded, saying. Woon answered, I want to invite the family outside Trung Nguyen to attend the Devil Festival. This of his words surprised everyone. Even Ryan Moon seemed to be surprised, he asked him why. Woon explained, although we are pressing their pressure, but who knows when they betray us, so that they are truly subdued, they must understand and be loyal to our gods. Ryan Moon nodded in agreement. I like Woon's opinion, what do you feel? Wool heard that to breathe a sigh of relief. The big brother annoyed his face. Jin smiled and said, I think this idea is good, this will be a good opportunity, to show our strength and kindness. Ryan Moon smashed his hand on the table and nodded, good. Turn difficulties into opportunities, I like, not much time left, good luck. After you are finished, everyone will return. Each group of people connected to leave. Just walked for a while, Jin suddenly glanced at Woon. He faltered, it seems that this year's Devil Festival will be quite happy. See you later. Wait until the opponent left, then Wool turned to ask, did you know how to invite the border force to mean what? Woon answered, planned, please do not worry, in his heart thought, although since I got out of the cave, the situation has changed a bit, but I know how the leader also expands the match size, I can only invite more people to play. Fleeting a month before the festival, a horse-drawn carriage was on the border, inside there was a voice, the king on the border, the king of the desert. For hundreds of years, there were many different tribes, but there was also a king. Listening to Wool asked, Woon explained, in a far quarter in the desert, there was a prosperous civilization, called loincloths, and nothing could prevent them from regaining their performance in the past. Wool hesitantly said, if it was a distance, it was not where the Asana tribe was located. Woon nodded, yes, the Asana tribe maintained the strength and prosperity for a long time, and more than half of the 36 tribes in the desert was their allies. In his heart, he thought more, according to the original, after the Devil Festival, the Border King will leave the Asana clan, and become a powerful arm for the second master in the future. I have to conquer the one will become the king. Border first, then plan for the future. Wool seemed to think of something, if it was the Asana clan, then you would be talking about Asmet, who was dubbed the Desert Wolf. Woon smiled. He seemed to remember someone's silhouette. Then he answered, he was not sure. A week before the Devil Festival took place, countless guests were invited. Jin welcomes each person. Woon stood in the back and was bored, where he went to suck the butterfly bee there, I could not come close to greet. Right now there was a crowd of people rambling up. Everyone was startled. Based on costumes, these people come from the desert. Ryan Moon welcomed himself. The opponent respectfully greeted with his politeness. In order to tighten the friendship between the Asana clan and the god, Lamb Wolf, Asmed, please attend the Devil Festival at his invitation. Ryan Moon nodded, good. After saying that, he lifted up a glass of wine. Welcome to Tandao. Both just like that, wish each other. The crowd in the back admires. Everyone's attitude surprised Wool, he was famous. So how do you convince him, Woon? But when she turned over, he disappeared from time. What was it, where did it be? Woon hugged the wine bottle to the crowd. He used his leaning appearance to say, heard that you were quite strong, star, wanna fight? Asmet glanced at him and said, today we are guests, we can take the next time. Woon encouraged, claiming to be a wolf but shy like a rabbit, you are not a wolf but a dog rather. His guest maid will stand in the distance trembling, and Asmet was angry, this bastard. I forgive you this time, go quickly. But Woon is still not afraid to be more sarcasm, this is not like that. Play with me, say and then take the sword to attack. Asmet the indignation of her sword out. The two of them continuously made the attack. The two of them silently looked at each other. The body also stepped back at the same time. As soon as he kept his balance, he continued to attack. Woon seemed to be tired and more pungent. Asmet is not weak but rushes in. Right at the tense battle, Jin interfered in the middle and cut down both. Woon was afraid of his face, he did not think that if Tianj came so quickly. At the same time, Jin's blocking also made his body knocked backwards. He ordered, take it away. While being pulled away by the lower people, Woon still said loudly, this puppy, I have not finished, hear the bastard. Jin was afraid and told Asmet, please forgive him, he must be extremist. Asmet nodded, he was drunk and the banquet was normal, you don't need to worry. Wool looked at the situation for a while now, it was not helpful, what did he plan? On the outside of the forest, after being dragged out by the guard, Woon now stopped acting, that wine was quite strong, almost okay, I was a little drunk and acted a bit. Now the next step is. As soon as he went to the communal house, he immediately noticed the opposite person, found it. He called out there, Lady Asana Sarah, saw a call, the other person turned to look at him. He is the missing owner. After saying that, she silently judged Woon, the youngest son of the leader, he was famous for his rude behaviors, but after he found the ruins of the devil, he was called the descendants of the demon, but from the actions just now. Thinking of this, she turned bluntly to leave, I had nothing to tell him, asking for words, Woon immediately said, Asmet could hardly become a desert king. I know she is also worried about it, Lady Sarah. The opponent expressed calmly in response, we really did not understand what he was saying, and how did he know what we were worried about? Woon explained, Asmet was a powerful warrior, he could not suffer injustice, he was brave and had an indomitable resilient will. Although these things helped him become a talented warrior, but to become a king was a completely different story. Sarah hesitated, next. Woon answered, if he truly had the price of a king, then he would not have given up the simple provocative game. His words really made Sarah startled. Seeing that the opponent was trapped, Woon continued, I didn't think Asmet was eligible to become a desert king, but she was only overshadowed by the popularity of Asmet, and that was her efforts, not him, she helped the total Asana become a strong tribe. Sarah was extremely shocked at his words, what are you saying, we are king? Woon continued, we were the son of the leader and the god and one of the official members of the Lahao clan, we will help her become the desert king. At the same time in the village outside the city. There are two people who are dirty to struggle, don't come nearby. If you stepped on the step, I cut it immediately, the baby in this hand heard that, then cried. The male lead Mu Kuang still did not panic, but after you did not calm down and went straight to the child. The other guy was away, I said it was not here, I didn't kill it. Mu Kuang's hand lost a coin. He just flicked his hand when the coin rushed towards the opposite side. The man who was immediately hit by his sword, unexpectedly, made him unconsciously drop the boy in his hand. The female lead took the opportunity to rush. She hugged the other baby. Then quickly took the boy to run away safely. Mu Kuang continued, now assigned you to the court and asked the crime. The other guy who saw himself being threatened was increasingly indignant. Just a few seconds later, suddenly on his body appeared countless pimples. This guy said that the dog, you will have to receive retribution. His actions startled Mu Kuang. This name uses Nyet Naguyat than Dao Van Tuesday. Mu Kuang saw that he was intending to violate himself immediately warned, Lady Yun avoided it quickly. His shout startled her and the baby. The body of the other guy also entered himself violently. Mu Kuang uses all his forces to minimize pressure to the lowest level. Hungry radiates to cover around. Yun and the baby were completely healthy. On the ground appears a large hole as evidenced by a self-violence. Mu Kuang is extremely indignant, these ghosts, what are we considering? Each delicious dish of any fish meat is made up of the servant at the party. The food dishes are continuously brought out. Before the night of the festival, there were crowded people preparing hundreds of big banquet trays. "Old master, that's enough, let everyone go on vacation. Why do you prepare so many foods?" Woon has just come with your teammates behind and ask. The old man turned his head to smile, because the lack of master was the descendant of the holy Kui, so the old man had to prepare for it. Descendants of the monkey. When I finished returning, I pretended that nothing happened at a party, and he finished scratching his head and scratched his head and laughed. The old man listened to it. Speaking of which, he suddenly stopped thinking. It was true that he did a bit too much, but it was important that he had achieved the goal. Because the image of Hyuk Ryan Woon is not as important as the image of the Desert King. I also want Hee-Tyo to let go of a little bit after that event, who are busy thinking. The one behind him spoke. Lack of master, he had guests, the young man now a little surprised to ask again. When he turned out, it was quite surprising to the person in front of his eyes. It is a woman with sharp lines, although there is a face towel, but combined with a warm voice, everyone knows this is a beauty. Lack of owner Hyuk Ryan Woon. He is fine, as expected. He just opened the chiffon sheet, a woman with a beautiful beauty and long hair grinding. The four of them were blankly before the beauty of the woman. The great beauty, the three men behind them saw her, everyone was red and thoughtful. "We come here to ask how to defeat the second master in the match to gain the right to this position." The girl looked at Woon softly, speaking in the straight hand to the question. As she thought, she was not trivial, just there is a young man who remains immutable. If we want us to be confident to alliance with him, we must know his strategy, how he shortens the great strength between him and the second master. Of course we had a plan. He finished the sentence and flicked his hand when a servant ran to the same big chest. "It is here." The young man immediately opened to show off. She just saw the inside, was suddenly surprised. "Just with this thing. This will help us defeat the second master." Woon nodded satisfied and said. In the morning of the festival, the match takes place. It is a towering mountain and a rugged road. Woon slowly opened the blindfold. "Good, just like in the novel. I went to the eastern rocky beach of Thomas Chow." He looked over a series and evaluated the situation. "Knowing what is the same, so I planned before the festival was a long time ago." The young man had plowed hard to work hard to climb the mountain to the blood. In addition, he also learned how to set traps very cleverly, indeed a person of a big age. "I don't need to defeat the young master, just need to collect a lot of cards." "Woon, is it really good? The conversation between you and the three lady Hyuk Ryan Wool is okay?" His friend went behind to ask Woon. "I talked to that billion, but that billion can take care of myself, just believe me." Woon, wearing protective clothes and laughing with a very confident attitude. Hearing these words made him a little prayed for everything to be fine. He had overcome many challenges of the god and had the same heart to prepare these things, so he could trust. "I will definitely need this." Woon also holds a wooden box to shake to check the item inside. "Let's go, this way." Woon quickly led first. Come to the first base. Youth is extremely cheerful. 3 days after the match, it was dark at this time. A soldier now lying on the ground suddenly woke up and was surprised when the person in front of his eyes was none other than the second owner. Hee-Tyo owner and many other names accompanied him, the eyes of killing intent. The person who holds the card of the holy peace. "Here he is." He trembled and then held out 4 cards. "There is no need to be afraid. If you do not oppose me, I will protect you until the end of the game," he reassured him. "You tell the truth, not all of us are all the gods?" he suddenly asked. "It is not necessary to kill each other." Hee-Tyo, who spoke and kept showing his hands to be an ally. The sky is still so calm, but there are 2 silhouettes that are gliding quickly through the bush. This lady, at this time, Lady Hyuk Ryan Wool and her guards are running at the speed of thwoof. This is what Woon has warned. She fell down and thought. Woon has advised before the match, "Billion, this may be a survival match. People will try to rob each other's holy cards. The robber will win the most, because many people in the God of Directors focus on practicing martial arts without understanding the terrain. It is best to bring a guide, may not be good at martial arts but thoroughly the terrain of the mountain." Referring to this makes the billion-dollar chin thinking about finding people who are not good at martial arts but know the terrain. "If we will start tomorrow at 2 different points, remember to meet in the north regardless of whether yes what." Now she also regretted her decision. "It was a mistake. I brought with you the Moon's Master to be a assistant. I thought this match under the forest law as 30 years ago. Now it has to go to the north, to quickly meet Woon." She runs in anxiety and only secretly will come to get as quickly as possible. Now in the barracks. There are 2 men sitting opposite each other staring at a box. A total of 46 pieces, the name of a fur coat said. "We have not met Woon and Wool." the young man facing his face and his arms crossed his arms. The other guy said frustratedly, "You were so white, thanks to luck, so he accidentally found a mysterious place in the precious cave. That idiot must be talented or famous at all. Whatever you say, I still feel worried," saying, "The first person to overcome the demon god for the past 300 years, just because of luck is hard to believe, surely he has plotted something, so why now not even peeking out?" He became more and more impatient. "You forgot that he was drunk and stirred up the party, did not change anything iron." Suddenly there was a very loud noise on the outside. The two men went out to listen to the situation. "What the hell?" The worried soldier pointed to the trunk of the tree swaying a lot of small corpses hanging there. He looked at it. "Those are the rabbits that were brutally killed, blood and blood everywhere. They were shaking there without mourning. The name was wearing the fur coat, then cut off those wires cursing, 'The fools, you screamed just because of the rabbits.' The body kept falling to the level. Some people who are good for themselves offer food to us, what they have to be stretched." He glared at them, threatening to make those people crouched. "Yes, sir, sir." Only the white-haired young man who saw this abnormal scene was thoughtfully thinking. "They went so far to hang them up here, just to warn me." His face suddenly changed his face. At this time, the two young men and his accomplices in the early morning were standing on duty to wait for everything. The gray-hair name glanced at, commanded, "Hang the animals so okay." Shirley also put a little pressure on them. Woon laughed and said, "All of these were calculated by young people in advance because in the novel, Hyuk Ryan Jin has taken advantage of this contest to try people. That's why he cooperated with the weak, even though he was entangled with limbs, so this is a good opportunity for me." The night before, the young man hung another small animal after killing it. He lacked the owner again, cut off it down. "What conspiracy you are, Woon?" Jin looks for a long time. "I will go to look around." Jin this time must definitely go to consider everything. The name of the fur coat asked, "It was necessary to not stay still here. The people who want to live will automatically have to submit the card. If you are still worried, then send a team to detect the situation." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, behind Jin's back far away from the forest was fire. "I will go there to check," he finished, then rushed there in a snap. He quickly jumped on the cliff to observe. It turned out that someone had burned the entire tent. The fire burned loudly with the smoke. Jin looked at this scene, could not guess. Strangely, surely these guys were attacked. Why did they clean up and cover the fire? Or they were luring themselves away from the camp. He was startled to realize the real conspiracy. Suddenly an arrow from where to launch suddenly. Of course, Jin body quickly grasped easily. He glanced away from the shadow of the tree but did not see anything but a dark night. So he immediately attacked the attack. An explosion immediately emitted. Jin did not hesitate. That mouse, he was angry. Another arrow shot out from him. More than one person, fortunately he can dodge easily. He quickly landed on the ground. Starting to be troublesome, his face sighed. After that, he returned to the barracks until later. "When I was absent, something happened. No place for you to check," the name of the fur coat asked. Ni-Tyo clicked his tongue and said, "I thought someone attacked the base, so I went to see it. There were 2 attacks attacking me." He smirked, "The archer in this place and who brought the archer to be an assistant, but I did not know who they were, but this water was a bit stupid." Only Jin is really to pay attention to this. Confronting the archer in the battlefield is really bothered. The more he laughs out loudly, disdain, forget, the archer besides scaring the enemy, he will not whatever. It was not until the end of the melee warriors to determine the ending of the match. Jin took out an arrow and then carefully observed, the black arrow for the arena. The person who made this must have prepared it after determining the content of the contest. "Do not say as Woon." A voice immediately interrupted his thoughts, and he lacked the master. Jin went out to ask, "What happened?" Going in is that Wool is walking so much. Jin was bewildered to see Wool in this situation. When she lifted her face slightly, her eyes were red, her limbs scratched her body and a bruising face, her whole body fevered surprisingly high. "What happened? Why did you become like this?" Jin worriedly asked. "Woon Hyuk Ryan Woon," she whispered his name. "That bastard betrayed me." After saying that, she was out of breath and fainted. She kept falling into his arms unconsciously. "What is the commander on, Wool?" The commander reported that the fever had not decreased, and the lady kept saying that she was poisoned. The god thought we should ask the medical medicine to look through for the cause. Woon betrayed Wool. So far, Jin still feels a bit suspicious. A hands of the hand made both the commander and he startled. The beach monster go away. A soldier with a blistering red spot, his face pale eyes and screamed unconsciously behind. Next is that a series of soldiers are like that, all have the same phenomenon such as hallucinations and swinging the sword to chase something. This scene made Jin very surprised. On the commander hurriedly punched the guy, woke up again. Who doubted, that guy was still trembling, the monster was. Jin turned left and right to look at the chaotic scene that did not understand anything. This is like a symptom of wool like this, hallucinated and muttered to say like a fever rather than poisoning. Drilling, the bumps on the body, at this time he really paid attention to the bumps on their bodies. Mosquitoes, now he just realized it was too late. Suddenly a series of missiles were shot from where? Just know they just go straight to the barrack tent. Then each fire burned up. The story happened a few minutes ago. I went back to the demon cave to take the mosquito larvae, so they would develop well. Woon laughed and looked at that. The young man beside him was afraid to ask, "You were going to use that disgusting thing again?" "I will use all means to win, let's start," Woon said and covered his face with a towel. Both then crept and approached the barracks. "So we just need to wait until everything is chaotic?" the white-haired young man asks. "This is the first among the demon god," Woon nodded. Every flock of mosquitoes rushed forward like the death arrows. And that's how Woon creates this scene without spending any effort. Now the whole team of Nityo has shattered. "What the hell is that? Those who are awake, gather and burn the barracks quickly," the name of the first screaming angrily ordered, but now there is no one to give birth. I doubted these things were done by Woon. Whatever the useless muscle was displayed this game, he suddenly said. Although quite angry, but now running is important, leaving the barracks alone does not have time to take care of these electric names. "Our main commander and barracks," a soldier pointed forward. All of the holy fire cards were hungry for force, often in the main barracks. Jin went up quickly. The guy rushed to run and urged Nityo, but suddenly he turned his neck back to look backwards. "Must save Wool first," he muttered very little. After that, I did not hesitate to turn my head to save me first. "You intend to ruin our efforts just because of that point," he screamed angrily, a hand still clenched, every tendon of blood clearly in his hand. Jin rushed to call Wool. Whoever is hesitant inside the bed outside the bed does not see people. "The box is gone," one person now screams in the report. As I thought, Wool and Woon on the same side, his face was calm as if there was nothing. At this time the moon has risen to the top of the head. And the Wool people are in another place to set up the tent and sit around each other. A total of 46 troops of the holy fire. Woon smiled when looking at the box. Wool glared at the blame. "The bastard, if he still made me do that again will know my hand." Woon saw that she was angry to swell her cheeks. She quickly apologized. "Sorry, to deceive the second owner, there was only that way." Sarah now said, "Now just guard this box until the contest is over." Woon shook his head and said, "No, it's not easy to eat. From now on we will know why we are so afraid." Wool nodded in agreement, with the eyes also emitted killing intent. Jin Ween was not easy to pass through. New game now really starts. "This time, we will need her to help, Lady Sarah." Woon looked at her. As for Jin's side, everything was extinguished. But the soldiers still hugged their heads to escape the illusion. "What about that brother?" Jin asked the commander on. He chased after the three lady. "Thanks to them, we took a peaceful night. But shelves, there are still 2 days left, we have a lot of time," he laughs, "and will definitely take revenge on this. You are here to protect other and I will find the box yourself." Obeying the command, Jin was immediately as fast as a bolt of lightning. This time is in a stone house that looks very rickety. The people they are in there to hide. 4 defeated Hyuk Ryan Woon. He could explain the more detailed plan, Sarah asked. "Perhaps Nityo owner will soon come to this place, not to prevent him but to lure him in the contact," Woon explained. "For example, it is not easy because he is very alert, Wool lies and smirks. Because of that vigilance, the plan will be more successful. Woon naturally knows this." "What do you mean?" the next name asked. "Now, just resting when you can go to sleep, you will decline that intuition," Youth calmly, "and then take a nap." Woon he slept. Wool is equally bewildered. The situation is like this, but also sleeping, does not know if he is crazy or crazy. Only Sarah is thinking, "In the desert I have never seen anyone carefree like this, maybe he can realize his dream of becoming his border king." The Woon's name was slightly stirring out. He was not sleeping but was calculating many things in his head. According to the novel, Lady Sarah was easily attracted to bold actions, so even if he had to act on his side. Too difficult, Mr. THWW was depressed. As expected of the male lead, the other guy that night has come here. He built this place on Sun Chao before the competition started. He looked at a girl. At this time, Sarah took out the box. She went straight ahead without hesitation. Asana Sarah, Jin looked at a shot immediately. Ni Tio, we know that he heard me say, here no one is ambushing for only us, Sarah suddenly said in advance. Jin did not say anything. Then the lady Sarah alone in the deserted place like this is another plan of Woon. Sarah continues to say, I want to give you to help you help me, the desert will be the city under his. He continued to keep silent and did not say, no one to be tempted, there was Asmet, so there was no lady Sarah, can decide the desert to her will. If he did not believe it, we would show him some evidence. Now she dropped down a series of cards. Then opened the door to show him all the people in it fainted. Woon and Wool they were poisoned. Jin was surprised to see this scene. If after these things, he still has not been revealed, then maybe the second must not be alert, but rather to be discouraged. This challenge was indeed effective. He immediately jumped down from the tree. Then appeared in front of her. Jin asked before, the exchange she said how could she exchange with the whole desert clan? I will become the border king soon, Sarah smiled and replied. This means that after we become a successor, we will help her become the king, not Asmet, she replied, actually from the lack of owner to come up with that idea first, but after listening to his plan I changed my mind. He wanted to take the pills of the reader and lure him here and kept him here until the end of the competition. So his plot was to use poison, Jin asked as if he understood everything. Sarah made the suggestion, we do not care who becomes a successor, we just need someone to help us so we think cooperation with him will be better because he has more power. The right thinking is that, but I want to ask the last question. Did she suggest that with Jiam Ween? Unexpectedly, Jin glared up as if she wanted to devour her and look at Sarah's face. Sarah finished listening immediately. She hurriedly jumped out of there. Do not forget to call loudly, lack of Hyuk Ryan Jiam. Now where a bunch of men rushed down. Each muscular guy and weapons just appeared in front of Jin. The most muscular leader and stable muscles and pressure from the person radiating very large. At this time both sides officially stood opposite each other confronted. Ween, I have found you forever that you are here. GM Ween said frankly, the position of success is not suitable for our head to do this because of the future of the god. So try to rob it from my hand, Jin voiced challenge. Attacking and finishing the sentence, a series of soldiers took the weapon to rush forward. Of course Jin is not the same form. Those guys were immediately lost by one of his souls, the pressure and power that made the whole crowd turn back and forth. Soon the crowd melted the body. At this time their leader rushed to aggressively. This person gets this. Jin also continued to respond. Both of them kept weapons and weapons. Then create a huge shocking explosion. The end result is only Jin standing there. It's gone, he looked forward and saw that there was no one. There is only no box on the ground. The young man still calmed down like a sentence, he was tricked again. I did not want to do this, his eyes were as red as blood in the moonlight. He used his strength to jump hard. His silhouette printed in the sky of the night moonlight made the scene even more weird than ever. Jin quickly runs like flying in the sky from one place to another surfing like a wind. The crowd now hiding below saw the shadow of him passing, looking, as you thought, we could not directly rush into the fight with that brother, she angrily screamed, why all his plans the whole end is like this. If the story is not in this direction, we can't deceive that brother, he brushed his hand and stood up. Well, it is true, of course this is the best in wool. He felt what did I think his body was still the aftermath of the poison, Sarah asked, Woon breathed a relief, we were fine, we just wanted to know if the antidote was right or not. There is no problem. In fact, the young man had calculated it all first, I thought that from the beginning of the young master, he betrayed him, the plan to propose cooperation with Hyuk Ryan Jiam first, then attracted the attention of Hyuk Ryan Jin. Get out. We don't have much time, we have to move as quickly as possible. Again the bright moonlight rounded the line shines everywhere into the forest. At this time, the great name of the owner took the box and ran out of his ears and sat down. I just need to endure tonight, even if it is a young master, it is difficult to defeat all the soldiers scattered in a night, he muttered himself in his head but not. The next second of a familiar foot immediately appeared. The other guy scared to jump and scream, who are you? It turned out to be Jin, but with the murderous killing eyes and the face of the murderer. How could it be so fast? This guy now feared that he would start back and stammer. Brother. I will give you the last chance, he shakes his neck aside, his eyes are dead with a deep voice as if he is ready to kill him at any time. Knowing that everything was stretched his face immediately. He quickly knelt down and left all. Then trembled with a wooden box. My mouth doesn't forget to scream, I'm wrong, please forgive. Then he slowly opened. Just opened a little. Jin was startled to realize this scent. Jin, annoyed, immediately threw it straight ahead of that guy's bewilderment. The box immediately caught fire narrowly. No, why are you? He's bewildered. That bastard, he tricked me again, the deep voice echoed in the space. At this time, the light of the sun has gradually increased and far away is a blind smoke. As a signal from the hand, do not say that Woon has come to the outpost, he opened his eyes in surprise. The young man rushed to that hilly. Waiting for that indeed, I saw Woon. On the commander on quickly said, Tu Tio Chu said he would burn all the holy cards if they did not call him. At this time, Woon took from the pocket to some cards. He did not escape to the end of the competition, but also called himself, he went alone. Woon's strange action made Jin very curious about what he was going to do. We will burn them immediately if you approach. Woon raised a candle threatening to smile. Whatever you want. After a consideration, Jin also asked, Woon thww, as predicted, talking to you more comfortable with Jiam Ween. Jin only sighed in astonishment. I always thought Woon was a troublesome youngest brother, but did not expect him to be able to play the soft tie like this with me. It seemed like the retribution for too much care was arrived. At this time, Woon went straight to the question. I wanted to talk to Ween, Jin asked in astonishment, exchanging something. He immediately glared at, if he really wanted to win the competition, there was no need to call himself. You must be worried about Wolbillion, he challenged. He looked directly at the guest without the guest. Woon was too early to conclude that you had won the competition. I still had a lot of time to slash you into 100 pieces and go looking for wool. On his hand, he defenselessly defended moving prime. The young man looked at the whip, but it was all the sweat. It was true that the villain was so formidable, saying it was wrong to fly right away. Recalling, in Chu Hyuk Ryan Jin, he achieved the most feats, although he was quiet and always polite. But talking about killing, no one was enemy, he had the talent to kill people who were not terrible. Alright, then discuss the previous thing. Woon opened his words first, if you kill me and then take all the holy cards, you will definitely become a successor, but that having the support of the 6 clans is completely different. This statement has indeed attracted his attention. He continued to think, if Hyuk Ryan Jin lacks anything, it is supporting. Hyuk Ryan GM has a northern family. Hyuk Ryan Wool has a Zen family. Hyuk Ryan Woon I have a family. However, Hyuk Ryan Jin's mother is a family member who has some trouble with the gods, so he always has no one to stand on. In Hyuk Ryan a neutral force, there is no effect. Hyuk Ryan Jin does not receive any help. He goes to this day with his own strength, but after the young Hyuk Ryan Kin become a successor. The 6 clans do not accept Hyuk Ryan Jin will make enough tricks to eliminate him soon, and Hyuk Ryan Jin from the trying to convince that family to decide that he will eliminate that family. Exactly that time is the time. The hero of the protagonist Tae Mu Kwang came to invade the god and enter the tomb. I know how hard Hyuk Ryan Jin has to eradicate 6 clans, if there is a way to convince the family without bloodshed. Second missing owner will definitely choose that way. Who is Jin said softly again, you said the 6 clans. Suddenly, the young man broke out a large amount of abundant strength. The male lead wants to fall back bewildered, what pants are lame? Do not tell you to kill those 6 clans. It is something that the second lack of owner always wishes. Young people are both concerned and looking at Jin is extremely angry in front of her eyes. Damn it, if that's the case, then I calculated it all wrong. That's all the young people have been on the board. The power from him completely overwhelmed him, making him still difficult. I suggest that this is based on the plot of the novel, but it is like self-destruct. Woon is afraid that it is a failure of a dead plan. Suddenly the strength weakened. Who expected him to collect strength? The male lead widened his eyes surprised. Vice Captain On, go ahead. Jin turned his head to order, the general nodded, obeyed the command. After that, On left. He left for a moment before the no end of the male lead. Jin just calmly said, the more detailed place. The male lead gasped, his back was not cold, he turned his face like a rice paper in just 1 second, oh it was a different villain. So he hesitated to say the desire, he wanted the alliance to the disciple. Jin is still silent and said nothing in a hurry. Then, you will have Wolbillion and Lahao tribes at the back, and from there will definitely succeed when 2 of the 6 clans support. Jin raised his voice to ask, you told the truth or play it? You already have 2 clan backs for yourself, helping me so much for you, he suspected or looked at him. The male lead explained in a hurry. What he wanted was not the one who became the god of the god, the young man said while swearing in his mind, not allowed to make this mistake. He proposed to continue, in exchange for the fact that he had a god, he wanted to have a border area. The desert tribes were still opposed to the gods. This momentum, when the gods entered Trung Nguyen, they would attack us. Jin has not believed this guy's disciple because he suddenly demanded to shake hands. So what do you mean you want to take on this difficult work? He nodded firmly, yes, telling the truth, he was not interested in pursuing. In the border round, there are vast deserts and further the western region, even though the holy fire of the god is taken from there, but if we consider the future of our gods must have eyes and ears there. Jin this time fell into thought again. The young male lead was really confused like silk, stopped leaving his father slashing the wind a little bit, so stressed, so he did not even think of a colon, stopping the crushing Taeho Lao had no way again. Only after Jin called, Woon, he was startled to obey Pace, yes. He glared at the threat, the words you said was reasonable but why did I feel fake? Hearing this sentence, the guy's face was pale and thought, as expected, just saying it was not enough. So Jin was going to attack again. If you had nothing left to say, I would take those holy cards. He was really panicked and stammered, duh. He did not want to die, he screamed like a house fire arrived. While breathing because of screaming. Brothers, I really just want to live. Even though today CSO steals this pile and then becomes a successor, there will be no peace later, the young man will be long. Jin stared at him and asked, did not you tell you to have the Naguyat Vu and La How against the back? Woon trembled, though, the disciple could not be as strong as you, I will not be able to escape from the door of death. Jin now decided not to attack anymore, sounded more convincing than the border earlier, that's all. Woon continued, I want you to ensure the life of the disciple and Wolbillion, and the status of the disciples is okay. He smiled and asked, I thought I would destroy my blood and blood. The young man honestly responded, yeah may also. Jin clicked his tongue and then approved, then there was anything else. And this too, he pulled a small piece of paper out. Jin rolled his eyes in surprise. He smiled and said, he guessed this would happen, he said as he looked at him. The young man was praised for laughing, preparing anything in advance. He finally nodded and said, then we have the conditions. The young man sweating on his face trembling and asking, what conditions? He then took the weapon to talk gently, he said he wanted to take on the border area. But let that later. Jin looked straight into the eyes and patted the shoulder like a leader touching the general. When we become the leader of the god. This sentence makes the male lead stop brain activity for a few seconds immediately. What do you mean? He still looked straight at him with determination. We need the skills of the disciple. To be credited. I will give this thing to this, and then he pulled down the beads on his wrist. The male lead was startled because he didn't think he would give him a 2 billion item as easy to turn. I am too afraid to shake my head, stop it, I don't dare to receive this gift. Jin still said, just take it. Woon was afraid but also took it. This is the holy fire card. Jin took it and then asked, all here? Oh no, then he took from a tube. Then immediately shot into the sky as a way. Wolbillion is holding the other, the sister tells that Billion, if there is no signal, keep it there is a signal, then burn them always. Jin was a bit surprised at this intelligence. If Wool did not burn, Woon responded, the number of cards that Billion was holding with you, not burning, then I had to fight with each other. Jin turned his voice again and laughed. At this time, a series of soldiers rushed out to jump behind him. The commander was standing there waiting for the command. Jin nodded in appearance. Then immediately exploded with a huge stream of power that everyone was scared. The young man was so panicked back and he did not understand anything. What pants lame so much, rated heaven, hi-oh Ryan Jin tricked me. So the end is right, is about to light the incense to take the grandparents to the motherland, the eyes of long shed tears. Surprisingly, Jin looked straight at the pile of cards. One shot each fire rising to burn. The male lead was surprised to not understand what this action was. He looked up in a hurry and asked, why did you do that? Woon does not understand what Jin's actions are. He suddenly took out something in his pocket. And unexpectedly, it is another card. This makes Woon extremely surprised, that, the card of Wolbillion stars, brother. It is true that one from surprise to surprise is real, Jin praised. Woon plans of the disciples are quite good but we have enough time to find Wool that. At this time, he saw the true capacity of the villain, so in such a short time, he found Wolbillion already. Jin smiled and said, "Don't worry too much, Will is still safe. I just want to hear you tell the truth." At this time in the sky, the yellow light from the left of the sunset, both raised their heads to look. Jin spoke, "The sun began to set. Woon also suddenly feels relieved, the contest is ended. Everyone returns to everyday life. But the male lead of our house is still restless, everything goes on the plan to the Devil Festival. But why do you feel so frustrated?" He frowned and thought forever. "If I go like this to Trung Nguyen, the young Tae-Mu Kwang will be there to kill me with a slash, and the young life will end from there." He was so worried that he could not stop muttering, although he had successfully had the union with the second master, but he had to plan to not need Trung Nguyen. According to the novel, Hyuk Ryan Woon followed the mistress, but when he became a successor, he started to avoid the lack of owner. However, because he wanted to contribute something, he was led a pioneer to Trung Nguyen. He smirked when he heard this command. Then he met Tae-Mu Kwang on that trip. Without knowing it was the last time I saw the sun, Na was the result of a name like him in the original novel was to fly head narrowly. But because I changed the evil festival event, now I don't know what the next story will be like, knowing how the enemy will come into the attack, how will you worry about biting your nails? Thinking about chipping his forehead, someone called, "Only brothers, why didn't you go out?" The young man suddenly stopped asking, "What happened?" Sangwon, who said, "You told you to participate in the comprehensive training of the Black Lion. Do not be too trying to be too late, if you are too tired, then think this day, you will refuse the idea well, we have to go to see their own practice. Because the Black Lion sect will be the straw to save his life that when he faces Tae-Mu Kwang, so he is forced to grasp." At this time, the loud shout was loudly. The Lion group is practicing extremely uniform martial arts. The young man came to smile and greeted him, the lot. As soon as he saw him, Bu Sion immediately shouted and ordered the team to pay attention, greeted the leader. Those people immediately performed extremely solemn bow. He was satisfied to press his stomach, the deputy commander did it very well, naturally happy. "Okay, you do well." Bu Sion continued to force them to practice. The whole crowd obeyed the continued practice. Woon stood on one side carefully evaluated, Dan Pai-eon also made significant progress. "Everything is better than I think." Suddenly he turned to one side to see someone dancing sword there. He slowly approached curiosity, that was. The young man just saw Woon stopped his hand and welcomed the ceremony, the commander, he smiled comfortably, "Hello. Circle me to see your dagger," that guy hurriedly showed him. He just picked up his eyes and widened his eyes in surprise because this dagger shape was not a modern military dagger. He then ran back to who to see, among the dagger only this shape was different. "When I asked you to put as a dagger, I told me to make more serrated teeth under the knife and perforated hole in the knife." Who looked at her head for a while, "No, this seemed to be faulty, do you know who made this dagger?" Who thought for a moment and then said, "We ordered in the place where a blacksmith was introduced by an old man in the road, we will find out. We have to find the blacksmith to make a knife, I mean this knife immediately, you have to stop a beat without saying it again and then leaving her." Who did not understand why he was so urgent, "so that we will find it right away." "It is impossible, maybe someone but me also comes from the modern world," young people suspiciously bounced up. That night at the palace of the Major Hyuk Ryan Jiam, the moon was bright to the top of the head. There are two men drink alcohol together. The person wearing green clothes is to go to Wool of the Northern Dean clan, brother, Hyuk Ryan Jin is just a successor to the name. He finished hearing the hand and smashed his hand on the table. Han screamed against, "Bullshit. Sang Wool, we have come to this country and then we have to overthrow the young master." This stupid guy, knowing the power of that young man already but dared to utter that sentence, Jiam sighed and said. Sang-woo smirked, and he lacked a single-handed monopoly that no one would resist his back. "We did not find a story with him." "You mean to find Jin assassin?" Jiam asked. He shrugged and nodded. "I only thought a killer and could handle that Hee-Tyo owner." At this time, he pulled out from the pocket of a small bottle with a red lid, but there were still many better ways. "No life is as wary like Jin will be involved in this poison trap." Jiam shook his head. Sang-woo continued to explain, "This is something very difficult to get from the west. According to them, this thing is derived from the western desert in a distant place with a place separated from this place." Jiam shook his head to say intentions ants. "The problem is not the kind of poison, but if you use it carefully but let him find out." So what if he poisoned him? He was the lack of Hyuk Ryan Woon. This statement immediately stunned Jiam, making them misunderstand each other and internal opaque. It is true that the brother is different. He smiled wryly and said the idea, If the relationship between the two of them broke the supporters outside, the La Hao and the Nguyet Vu clan would be very awkward. So you want to benefit that moment to appropriate the throne. Sangwoo nodded, accurate. The Northern Dean and Mo would be suitable for themselves if the situation changes. There will also be at least one neutral faction is willing to support you. The name of the successor is not important, it is important who is approved by all 6 clans. Sangwoo laughed. After listening to this plan, GM laughed and satisfied, or you made me open my eyes. There. I will always be on the side of the brother. Sangwoo laughed. When you become the leader of the god, do not forget me. GM smiled more and more excited. Of course, you will become my powerful assistant. The other guy quickly brought more wine here. Both of them laughed and said alcohol at the end of the night. At this time on the roof of the house, the mysterious family consists of all 4 people. The first name after arriving immediately stopped. The following names also followed and stopped. He went out to find something. He put a small water from bamboo tube into the roof of the house, causing it to melt. That name is tense to use a string down. It turned out that they were assassins installed to kill Jin. The string slowly poked down to Jin's mouth. It dripped a few drops of water into his mouth. Those people after seeing that happy. Successful, but why does the secondary owner have no reaction? Is it okay? I thought he would wake up first when he was poisoned. The game was easy to eat. Come on, before being discovered by the Black Master of the Second Master, we can get the trace of the missing owner and leave the rope. The whole crowd look at each other together with each other. They immediately jump to the ground. Not yet warm, there have been a series of arrows from afar. One killed 2 names without saying much. The other name was scared to pull out the sword. Someone. That sword pointed straight into the eyes. It turned out to be a person of the Black Lion. He widened his eyes and surprised, unexpectedly, the 4th master was the one who attacked him, had to notify the owner immediately. The soldiers in turn dressed in red clothes. It turned out that it was the 3 lady with the majestic atmosphere. The serious face crossed his arms and stared at him. He jerked back, was put into the end of the road. Probably the second modest have predicted this. Well, I will say, and then he smirked, the god would like. The sentence has not been beaten 3 points behind. Then just unconscious on the spot. The one who had just hit was none other than Jin. He sighed. It seemed that Woon said the truth. The 3 ladies said, if the act is a little later, it has fallen into the trap of the great owner. He nodded, right, fortunately we had predicted this poisoning, everything happened as warned by Woon. But that's why Jin has wondered why Woon has this. The 3 lady ordered, brought this name to the Nguyet Vu clan, showing him how brutally the Nguyet Vu tribe. What about Woon? Jin asked. She folded her arm. The young man asked again, what? Woon went alone. She hesitantly said, really? At this time, the other 2 still did not know the plan was revealed, but extremely leisurely. Why not hear the news at all? What are you worried about to do? Hyuk Ryan, Woon and Jin dare to ridicule us. Now we will give them taste. The more GM's name is more spicy because of the past debt. The name Sangwoo laughed and agreed. The good will believe it soon. A sharp arrow does not know where to launch. One plays between the 2 of them. They have a little martial arts. GM's name hurriedly raised his glancing vigilance. He screamed and cursed, the fool is so brave. That name was not afraid of standing completely on the roof and smiled, not seeing a long time. The other guy immediately jumped down from above. Hyuk Ryan Woon, that guy was surprised to say. He annoyed his face, a fool like you and dared to attack me. He glared without fear of responding, saying it was right. The new brother is Ngufik slightly stabbed behind his back. The GM was scared, this guy already knows his plan, it is impossible. Woon continued to smirk, there were some courageous people who dare to raid at Jin Ween's palace, so shivering, how could the soldiers go by, so they caught the guests like guests. That name now took off his shirt, from the person who radiated the deadly killing intent, he ordered, no one was interspersed. You all provoked me, respect my blood and blood, my eyes closed my eyes and opened through your stupid acts, but today you went too limit. He immediately carried the sword, the young man smiled and smiled answer, and then you will know that CSO is too limited or not. The name GM was annoyed and pointed to the sword, shut up, and you caused the emotional chisel between the 2 brothers, living wicked today I had to punish you. He was going to take a risk, even if he was discovered, just kill it and blame it for it, with the power of the Northern Lie. After that, he did not hesitate. The male lead was startled to see this technique. An instant explosion was caused. The old man smirked, it must have become 100 pieces. Thought to win, the young man jumped from that pile to rush. The male lead's eyes have completely changed, extremely serious and high killing intent. So in the blink of an eye appeared in front of him. He had not promptly shown the situation that he punched him straight in the middle. GM immediately inspired the entire punch to blood, damn. He was beaten a shot and flying behind him to use his feet as a rubbing. So the name GM was crazy, like the person who lost his mind rushed up, the daughter-in-law was ignorant. He released constantly, not looking for who the opponent is. He is crazy, the male lead is a bit difficult to understand. The next one is a person who slashed a person, enough to be amazing. A move appeared from behind the young man's buttocks, luckily he jumped in time. He saw him dancing continuously, screaming, just rolling and dodging, the self-esteem of a warrior, his mouth was like a river, like a stream on his face. Self-respect the monkey, he rushed to the altar speed. The other guy was now rational, then threw the sword around, died. The male lead used the bracelet in his hand to recall weapons. A sword suddenly rushed to his arm. The name GM just saw the sword, was surprised. A way of hitting him to fly, the light from that movement emitted everywhere. He was slashed straight into the middle of a long sword, blood sprayed around. The other guy suddenly fell down and did not dare to believe, Kyuk, a person like you could use such a holy sword, every sentence of each of him said very slowly. Woon laughs confidently, because we have great master Nwunshk. GM finished speaking, it was unconscious to his entire people. Sang-woo saw that GM lost when he turned his face and screamed, the four lack of owner attacked the great owner. Steaming to catch him. Kill him right away, the four assassins immediately rushed. The male lead is naturally ready to hold the sword, from now on we cannot control ourselves, we have not practiced properly. If you surrender now, I will forgive you, the sharp sword like the scythe of death pointed straight at him, a red one. That four stupid men did not know the amount of strength was on the mallet. The army of the Bok Din clan roared and then quickly rushed towards Hyuk Ryan Woon. Hyuk Ryan Woon released a cold gaze staring at the people, his body suddenly carried it, so I fantasy. The sharp blade of a Bok Din clan loudly slashed down, but only slashed at the atmosphere. He was terrified, bewildered and looked at his teammates, looking around, not understanding where Hyuk Ryan Woon had disappeared. True, at this moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon did not know when they had appeared behind them. He pulled out the sword, in the pupils flickering a layer of killing intent. The holy beads in Hyuk Ryan Woon's hand also turned into a sword, his hands holding two swords that were hard to believe in the two clans. His feet quickly glided on the ground. Soon slashed the other two to fall left and right. But very quickly they stood up, a sword shouted, caught you, then slashed towards Hyuk Ryan Woon. But Hyuk Ryan Woon's body was very fast, immediately disappeared on the spot, the other blade banged a slash straight to the ground. Another disappeared again, that guy was surprised and angrily shouted. At the same time, Hyuk Ryan Woon seemed to be lightning quickly appeared right behind another name. Until the discovery, that guy turned his head to swear two damn words. His face was sweaty, he raised his sword in his hand, screaming. Hyuk Ryan Woon did not want to waste time, he took extremely fast speed fluttering over those two men. These two men and the swords raised their swords straight at each other. One name that sees it as terrifying. The other guy was slashed for gore, splashing, stuttering, crazy, completely unable to say a complete sentence. Hyuk Ryan Woon stood in the distance, turning his head, breathing out. Looking at a fallen man on the spot, he turned and walked away, a very dangerous smile on his face. It was impossible, going to Wool far away, seeing this scene was afraid of stuttering, his face was black and sweaty. The sword has now turned into a holy bead on Hyuk Ryan Woon's hand. Shaking his arms to relieve fatigue, he secretly said, this is the first time I use these skills in real battle, but it seems quite useful for these limbs. Seeing Hyuk Ryan Woon walking towards him, going to Wool to tremble back a few steps, stammering, you, who are you in the end, the name of the lack of scandalous man who can use martial arts like so. Hyuk Ryan Woon reached out to adjust his collar, not quickly, not to respond, actually I was very stupid, but in the last year of high school, heard him hesitant to say, Sang-woo looked back with his eyes in his eyes the same confusing. Shortly thereafter, a heavenly punch in his face, Hyuk Ryan Woon coldly said, just knowing that there are people with mysterious potential is okay, bastard. His blow was full of power, hitting Sang-woo and fell straight to the ground. Hyuk Ryan Woon flicked his arms, Sabu Sion and another person of the Black Lion immediately jumped down from above. Hyuk Ryan Woon voiced deputy, These were all the people who assassinated Jin Ween, brought this name and Jiam Ween to the chief of detention. Waiting for people to go after finishing, at this time, there were only 2 people. Sabu Xian stood behind him and looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon and then said, "We do not know that the martial art of the leader is so strong, even though we heard it saying that the lack of master is the minister who has overcome the peak of martial arts." Hearing this, Hyuk Ryan Woon he laughed for a few hours and then returned to respond, "It was all thanks to the elixir. My martial arts had not made much, so we had to find the Ku Dem Dem Hoa." 9 devils of medicine, Sabu Xian startled and hurriedly asked, "Not that was a rare medicine, one of the 2 things only when you became the chief?" "Yes," Hyuk Ryan Woon casually responded, "I went to the chief and exchanged it with the holy cloak of the devil." Heard it, Sabu Xian was startled slender, could not believe it. "What, you changed the holy robes, the valuable treasures of the ancestors just to get the panacea?" Hyuk Ryan Woon said very calmly, "Anyway, we cannot use it, because the cloak is the symbol of the ancestor, so the chief will be more reasonable." He raised a finger, looked straight into Sabu Xian's eyes to continue to say, "In addition, the chief of the chief changed the antiques beneficial to his reputation, and we have the panacea to promote the original heir. This is to exchange win-win." Sabu Xian heard here, behead, difficult to ask, "What, win-win?" Just mentioned here, a shadow from afar suddenly appeared below. Hyuk Ryan Jin raised his head slightly and worriedly, "Woon, did you be injured?" The 2 of them clearly see who the person is rushing down. Hyuk Ryan Woon stood in front of his hands and bowed his head, "No, sir." Hyuk Ryan Woon frowned and thought, what is the young man who cares about this? Hyuk Ryan Jin checked the Hyuk Ryan Woon, impatiently asked, "Was it really okay?" Hyuk Ryan Woon did not answer but still immersed in his thoughts. According to the novel, the assassination of the great owner happened a few months later, and after that assassination, he lacked the owner of the wrath and the massacre took place. Hyuk Ryan Woon did not know whether to cry or laugh. His face were slightly twisted to conclude, because he had an intervention, the second owner changed his temper, did not know how much the story was. The next day, on the street. Inside a horse-drawn carriage, Governor Jang Muryong and Sang Kwan who sat on one side. Hyuk Ryan Woon sat opposite his arms and asked, "Jiam, who left Urumqi, did the Northern Dean clan be any move?" "No, nothing," Sang Kwan who bowed slightly. Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon was satisfied, thinking that the support of Hyuk Ryan Jiam did not speak up. Through this, the alliance between himself, Jin Ween and Wol Billion will be even more durable. At this time, Kwan who continued to speak, anxious, "But, are you really okay? Actually I find it a bit difficult to understand. I thought you want to defeat the second master and take the title of the successor." Taste. Hyuk Ryan Woon looked out the street and said slowly, "The battle won the more complicated successor than you thought. Just because you achieved that title did not mean that the battle had ended." His face exudes a seriousness, slowly continuing, "And you have to see where you can maintain your strength." Attorney General Jang Muryong heard here, he smiled and approved, "Too standard, only the name is not enough. If you maintain the strength equal to the second master, the person who has a successor, later probably you will also achieve useful positions." At this point, Kwan who realized, he shouted a portent, "Woon, you consider these things already?" Hyuk Ryan Woon scratched his head embarrassed, rubbing how much this was. He exhaled a breath and thought, "I did all this just to save myself. If I become a successor, it will be greatly limited, if the second owner stands out and takes care of hard work on my behalf. So my priority only avoided Tae Mukwang and tried to return to the real world." Hyuk Ryan Woon chuckled in his heart. Seeing the boundless admiring eyes of the 2 manager Jang Muryong and Sang Kwan Hu, Hyuk Ryan Woon sweat, "Don't look at me with that face." The horse-drawn carriage goes one more way to stop. A voice rang out, "We have arrived." Step off the carriage, Hyuk Ryan Woon and Taquan who observed around. Hyuk Ryan Woon said against his hand, "So it was here." In front of them, a towering blacksmith appeared. Inside the forged shop, the heavy hammer sounded down on the hot piece. The 3 Hyuk Ryan Woon people go inside, seeing many blacksmiths trying to work. Looking at this scene, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought, it turned out that the forged kiln was like this. In real life, I never saw it. It seems good. Thinking like that, a blacksmith came behind him and asked, what did he need to find? Hyuk Ryan Woon hurriedly took the small knife first to say, well, I was looking for a blacksmith who made this thing. The blacksmith saw the knife and cried out and then replied, so he came to look for the quirky of our forged kiln. Speaking of which he took one breath, turned his head back and shouted. The girl named Chul So Young heard the call, turned her head slightly, her brown curly hair released behind her back, was neatly installed with a headband, on her face full of sweat. She replied a voice. Then said, "This is busy." Despite saying that, Chul So Young slowly approached this side, looking at her steps. Hyuk Ryan Woon thought silently, he said this girl was the one who made a military knife, the costume, maybe she comes from the modern world. Waiting until Chul So Young walked close to, Hyuk Ryan Woon looked up slightly, silently exclaiming, "Wow, so high," making a model as medium, or his neck as a foreigner. Attorney General Jang Mer-young and Sang Kwan who stood behind her face, Hyuk Ryan Woon stammered with corn, "Speak English." Chul So Young showed a confusing face like seeing strange creatures looking at Hyuk Ryan Woon, frowning and said, babbling something. Hearing this, Hyuk Ryan Woon tilted his face into the sky, a little embarrassed, probably not, so much, my hometown. Seeing the quirky expression of the person in front of him, Chul So Young did not pay much attention. She asked immediately the main issue, "So, you found what I had?" Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that and lifted the military knife. The Hamlet well said, this knife. Seeing the knife in front of her eyes, the Chul So Young's face suddenly dropped, exuding an extremely dangerous look. She raised her hand to grab Hyuk Ryan Woon's collar. This movement was so unexpected that he cried out, his whole body full of cold sweat. Chul So Young flames angrily, "How can this? You come here to tell you that you don't want to use weapons to be made by women. Women are not allowed to touch steel or anything. If you coming here, not to thank me for making your bullshit better, you will go home voluntarily." Catching the key in Chul So Young's words, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought, better, that is, she changed her design. Thinking so, he hurriedly raised the military knife, looked straight into the eyes of Chul So Young, urgently holy, Italy, the knife, the wrong, this dagger, she was the one who designed and made herself. How does it work? Hearing this, Chul So Young also let go of Hyuk Ryan Woon's collar. She turned away, full of contemptuously said, "But whoever, my own hands did it, what ideas?" She just said here. Hyuk Ryan Woon in the back immediately responded, "I will pay her 3 times more than this forged kiln." Heard that Chul So Young stopped. 3 stars, she suspected or turned her head to look at the person in front of her eyes, only saw him smile at her and continued to speak, "Please join the special blacksmith of the Black Lion." A few days later. Hyuk Ryuk Woon is slowly walking on the road. He walked into a house, looked at the girl inside and turned his back to him and then called out, "The blacksmith." Hearing the call, Chul So Young immediately turned around. She answered, he came, leader Hyuk Ryan Woon." Chul So Young took out a bow tree brought in front of Hyuk Ryan Woon. Her face was sweaty, slowly speaking, "The bow of his bow requested last time, was completed." Hyuk Ryan Woon took the bow, tried over a few times and then silently exclaimed, "Wow, perfect, just like what he described." He secretly wished, if there was a gun, it was better, probably because his explanation was too bad, saying the principle of the operation of the gun was many times, he did not understand. Grasping the bow in his hand, Hyuk Ryan Woon stared for a long time, in his mind, but even if the Black Lion was equipped with these modern weapons, the ability to survive and return my home will increase. Looking for a long time, Hyuk Ryan Woon put his thumb up, trying to praise, as expected, the blacksmith. "She is a genius." Being praised like that, Chul So Young was a bit afraid, her face was a bit red and faltered, "So, I also like to create new things." Hyuk Ryan Woon lifted the bow tree, once again made the shot and then continued exclamation, "Why, this era that existed power supply, to peak." Looking at the person in front of him who was enjoying the bow, Chul So Young whispered, "The leader of Hyuk Ryan Woon, the scary appearance, so at first he thought he was just another dictatorial bastard." Observing a few seconds, but the Chul So Young's face suddenly turned red, in her mind appeared a thought, that was, now looking back to see Hyuk Ryan Woon is also cute. In a small house at Tae-Mu Kwang's party. He was on his hands, his eyes closed on the grass. Sol Soo-yun sat next to silently slowly wiping the sword. Sitting inside the family house is also Dai Lin Kiem Vuong Vo Dang, Lee Muzang. A man crossed his eyes closed, his mouth shut a grass sitting next to the Yeagle Siapung. A person sitting on the floor is playing with the crazy man, the Ryu Yon. At this time, Gong Sun suddenly came back from the sea, shouting, "Everyone, listening to this. I think they will come to Sichuan," he just breathed and said. Hearing this word, Yeagle Siapung suddenly opened his eyes, his 2 ends of his eyebrows furrowed his voice tightly, "Seeing it, he said it was very suspicious. The previous attack was suspected of being a spy of the new god. Not long, why did naturally have an ancient treasure map that appeared? Gongsun Sang seemed a bit confused. He shrugged and smiled and said, "Oh, then the Yeagle was the one who decided this, heard they would depart soon." Yeagle Siapung exhaled a breath and then hugged his head. Could not, the stupid brainstorming Yeagle. Seeing him screaming like that, Gongsun Sang immediately came to say, "Ha ha, not you are also a member of the Yeagle." Ban Rai Uyon not far away feel too noisy and raise his hand to cover his ears tightly. Li Musasang has not said anything, now he slowly spoke, "If so, the Azure God would be stupid by that stupid commander." Gongsun Sang heard that startled, he bowed slightly for a while to continue, "Not those who were late, heard this time they would be the first to advance in." Yeagle Siapung was still angry, he stood up and left the family, and said, "The crowd of the god of Azure was very arrogant." Wing Mu Quang, a call suddenly put up in Tai Mu Quang's ear. Yeagle Siapung stood on one side and asked, "What should we do?" Hearing that, a banded hand immediately rested on the surrounding grass. Tai Mu Quang sat up, stretched his shoulders and said, "Sichuan, or." He paused for a moment, looked up his eyes, then continued to speak, "Let's go." As if hearing something terrified, Yeagle Siapung exclaimed, "Hello, I told us how to go into the clear trap like that." Li Musang did not know when he came out, he exhaled a breath, said against his hand, even though they were arrogant, but it seemed that he could not resist his eyes to die, it was true that Wing Mu Quang. Tai Mu Quang stood up, stretched his shoulders for another long, the corners of his eyes sparkled with water. Tai Mu Quang turned his head slightly to look at the people behind, the sun shining to make his face bright, he said solemnly, "So on the road." Hearing that, the Rai Uyon board also jumped out from inside the family to jump out, meet with others. It all followed Tai Mu Quang, took a step forward. Gongsun Sang was left behind, hurriedly followed, urgently shouted, "Hey, everyone, wait for me." The three Hyuk Ryan Woon people were walking on the road, Sang Quan who asked, finally the second master became his successor, Hyuk Ryan Woon did not say anything, just nodded in an hour. Sabu Sion crossed his arms and went behind and asked, "Heard that you had to run and rush in the successor, tell me to listen." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard here, then pale, sadly breathing out, starting to start tell. This year's successive ceremony is in trouble. GM Ween said that burning all the holy fire cards in the demon festival was invalid, and insisted that he was the leader of the god because he had a lot. The holy fire before they were burned. So we voted, La Hao and Nguyat Vu voted to Jin Ween, and Bok Dean and Shuyan supported GM Ween, the Han Han clan. So why is second master chosen as a successor? Someone asked. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that immediately replied, finally they fought against each other. Ni Teo Hyuk Ryan Jin is obviously very confident in his strength in the match. And of course Hyuk Ryan GM cannot win. At the great demon god. The three brothers Hyuk Ryan Woon are all present. Hyuk Ryan Moon sat above, slightly bowed his head to look down on three children below. At this time, Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly turned to look at the next person, in a small voice, "Congratulations on becoming a successor." Hyuk Ryan Jin turned to respond, all thanks to the disciple. He said here, then stopped for a bit, looked straight into Hyuk Ryan Woon's eyes, seriously asked, "Woon, the La race stopped not to mention, but how to have the support of the Nguyat Vu clan?" Hyuk Ryan Woon thought of something, he smiled and said, "Of course, because of his own way." In Hyuk Ryan Woon's mind, he glanced through the image in the past, he thought, whoever doubted all members of the most powerful Nguyat Vu family were suffering from malnutrition, so people had a sentence, living economically unjust, fortunately for them to know about foods and nutritional tonic. The three Lady Hyuk Ryan Wool standing behind suddenly sighed. Hearing this sigh, Hyuk Ryan Woon laughed ha ha for 2 hours, hurriedly fixed his words, "What did you say? All thanks to you and Wool Billion." His mouth said so, but in his heart he silently scolded, Of course it's my merit, the bastard is silver, do you know how to run around the items?" Hyuk Ryan Moon sat on top to look at this screen satisfied to say, "Looking at the children so much, I am happy." At this time, Hyuk Ryan Woon seemed to remember something, immediately took a few steps, looked up slightly, asked in a small voice, "But why did you call us here?" Hyuk Ryan Moon heard that, then said down, saying 4 words, "The news came. This word has just ended." A person from the outside entered, offered a roll of paper in front of Hyuk Ryan Woon. Receiving the paper roll, after opening it to read one turn, Hyuk Ryan Woon's face suddenly reappeared. Hyuk Ryan Moon continues to say, many boxers from Trung Nguyen are moving to Sichuan. That guy was coming. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that and thought. The true main character of the path becomes hero, Tae-Mu Kwang. At this time, Hyuk Ryan Moon seriously continued, how many people did not matter, it was important that at this time, it was not good. The moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon puzzled again. Hyuk Ryan Moon nodded, recalling what happened in the past. There was a big event that happened a few months ago, in the middle of the activity of the Wanderer Vo Lam, someone who claimed to be the god of the religion was reformed. Trang became the inauguration disciple and broke in but was arrested. In the end of the end, that person definitely took off his shirt, around his body emerged countless disgusting flesh. It is said that he catches a hostage, then explodes himself, causes many casualties. Not many people come to Sichuan, but it is likely that they have sent a reconnaissance unit or a powerful team. Hyuk Ryan Moon looked straight into his son's eyes, his voice, so Woon, I hope you can come to Sichuan to detect the situation. I have informed the army of the god in Sichuan, looking for the 5 German merchants and the use of their capital created a place so that we could go to Trung Nguyen later. The person who wants me to go, Hyuk Ryan Woon stuttered, his face was sweaty, panicked and thought, no life I went, bastard Tae-Mu Kwang was there. Just thinking about it, Hyuk Ryan Jin at the side found it unstable and put his hand on Hyuk Ryan Woon's shoulder, reassured, Woon, I nominated the father with that father. Hearing this word, Hyuk Ryan Woon was dumbfounded, he silently spit in his heart, so, this guy repented himself by pushing himself into the dead place of death. At this time, Hyuk Ryan Jin continued to say, this is a good opportunity to initially enter Trung Nguyen, and if the disciples do well, the position of the disciple as well as the Black Lion team will be significantly promoted. Listening to these words Hyuk Ryan Woon was even more sad, he bowed his head down and scolded, who cared for those 3? Above Hyuk Ryan Moon said, although it was nominated by Jin, but I gave you this mission because I trust you, Woon. Hyuk Ryan Woon frowned and thought, because I work better than expected, if I refuse, the relationship between me and Hyuk Ryan Jin may break down, and turn away from the leader. He was smiling, Hyuk Ryan Woon looked at Hyuk Ryan Jin standing in front of him, silently exclamation. Come on, don't know, calculate back and forth for a while, Hyuk Ryan Woon closed his hands into the right. He bowed slightly down Trin solemnly, thanking him for trusting and assigning this responsibility to his children, leaders, new leaders, children, will surely listen to all their action gestures and return. Damn it, Hyuk Ryan Woon finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and silently scolded, if I died there, even if I became a ghost, I would return to all your life. On a path to Sichuan, there were many groups of people moving on it. Everyone here is wary of looking at one side. #value. The unfriendly gossip ranged everywhere, looking there, the name of the shy Chan Chu Yegal Siapung, and the other was not the great Li King Li Munsang, the name Toan finished flying in the matches fighting because he was afraid of blood. And that is the crazy guy Ryu Yon loves gambling. Looking at Tae-Mu Kwang, leaning on the tree of falling asleep, the murmur is even bigger, listening to them calling themselves a bizarre hero, ha ha ha. These people transferred their eyes to the girl crossing their arms and standing beside them, admiring, but why was the goddess Naguyat Sol Su Yun there? Ween, not far away, there was a call. The person called the leader of Azure, Yang Ho Chun, he turned around, again, said that in the public place to be called the leader. The other person who heard that was ashamed to scratch his head, laughed clown, saying, sorry brother, wrong, the leader, Yang Ho Chun helplessly breathed out a breath, nodded his head, then, something happened. That guy heard that and pointed his hand back, raised his eyebrows and said, not the bastards of the Odd Hero Association made our army lose more temperament, bro, let them go with us all the time. Yang Ho Chun shook his head, okay, not all of us are the Orthodox sect. The other person heard that immediately, so, the leader, we were so kind. Yang Ho Chun heard that, then laughed, mocking, no more compliment. He finished laughing and glanced at one side. Only to see that side, the 3 Tae-Mu Kwang, Sol Su Yun and Gong Sun Sang are leaning on the tree to rest. He stole watching Sol Su Yun full of love, thinking, the goddess of the moon, the more you go with these scum, the more you will see how much I feel. Just thinking like that, Yang Ho Chun licked the edge, showing a disgusting face. At the training ground of the Black Lion, the 3 Hyuk Ryan Woon men were crossing their arms and watching the disciples practicing at the bottom of the yard. Sabu Sion stood behind Hyuk Ryan Woon casually said, at the leader of the leader, the gunner team completed training on horseback, survival training, melee training, as well as sniping. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that, then turned his face to look at Seon, nodded, "Very good Bu Seon, thanks to your guidance, they have improved so quickly." Bu Seon heard that immediately, actually replied, Actually thanks to Master Jang Ca. Jang Muryong heard that Bu Seon mentioned him, then glanced at him, a little startled. He was a little embarrassed, his face turned red, waved his hand and smiled, shyly said, "I did not do much." Hyuk Ryan Woon did not think that, he clapped his hands in Jang Muryong, slightly bowed his head to bring him respectfully. "I used to know the Master Jang was the hardest person, no matter what he said, the monk Quan Jang is still the most important person in the development process of the Black Lion." Hearing Hyuk Ryan Woon praised himself, Jang Muryong on both sides of the face was even more red, somewhat shy, he scratched his head, he was too complimented, missing the owner. He finished speaking down and looked down at the disciples who were enthusiastically practicing martial arts below, softly, thanks to the healthy eating plan and his physical training he compiled. Among 54 fighters, there were 2 people are now high-level warriors, 25 others also have great potential. Hearing Jang Muri said that, Hyuk Ryan Woon looked brightly, also looked at the disciples below, in the joy of thinking, impressive, even in 1,000 strong members of the top, no one owned more than 10 high-ranking warriors. Bu Seon at the side spread out for a while and then said, "They develop very quickly, thanks for all nutritious food and martial arts books you give to them. Moreover, they are promised to have a one vacation and gifts if they have accomplished the goals, so they can't work hard." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard the words Bu Seon said, he bowed his face slightly, on his lips up a smile, he thought in his heart, as predicted, including the modern or the fantasy world, the welfare was the benefit. Best. Thinking for a moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately asked, "About our organizers?" Jang Muryong immediately responded, "About that, as the owner said, a team was successful lap by gathering members who have the same task, combined with a person with tactical expertise, communication, and fighting skills as a leader of them." Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely satisfied, he put his hand on Jang Muryong's shoulder without regret, "So wonderful, Master Jang." On the other hand, the 2 of them came to Kwan Hu and Chul So Young were trying to pull a towering car. Chul So Young breathed, angrily glared at Sang Kwan Hu, she scolded, "That guy, you could promoting more, you haven't eaten rice yet." Sang Kwan Hu in the back only sweating, repeatedly nodded his head. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard the noise rush too, he cried out, "You is the hut, the lady blacksmith, she does not need to go here for herself." Chul So Young put down the scissors down, her hands on her hips, she angrily looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon, "I would quit my job, if you dare to make an order like that again." Hyuk Ryan Woon scratched his head, began to soothe Chul So Young, "Please flutter, just that we suddenly have to go to the center of the plain area." Chul So Young said that, but not really angry, she took out some weapons brought in front of Hyuk Ryan Woon and said, "Check it away." Hyuk Ryan Woon reached out, first he revolved around a sharp knife study in his hand. Next is to open the compass to search. Seeing both of them extremely perfect, Hyuk Ryan Woon looked at Chul So Young with admiration, praise, "Wonderful, as expected, Lady Blacksmith was an expert." Sang Kwan Hu and Sasa. Bu Seon stood behind me to see that and curious, "Let me see, I also want to see." Chul So Young on the opposite side is a bit shy, she coughed a few hours and replied, "Actually, what was there is what is." Chul So Young uses his thumb to point out seriously, "I made armor and battle shoes, bring them with you." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that, his whole face coincided, he smirked slightly, thinking in his heart, indeed the peak. He listened to Chul So Young said, starting to try the armor in. "Next, bring the battle shoes on your feet to see." Done, Hyuk Ryan Woon also directly distributed armor with shoes for everyone, waiting for all to wear all over, he looked for a turn, extremely satisfied thinking, with them, a modern team completely complete how is ready. The sky is extremely clear today. Inside the yard, a small cat is stretching to the sun. Suddenly the loud noise rang out, the cat panicked to fear meow. Inside the house, Yeagle Siapung pointed to me. Next he threw the rice bowl straight into the next table. The 3 people of the Azure God saw that, it was startled to understand what had just happened. The 3 immediately stood up, indignantly looking at Yeagle Siapung. A long hair in it saw that and screamed loudly, scolded, he had just said it, came out here. Right now, Yang Ho Chun came from behind, spoke, "The name of this fraudulent owner, you're crazy, how dare you use violence here?" The long-haired hair was just Yeagle Siapung guilty, attorney, "The name of this fraudulent owner naturally threw the bowl at us and caused war." Yeagle Siapung was extremely angry because of his words, indignantly said, "Stop ridiculous things, you insulted us first." Yang Ho Chun sighed in a breath. He then raised his hands on his holds, angrily roared 2 hours. The whole people here hear this big roar immediately blew eyebrows. Yeagle Siapung was affected by this powerful prestige, he grimaced, covered his ears, thought in his heart, "TSK, this roughness, this old man was trying to show off how much he had gas after consuming a lot of medicine." After shouting, Yang Ho Chun was as calm as if nothing was wrong, raised his voice, "Like the owner of Yeagle, we were on his way to Sichuan for a very important task, the person who was about to disturb all with his behavior my mature." As soon as he finished the sentence, the outside suddenly transmitted a faint voice, it was impossible to say anything. Hearing this word, Yang Ho Chun was startled, turned to look at. Only seeing Tae Mu Kwang and Sol Su Yun casually sat on the chair, in his mouth, he was holding a chopstick, in his hand, he turned the other chopstick, superficially said, "You are talking as if you were the Dewey. Most have the task now." The long-hair name just now heard the sarcasm of Tae Mu Kwang, gritted his teeth and gnawed his sword to scold him. "How dare you say that to the Grandmaster? It has not been drawn." A stream of light from suddenly hit, causing the long hair to fear hurriedly pulled his hand, the whole face immediately gray. He lowered his head to look at the chopsticks falling on the ground, behind his back. The long hair look at Tae Mu Kwang stood up and walked towards this side and feared behind him as if he was looking for protection. Tae Mu Kwang slowly moved towards Yang Ho Chun standing, looking at the tall man in front of him. He was a little panicked to call, "Teo Heap Tae." Tae Mu Kwang did not say anything, just coldly, "An hour." Yang Ho Chun tried to calmly explain, "I just wanted to go to Sichuan without any trouble, I could ask about the cooperation of the person, without Tae Tae." Tae Mu Kwang heard that slowly said, "You said it true, let's cooperate." After finishing his words, he went to Yang Ho Chun, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Done, Tae Mu Kwang passed by Yang Ho Chun, leaving an apology. Tae Mu Kwang's group of people did not stay here anymore, immediately stood up and left first. Yang Ho Chun looked at the back of the other people, angry eyes, in his heart, he scolded, "How dare you look at me like that, this strange hero team, I will force you to pay thousands of times more than." Gong Sun Sang has been gathered for a while now to realize the difference, looking around and then scared to cry, What, everyone has gone all." On a large lake, on the side of the bridge there was an old man sitting fishing. The old gray-haired old man fell asleep waiting for fish to bite. Suddenly, there was a shadow behind, raising his voice, "Old man, did you have a lot of fish?" The old man heard that, opened a glancing eye, drowsiness, who you can be? The one who had just come to wear a black cloak, the head of the hat, a slightly stooped back and landed, was me, the old man. The old man looked at his strange face in front of him, temporarily could not recognize who he was. As if reading the old man's mind, the other person immediately covered his face, causing his face to quickly happen. A moment later, a youthful face, smiling lips appeared in front of the old man. Looking at that face, the old man laughed for a few hours, pointing at the person who was interested in saying, "You huh?" The other person stood in front of the old man, in the voice mixed with a bit of resentment, "How could you forget my face, the old man?" The old man still sat down below, crossed his arms calmly and replied, "How could I remember okay when you change whenever I meet people? Do not want to be married anymore," the other said, always on the main issue, the old man. The ancient treasure map seemed to go through the Urim Union, the talent promised to be said to have departed to Sichuan. The old man heard that his hand stroked his white beard, his eyes looked far away. The other person replied, "We also revealed rumors there, however, but our expectations have happened in Xinjiang." The old man heard here immediately stopped stroking the beard, his face was somewhat stunned, unbelievably uttered, "Out of our expectations, it was impossible to be impossible." The black-shirted person calmly answered, "We were still investigating that the news was wrong, but," did not say the whole sentence, the old man had collected the fishing rod, interrupting, "We were sure it was wrong." The old man carrying a fishing rod on his shoulder, approaching the black man, raising the silver eyebrows, "It seems that we need to go to Sichuan." The black-shirted person bowed his head to say, "Everything was for the sake of that day." Yes, for that day, the old man's hand gripped the fishing rod, around his body began to emerge a hurricane. A moment later, the old man completely disappeared on the bridge, leaving only the black man standing there. His face also slowly changed. Moments later, a new face was replaced. On the bumpy mountain road, a group of 4 men who were walking forward, some people asked, "The Grandmaster, they really came. I was talking about our church members. The bearded man took the lead, on his shoulder carrying a huge sword. He looked straight ahead and responded, yes, they were on the way here. On his face, he brought a little smile, continued to speak, along with an outstanding leader. He carried the sword on his body, walked and thought, if he was given the honor of the first war in the central area, they must definitely be very elite, that is a famous faction like Heaven or Red Dragon. Thinking constantly, suddenly the person behind suddenly ran to him, rushed to say, attorney, some people are coming from that side. Only seeing not far away, a mighty army is slowly marching. Of course this powerful army was led by Hyuk Ryan Woon. Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his face to look forward, the fluttering cloak, to reveal the two swords on the waist. There was a few small stains on his face, looking a bit tired because he had to go a long way, but his eyes were still sharp and looking forward. His heart thought, I thought I would gossip, who would thinking there are two monster birds, not one. Hyuk Ryan Woon recalled the previous scene, two monsters being chained on the top of the towering snowy mountain. Two big fibers pierced through them, they opened their mouths and cried out indignation. In the mouth of the mouth, the long tongue was extremely disgusting. Seeing the Hyuk Ryan Woon underneath, the two more crazy bird monsters, they broke the chain and rushed down below. Those two monster birds used their beaks as weapons, attacking Hyuk Ryan Woon's people. Hyuk Ryan Woon's body was slightly injured in a few places, his face had some panic parts. Seeing the situation was not good, the group of people together joined the chain to control the other two birds. Even Hyuk Ryan Woon also had to brace himself to fight. Thinking about this one, Hyuk Ryan Woon's face was black again, he bowed his head, in his eyes radiating a ray of killing intent, thinking, luckily we were prepared. In the novel, only one of the two children when Tae Mukwang arrived there. Remembering the current items I have, Hyuk Ryan Woon slightly smirked, silently exclaiming, I had to go through that hell time, but I did everything to steal the lucky meetings of the lucky meeting. Tae Mukwang, including 10,000 crystals, yin and yang breathing techniques and long swords. But suddenly Hyuk Ryan Woon's body is slightly overlapping, thinking about another problem, my inner intubation is still a problem, it will be great if I can make the ultimate magic medicine like Tae Mukwang when using a phase. Pears and crystals 10,000 years, and if it doesn't work, I should look for something that allows me to take advantage of the crystal. Honestly with the thought, Hyuk Ryan Woon did not pay attention to the group of beard men who had come close to him, he lifted up and pointed straight at him, contemptuously said, stopped, not here must be the place for insects like you, quickly get out of my eyes. Hearing these words, Sang Kwan who immediately stopped in Hyuk Ryan Woon whispering, Woon, I think the church sent us here to meet this flood, I think they will not recognize us, because now I look so slippery. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that he knew, he took a few steps ahead, looked at the big sword in front of him, he bowed a little bit of his head and sighed a breath. The man's bearded man lifted his sword, closed his eyes and said, shouted, surely I said you disappeared. Hyuk Ryan Woon could not hear it anymore, he raised one hand, gripped the sharp blade in front of him. Before she could react, Hyuk Ryan Woon was fluttering with fire, putting one hand, breaking the sword of the other guy, as if the sword was just a paper. Looking at the blade in front of him, the whole man named his beard suddenly trembled, afraid of green face, temporarily unable to utter anything. At 5 genuine shops. Lee Sang-won, the owner of the Sichuan branch, looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon sitting on the opposite side, anxiously saying, I am very sorry for the greed of the subordinates, for lack of owner. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that, scratched his head, laughed for a few hours and asked, ha ha, what you mean, I also saw that we really look like a beggar. Lee Sang-won also laughed, ha ha, people are as noble as what we hear. On the face of Hyuk Ryan Woon, she smiled like nothing, but in my heart contemptuously thought, as I heard, rumors about me were a bastard spread throughout Xinjiang but nothing left. Lee Sang-won continued to praise, which was a great honor when the person visiting this branch, the foremaster, we will do everything in the ability to support people. Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon was no longer guests but asked straight, besides, you have prepared for what I asked. Lee Sang-won frowned slightly, anxiously responded, we have harvested most of them, but we could not succeed in owning poisonous pearls and pearls, not easy to have a source of pharmaceutical supply. In Sichuan. Hyuk Ryan Woon was somewhat stunned, in addition to guessing, we thought it would be easy when mourning in Sichuan. Lee Sang-won has a thought, reaching out the small beard under his chin, quietly saying, the trash people are the problem, they are monopoly all the sources of Sichuan pharmaceutical supply. Outside is the chirping bird, inside the room, Lee Sang-won's voice continues to resound, when a new drug is developed in this place, the funeral will come there and offer to buy the secret of manufacturing at the cheap price. If they refuse to sell, the Tang tribe will develop a similar product and sell it at a lower price, which leads to the destruction of the remaining places. Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon asked, Mandarin and Martial Arts Alliance did not apply any punishment for their work. Lee Sang-won could only sigh, they all colluded with each other, so there is no help. At this time, Hyuk Ryan Woon could only laugh. He said with a contempt, Trung Win, this shattered place. Saying so, in his heart, he was worried. Did he interrupt the main storyline excessive? Not, it is troublesome. I absolutely need Pearl's poisonous blood and Pearl detoxification. Thinking about calculating for a long time, Hyuk Ryan Woon seriously asked, besides that, do you know the current location of the Lamb Heaven? Hearing this question, Lee Sang-won replied, God knew that they were currently at the Sichuan branch of the Martial Arts Alliance. I understand. Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded in appearance, asked another question, did you find out why they came to Sichuan? Lee Sang-won shook his head and said, not sure whether they were here to monitor the movement of the gods, or they were here for the funeral. Tang Clan. Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled to say these two words. Lee Sang-won continued to say, in fact, since the Lam Tien dissected the Sichuan branch of the Martial Arts Alliance, the funeral clearly worried. They were worried, Hyuk Ryan Woon wondered, his hand against his chin thought. One morning the blue sky, the light yellow sunlight shone down the small street. Hyuk Ryan Woon and Sang Kwan who were walking on the street. It was too good, right? Sang Kwan who looked at the skewers. Seeing Hyuk Ryan Woon said nothing, Sang Kwan who chewed a candy while asking continued, I said this, Woon, what are you thinking about? Thinking about what? Hyuk Ryan Woon now turned around, smiling slightly and shook his head, nothing. Hearing that, Sang Kwan who silently exclaimed, Rub, we never saw what happened in his mind at any time. Sang Kwan who had just bite another leg candy, chewing in his mouth, his gaze looked around and said, even though the funeral was famous for poison and medicine, there were still many patients in Sichuan. You're right, Hyuk Ryan Woon seriously responded. At this moment, his eyes suddenly noticed that there was something unusual. He turned his gaze to a man with a cane and a boy on the opposite side. Then turn your eyes to another small one. It seems that the father and son, they are trembling tiredly sitting by the road. In front of them are selling a few bundles of firewood and a few cigarettes. Looking at the thin boy who was sitting and breathing without breath, Hyuk Ryan Woon clasped his hands behind his back thinking, he was malnourished. Thinking so, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately went to their father and son. He bent down slightly, I could ask you a question, the pupils seem sick, did you try any medicine yet? The father heard that immediately raised his head and complained, the owner, the lack of owner, the person who could be arrested if he bought or sold drugs in Sichuan without the permission of the funeral, the person would be seriously punished. Hyuk Ryan Woon confuses to say, at least you can try him to eat some nutritious foods. The father heard that, then sighed, looking at his son with two bright eyes and obediently accepting the skewer of the candy from his hand to Kwan who, heavily responded, both of them must have just come here, these days the funeral clan have become greedy, they even consider nutritious foods like medicine. He said as he wiped his tears, pity, even when I tried to cook, they continued to increase prices from the sources, so we could not do anything. Sang Kwan who heard these things angry, thinking about the kind of people who really exist in this world. Hyuk Ryan Woon also furrowed his eyebrows, thinking, it was worse than I thought. Thinking like that, suddenly Hyuk Ryan Woon's eyes opened loudly, crying out. Sang Kwan who was crossing his arms and standing beside me to see that, you thought of the way yet? Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded and replied, it seemed that I needed to ask Lee's manager about a building. Star building, Sang Kwan who confuses to repeat. Hyuk Ryan Woon did not pay attention to him, he stroked his chin and smirked, yeah, I was planning to sell nutritious food to myself. Sell to himself, Sang Kwan who thought that he was wrong, urgently asked, Woon, you didn't hear what the merchant said. Hyuk Ryan Woon bowed slightly, responded seriously, I heard it, very loud and clear. The sky is even more clear and green, Hyuk Ryan Woon secretly calculated in our hearts, because we have gone far away, I will take advantage of this opportunity and go to the Tiger Cave, wait for you, Tae Mu Kwang. But now on a large lawn, a sneezing sound suddenly rang. Yeagle Siapung heard that quickly turned around, anxious to ask, Mu Kwang Ween, you were cold, Tae Mu Kwang lay on the grass, rubbing his nose, no lifetime. He knees his hands behind his head, looked up at the sky thinking, someone was thinking about himself. The hammers rang incessantly. The three Hyuk Ryan Woon people stood on one side to look at the building named after the year of the True Trading Company, the local brand, which is urgently built in the immediate future. Sang Kwan, who worriedly glanced at Hyuk Ryan Woon, asked, "The leader, we really have to do that?" Hyuk Ryan Woon raised an eyebrow, dissatisfied, "Did not tell you to call me the owner of the Hyuk Ryan store, and was not the leader." Sang Kwan, who scratched his head shyly, "Yeah, the owner of the store, I did not say your plan was wrong, but I thought it was better to silently find the execution of the Lam Tien Duong sect and report it to their church. Do you need to go so far?" Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that, angrily grabbed the shoulder to Kwan, who shaking some strong. Then he shouted, "Hey, you are going to waste the opportunity to bring glory to our sect right from the first battle. Moreover, you didn't feel sorry for the people we saw before, ha?" Sang Kwan, who was shaken for dizziness, hurriedly cried, "I understood, I did not think to that." Sabu Sion has been silent for now. Hyuk Ryan Woon has not answered yet, but with his hand in his chest to find something. A moment later he pulled out a small vase, brought in front of Sabu Sion, casually said, "We will sell this." "Get the vase and open it," Sabu Sion doubted or exclaimed, "This is..." Do not let him finish the sentence. Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded, "Yes, that's the same food powder that I gave you and all the members of the Black Lion. More than that, it was an object value has saved the meditation family from malnutrition." "This is counted as a nutritious food?" Sabu Sion asked. Hyuk Ryan Woon did not answer but asked a question, "Bu Se, you think what is nutritious food is?" Listening to this question, a bowl of hot nutritious stewed meat appeared in the beginning. His eyes glowed. "Yeah, must be like a bowl of hot Buddha soup with ingredients from medicine and meat." Hearing this answer, Hyuk Ryan Woon hurriedly objected, "No, not. Nutritious food must be the addition of the lack of nutrition." He held a small vase in his hand and continued to say, "That's why this type of food can be considered exactly as nutritious food." Sabu Sion heard that, but still worried, he exhaled a breath, suspicious or asked, "We are not sure, it will work." Hyuk Ryan Woon confidently said, "You just need to wait, our Pentecostal branch will surely develop. Create a famous brand throughout Trung Nguyen." Some time later, 5 genuine trading companies have officially come into operation. Customers are crowded and extremely bustling. A female employee is busy preparing the powder in the other. The remaining staff quickly brought out to the guests. The tables and chairs in the yard were full, each of them here holding a vase, starting to taste things inside. Looking at this scene, Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely happy. He turned around and told the two of them to Kwan Hu and Sabu Sion, seeing, "I told you what." Sabu Sion crossed his arms behind, still a little worried, that said, "Our work is good, but is allowed to continue selling nutritious food without the permission of the funeral. Just mentioned here." In addition to the door, suddenly a call is not very sympathetic. "Who is the owner of the store here?" Hyuk Ryan Woon, wary of turning his head, thinking, "They are here." Only seeing the outside of the door, the three muscular men were welcoming in. The name in the middle crossed his arms up and his chin shouted, "Walking out here, don't let me repeat it." Hyuk Ryan Woon said nothing, exhaled a breath, seemingly regretful, thinking, but these people did not belong to the funeral of Sichuan. The other three continued to go inside full of pride. The people in here panicked, stood up to give way to them. The leader saw Hyuk Ryan Woon disdainfully ask, "Which guy is the guy you are?" Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his eyebrows slightly at his face, not saying a word. The other man saw that. He swung his hand up, aimed at Hyuk Ryan Woon's face. He scolded angrily, "How dare you look up at me? You don't even squeeze your eyes right away, you have a bunch of you." Sabu Sion and Sang Kwan, who stood behind to see this scene, his eyes were flaming, killing the body around the body radiating. "This man, you want to die, huh?" Hyuk Ryan Woon is much more calm than these two people. He clasped his hands together, showing a scared appearance, low voice, "Oh, the great warriors." He bent slightly, respectfully, "I am the owner of the store here, what is the problem?" The other guy looks at this expression, he is satisfied. He waved his hand, through his chin, "Because you started business here, it would be better for all of us, if you report to the elderly that we are here and pay the protection fee, thanks for our protection." The two men standing behind immediately wag. After saying that these people, the three men just came like funny, laughed, Hyuk Ryan Woon now his whole body began to tremble because of anger. His eyes were black, filled with indignation. "I had a lot of work to do." The two Hyuk Ryan Woon's teeth clenched, burning fire. The flies of this dead dog had to appear here. Seeing Hyuk Ryan Woon trembling in front of him, the two men behind were extremely contemptuous, whispering, brother, threatened him so scared. he was scared to pee. Hyuk Ryan Woon ignored the other words, trying to suppress the fire angry, lower his head and obediently say, "Of course, we know what he meant." After saying that, he lifted his legs, smiled and looked at the other three invited, "So stop standing there. Allow me to lead them to a better place, where we can drink and talk," Hyuk Ryan Woon said. The other three heard that laughed ha ha, satisfied. "Good, this is also something. But we also want to say." The steps slowly followed the Woon. He slowly walked back to a narrow alley with little people who did not say anything. "Hey," the shop owner, the head of the pierced head suddenly called Woon, did not know his face was dark. "We haven't arrived at the place you took us, the holy sanctuary," provoked his face, "the elderly to this remote place. You plan to take me so much protection." Woon was angry, he kicked him down on the ground and turned around with anger. "Here, your protection fee." Immediately, Woon descended a powerful punch straight into the face of the pierced head, making his face immediately spit blood. The head of the fluttering head splashed out in the gaze of the other two remaining people who had not yet understood what was happening. He fell to the ground once. At this time, the other two men started to be blue and cold sweat, the whole body trembled without speech. The first name was now lying on the ground to breathe in a struggling way, the nose was constantly bleeding, extremely miserable. A name just turned around to blame Woon. "My child is waste." Yet his fist to Woon is nothing, he can easily help it. Looking at Woon's without any worry, the other guy was extremely confused and feared. Just winking, Woon easily breaks the other guy's hand, making him scream in pain. "Oh my mother," he gave up and cried like a child. The other was scared to point the sword at Woon. "What is the beep? He is a martial arts master. Cheeks, why a person like him open a tea shop here?" Woon rolled his eyes, said with a sharp tone, "Ha ha, the stupid wanderers dare to do it crazy in front of me. What the hell are you?" the broken arm crying down. The other name did not dare to resist anymore but directly knelt down. "We had committed serious sins, we just did this at the orders of the funeral, please ignore us." "What, according to the funeral command?" Woon is a bit surprised. The grammar, Woon glared in his stomach. At the funeral of the funeral, the head of the piercing was now back and reported. "What is it? You are saying that you are beaten by the owner of the new tea shop?" Tang Jiang hears the report that is difficult to understand. The name of his subordinate stammered, actually he was not just a normal store owner. "Why, he is a martial arts master or something." "Exactly," he said, "very right. Ridiculous, why did a martial artist set up a tea shop here?" In fact, it is rumored that the store owner is a young boxer named Hyokryun Woon, who receives the teaching from a hermit in Tanhai. After he saved the leader of the five religion, the leader has accepted him as his son and he has joined with them ever since. "And the leader of the five-way merchant helped that bastard to open the tea shop here?" Tang Jiang asked. "Yes, sir," the servant nodded silently. "A tea shop," Tang Jiang stroked his beard. "His business is good. He opened the store not long but was very crowded." Tang Jiang laughed cleverly, "I want it in my ownership, but because it is just a tea shop, it is quite controversial." "Sir," the servant, "it doesn't matter this case, maybe it is a tea shop on their signs, but they may be selling herbal water." "What, how dare they sell medicine?" Tang Jiang excitedly could not control, "in my territory." The next day, Tang Jiang went to Woon's tea shop. He also followed him a lot of soldiers with a tense attitude. "We have received a report that the drug is illegally sold here, investigates it carefully." "Yes, sir," the soldiers obey obedience. The next second, those soldiers rushed into the middle of the naughty shop, rummaging everything up to form a chaotic setting. "They are here." Woon, seeing the people of the funeral, is not surprised. A soldier who brought a cup of tea came in front of Jiang Tang, reported that it was really a medicine. "What is your mean?" Woon looks confused. "It's just a food." A soldier spoke up, "How dare you sell medicine in Sichuan without the permission of the funeral? You are looking down on us." "There is a misunderstanding somewhere," Woon explained. "Sir, we never mean that." Tang Jiang sighed and then hooked his hand to signal for Woon. He put his arm on his neck. "Forget it," Tang Jiang said. "Morality, to save your facade, I will tell you this specifically. Please offer your tea shop and nutritious dishes through the funeral." "I couldn't do that," Woon shook my head. "You do not understand, usually, all these illegal drugs should be destroyed and you will be fined a huge amount of money, but I especially let you get rid of it easily," the owner of the store Hyokryun. "Really?" Woon made an unbelievable expression, though he thought, the beans, they were even worse than the strange bastards. Tang Jiang patted Woon's shoulder. the fine can be taken care of to change this tea shop, and after we make sure the nutritious food has nothing, the funeral will turn it into a proper medicine to sell. We will hand over some of our business to the 5 religion trade, so please end this issue in silence. Woon finished listening, glanced down at Tang Jiang thinking, oh, ending it quietly, don't tell me. Tang Jiang continues, if the problem is overly inflated, it will not be good for both of us. Everything was done by him alone, Woon wondered. Perhaps this Tang Jiang's son was also beaten by Mu Kuang. He must be treated as a nuisance because he had caused a lot of disasters for the funeral of the clan. If everything happens now is not because of the funeral but this bastard, then another story, Woon calculates in his heart. Hey, Tang Jiang call, do you hear it? Of course, Woon laughed, I heard him very clearly. So, do you want to go up and talk in detail with a cup of tea? Ha ha, all right, Tang Jiang smiled and nodded. He walked towards the inside of the shop, the more he felt like this place. Woon in the back, looking at Tang Jiang walking and singing happy. Suddenly, his heart sparked anger, his expression also became scary. Under the clear blue sky of the town, Jang Muryang and Woon stood in front of the Ngu Dao tea shop to look away. Master, Jang Muryang asked Woon, it was really a good way for them to return. It turned out that before, there was no conversation at all, just that Woon gave Tang Jiang a battle up to the field, causing him 3 legs and 4 legs to run home. Thinking back at that time, Woon was still a bit funny, Tang Jiang's move would probably move the way we wanted him to do now. Thinking, he turned to reassure Jang Muryang, he did not need to worry, Master Jang. By the way, it is true that all members of the Lamb Heavenly. That's right, it seems that they are plotting something, Jang Muryang doubted. I understand, Woon nodded. Good, he stood up and looked ahead, seemed to be time for us to visit the funeral. Jang Muryang has a bit of questions, what, the god can ask why not? Woon has not responded, he brought some stressful parts, finally, it was time for him to meet directly with that bastard. In the afternoon, Woon went to stand in front of the funeral of the funeral, the strange thing is that everyone pays attention to him, oh, what's wrong there? Woon holds a speaker, in front of the chest has a sign of the small shops that are dying, the evil of the funeral, the trade is not fair. The next second, he took breath and shouted at the speaker, the funeral was practicing unfairly commercial, which was completely oppressive, all the small shops were dying to die, so embarrassing, funeral, mourning, it was ashamed, you applied an exclusive regime of drugs, you are promoting the abuse of the price, all the small shops are dying from the tyranny of the funeral. The surrounding people also have a bit of agreement, yeah, the truth is that the funeral has gone too far, how people can buy medicine if it is so expensive. They even record everything as medicine, so no one can buy anything. Good, this way is effective, Woon continues to scream, review yourself to the funeral, ponder yourself. Suddenly, there was a sound of people interfering in the Woon compartment. It turned out that it was a troop of the funeral, they came in front of Woond to threaten him, how dare you do so here? Follow me, the soldier pulled Woon's shoulder. Suddenly, he realized something was difficult to understand. No matter what, he could not pull Woon, what's going on to this bastard? Despite the 2 trying soldiers trying to push, Woon still did not budge, review yourself to the funeral, or reflect on yourself. Suddenly, Woon felt a strange stream of air that made him stop, a little startled. This unusual atmosphere, Woon glanced backwards. The soldiers saw Woon suddenly stop. When seeing the person in the back, they hurriedly let go of the Woon and bowed to the hand to greet that person extremely respectfully. Woon also tensed his head to look at the person who radiates that atmosphere. In front of him, it was the municipal Tang of the Sichuan Major, the mourning Shogun. Woon suddenly became confusing, what the hell he wondered, he was not Tae Mu Kwang, which guy is this guy? Tang Shogun spoke, being a young woman of the funeral, we could not ignore what we just heard. The young lady of the funeral, Woon doubted, he was likely to be Tang Shogun. Ha ha, he has such a beautiful face, if all this in the real world, he might be an idol. Tang Shogun came in front of Woon, why don't you say anything, why don't you scream and ask us to explain? Woon is now calculating, a genius will reach the summit at a very young age. And then become Tae Mu Kwang's partner. From the house, Tang Jiang's face hurriedly ran out, avoiding a side, avoiding the way out for me. He angrily cursed at the bravery, the young woman, please do not believe this guy, everything he says is a lie. Jiang Ween, Tang Shogun confusing to look at Tang Jiang. Tang Jiang also knows clearly in his heart, this child wants to do everything. Tang So-gun curiously asked Tang Jiang, "Do you know who this person is?" Of course, Tang Jiang pointed to Woon's face. "This name is Hyuk Ryan Woon, the adopted son of the five-path merchant leader. He is the type of person based on his martial arts and creates any trouble. The worst kind of fraud we know, who deceived people by selling fake drugs." Woon heard that, then sighed. Fake drugs, Tang So-gun heard here, some losing his temper. "Yes," Tang Jiang grumbled, "many people suffered from his crimes. We went to warn him but he attacked me and insulted the funeral of the clan." Tang So-gun's eyes heard here, the anger. The temperament emanating from his brother now is not trivial. Using a sharp voice he questioned Woon, "That is real?" "I have never lied," Woon calmly responded. "The person who is lying right now." Woon pointed to the back of Tang So-gun. "Was Tang Jiang, the person right behind you?" "Diao Jia," Tang Jiang angrily shouted. His hands were ready to throw directly towards Woon. Woon has also prepared. He pulled the sword straight to slash the weapons of Tang Jiang. "The young woman," Tang Jiang shouted, "that bastard dared to withdraw weapons before the funeral. We could not leave him like that anymore." Tang So-gun regained his calm. "Removed your weapon right away." "That person has just threw hidden weapons at me." Woon was discontented. "You are trying to kill me and gag those who resist the persecution." "We guess the words will not work with him." Tang So-gun radiates strong energy. In the blink of an eye, he rushed like cutting. Tang So-gun was just in front of Woon. "I should be different from him, then we can listen to what he said." Woon is also startled. Before he could return, he ate an extremely strong attorney of Tang So-gun. Woon directly turned back. The sign on the back was also broken. Cough, he was so strong, Woon was trembling on the ground, as expected from the summit of the funeral, a person who had perfectly mastered the Luke Lean than. "Now, I just need to wait until Tang Jiang uses his dirty coward." Nog Jiang in the back is also just good smile. He immediately launched weapons hidden towards Woon. Woon could not directly dodge Tang Jiang's palace. "It was what I had been waiting for." That bastard was not the one who would stay still when his neck was swaying like a thread. As expected, he gave a small amount of toxins into it. In that case, thinking, Woon blood bleeded, his face turned pale. Tang So-gun is a bit surprised. Signs of poisoning. Tang Jiang put poison into his hidden weapon. "Why?" Woon is now collapsed on the unconscious ground. Tang Jiang pretended to be confused to Tang So-gun. "Toxic, lack of owner. If continued like this, rumors that our funeral uses toxins to kill people will spread. Before this happened, we had to drag him to the funeral side." What? The morning was finished, it was difficult to understand whether he was not a human. The thought that had just fleeting Tang So-gun, suddenly he realized something. From above, an unexpected attack was rushing to the two of them. That attack was so strong that making rocks, Tang Jiang fell to the ground. Tang So-gun was able to dodge the fate. Tang So-gun looked up at the direction of the attack. Woon lying on the ground saw that strange movement, also slowly opened his eyes. It was surprised and widened his eyes. On the roof, a young woman with a sword in her arms standing down from above. It turned out that this is Tian Bei Nguyat Nu Sol Su Yun. This is the way the funeral hides the voices of those who accuse them of politeness and corruption. Tang Jiang pointed to shout, "How dare you scold the great mourning?" Tang So-gun also spoke up, "Lady Soul," lowering the mirror, "whatever the reason, pointing the blade towards the funeral is an indecisive action." Even though So-gun said so, Su Yun's still anger and emitted a huge energy, can directly join the battle. She had a huge oppressive atmosphere. Tang So-gun also attacked, so the reports that we hear about her were to achieve many incredible achievements in Gypsy in a short time. Must be rumors, huh? Su Yun came down from the porch to attack in the blink of an eye. From the ground, Tang So-gun also turned to fight back. Both parties 1-9-1-10 rushed into each other. Su Yun's sword and Tang So-gun's fist to create a very jarring sound. The battle kept the two of them extremely intense. The people standing outside to see there were some fears. In the back, Tang Jiang is wonderful, this is very good, we should take advantage of this opportunity and finish Hyuk Ryan Woon once and forever. Thinking, he walked close to Woon lying on the ground. From his body, he pulled out a small knife and laughed at my decade to work hard and planned. Everything could be revealed because of this bastard. "Die!" Tang Jiang shouted and rushed in to want a knife to finish Woon. Suddenly, right at that moment, Woon bound to tied his neck with his feet. He was startled and dropped the weapon out of his hand, so Woon just pretended to faint. Woon laughed, "You're still not awake, it seems that I am too light with you." Woon was pressed by Woon, Tang Jiang's face was pale, his breathing breathed in pain. Right later, he was fainted by Woon. Woon looked at the battle of Su Yun and Tang So-gun in front of me thinking, after all, I could not believe that Sol Su Yun's martial arts was so scary. I did not know much about Sol Su Yun's skills because of my child. The road of a hero focuses on Tae Mu Kwang, as predicted by the heir of the mysterious sect. Inside the battle, Tang So-gun is still rushing in. Sol Su Yun did not fit, she still continued to fight him. Suddenly, a shadow suddenly appeared into the battle. Immediately, both So-gun and Su Yun were instinctively backed. Woon suddenly looked up. That shadow is Yang Ho Chun. He asked what the meaning of this is. At a time when religion loves ghosts are planning in the dark, the talents of the orthodox sects, those who should be suitable powering with each other, fighting meaninglessly, being the investigating captain, Yang Ho Chun could not accept this.
What the devil is that? Woon hesitated. Yang Ho Chun, he was about to be robbed by Tae Mu Kwang. Only a second, I thought it was Tae Mu Kwang.
Su Yun collected swords in the bag. I only intervened because I saw that someone was oppressed because he said sincerely, and was poisoned to keep his mouth confidential to the morning. Is that right? Lack of funeral owners. Yang Ho Chun eyes to Tang So-gun. Jiang Ween. Tang So-gun turned his head behind to find Tang Jiang. What's wrong with him? Tang So-gun is confusing to see that Tang Jiang is lying motionless. Woon then slowly stood up. By creating nutritious food, I just wanted to help the weak and poor people who were not sick. I hope the lack of owner will find the truth and restore the honor of the Tang Tang. Tang Jia. Tang So-gun was surprised at the Woon's words. Sichuan's mourning is an honorary family, funeral shouting, unable to tell you the truth. Woon secretly, he is wavering, dealing with an exemplary student focusing on learning just like taking candy from the newborn. The Woon is more trying to act, nothing more dangerous than the blindness. Please open your eyes. Please understand, my truth. Woon looks painful, making Tang So-gun startled. Seconds later, Woon immediately collapsed on the ground. Hey, in Woon's dreamy eyes, Tang So-gun is worried about him. Even when looking closely. Sol Su Yun is also looking at Woon. Beans, even when she is startled, it is beautiful, right taste. That night, under the moonlight shining in the sky, Woon was taken to a room to lie down. Suddenly, he startled his eyes, then sighed in a breath. The tortoise's breathing technique allows himself to control the breath and body temperature, but it feels like he really has just returned from the afterlife. The funeral has treated himself. Woon wondered, if this is a funeral, then. Suddenly, there was a voice. He did not wake up, making Woon startled. The next second, the whole Woon was shaped, extremely shocked eyes. In front of him, a dragon head tape. White dragon sword. A person with a listless eyes sitting on a chair looking at the Woon with her eyes. Woon immediately realized, no one else is Tae Mu Kwang. Standing in front of me was Tae Kwang. Woon could not stand it but unconsciously trembled. He was bewildered. Tae Mu Kwang, as predicted, the pressure he emitted was completely different from others. There are things we are curious. Tae Mu Kwang starts to stand up. Accordingly, Woon also tends to look. Why are you lying here? Tae Mu Kwang asked. You don't look like a person defeated by Tang Jiang. As expected, he saw his skills. Woon thought silently. Tae Mu Kwang smiled dangerously, a tea shop owner of his skill, on stage at the same time when the evil was trying to sabotage, and the news of a fake treasure map appeared. Personally, this is very suspicious, and you, Tae Mu Kwang suddenly withdraw the sword out. Why don't you answer me? He looked at Woon. Woon now stammered, I am just a normal trader. A normal trader? Tae Mu Kwang did not believe it again. You kidding me? Immediately, he radiates a very scary killing intent. Woon saw this scene, could not help trembling. If I was considered a spy right now, my head would definitely be cut, like in the novel, thinking about how I had to find a way out of this situation. Woon as if realizing something. He used a fake face and told Tae Mu Kwang, actually, we came here to meet the hero of martial arts, great warrior Tae Mu Kwang. After that sentence, Tae Mu Kwang and Woon eyes in a moment. Great warriors. Mu Kwang pulled out the sword, more and more suspicious when you came here to see me. Woon at this time is even more confusing. We have the power to look at the future, which is why we come here to meet the white dragon martial artist Tae Mu Kwang. The hero will save martial arts in the future, please help me. Tae Mu Kwang's sword is now close to Woon's neck. If you are trying to deceive me with those ridiculous things, then shut up. Woon shows serious eyes. Are you a successor of the martial arts god, the white dragon martial arts god? He Mukwang was a bit startled. How do you know that? He is curious. Woon smiled faintly. I told you, I can see the future. So you must have seen the person I will fight in the future, Woon. When I heard it, I was startled. I could only go half the story. What he wanted to know. Who will my enemy be? He Mukwang wondered. He Mukwang calculated, I can say that it is a black face that will appear in the second half. Or I should say it is a heterogeneous, if it's not the answer he wants. I could not see it clearly, Woon bowed. The future did not come exactly like that, but often appeared blurry or not the right layout. He Mukwang at this time will collect it again. So, what do you need me? Woon sees this attitude is quite surprising, so okay. Woon presented, at present, the funeral is trying to swallow the 5 merchants in one time. No one in Sichuan can confront the funeral, but I think that the future hero of a martial arts, the god White Dragon martial arts He Mukwang will be able to prevent the funeral. He Mukwang finished listening to the long time without answering. Woon also began to feel uncomfortable, whether it was because he was the main character. Why did he doubt that? There is no other way. The Woon slowly stood up. I will prove it to you. How? He Mukwang curious. Woon pointed out, I will help you find the tomb of the thief of the radio magic. At Ngu Dao Tea Shop. He Mukwang and others are invited to enjoy the tea of the Woon. What do people think about our tea shop? Woonan asked. It's great, this is the first time I have seen a tea shop like this. Woon laughed softly, this is a tea shop prepared with a lot of enthusiasm of the 5 merchants, but when the morning forced to ask me to leave all the items because of greedy. The stolen army, it is difficult to design and build a tea shop like this. Woon smiled satisfied, as expected from the elder of the 5 merchants, he was very enthusiastic about such things. Thinking then he glanced at He Mukwang's side, only to see him seem to be pensive. While everyone else is constantly praising the tea shop, the tea flavor is also great, the young warrior Hyokryun, we think his true ability lies in the business view, not the power to read the future. Hybrid. The owner of the shop, Woon see this attitude of him is quite surprising, that's okay. Woon hurriedly laughed, sorry I would come back immediately. Woon, what the hell is happening here? Sang Quan Hu and Bu Xian wondered with Woon, not you said that you were poisoned and had to go to the funeral later, and who the other people were. They are the potential talents of the Martial Arts Alliance, Woon laugh. What is it? Sang Quan Hu startled, so they are not members of Lam Tien sect. They call themselves a strange hero group, they are a group different from the investigating team, we can find what the Martial Arts Alliance is doing through them. Bu Xian wonder, you mean you have found the reason why the Martial Arts Alliance to Sichuan? Not possible, the tomb of the thief of the radio magic is really existent. Bu Sun was startled, yes, the Martial Arts Alliance believed that the treasure map came from our sect. After solving the Ma on the map, they are trying to find the grave by sending those people. A treasure map containing the tomb position of the thief of the radio magic thief, it cannot be from a sect. We also think so. It seems that the spy invading the original Martial Arts Alliance is not a member of our sect, it thinks that there is a third force trying to overthrow the Martial Arts Alliance. And sects converted with each other. From now on, we will find more danger, we will try to collect more information by penetrating the strange hero group. The group is conflicting with the Lam Tien faction. If we can find the grave in front of them, we will be able to contribute greatly to the teacher, right? Sang Quan Hu and Bu Xian nodded slightly. Suddenly, some people came, lacking owner. It turned out that it was Zhang Muryong, I'm sorry for being interrupted, but a person from the funeral came to find people. Kang Tang again, Woon frowned, bastard Zhang Jiang came again, he still doesn't know what pain is. Please guide, Chief of Zhang. Woon, along with uncomfortable attitude, stepped out in front of the door. Woon stepped out, it was funeral that was mourning So-gun. Hang So-gun, Woon has a few surprises. He silently smiled satisfied, it seemed that his words were effective, so be friends. If so, the magic of yin-yang will be as mine. Woon bowed his head respectfully before Tang So-gun, which was our most honor to have the young owner of the Tang tribe to visit. Nothing, Tio Heap Hyokryun, Tang So-gun was a bit ashamed, sorry for my rude day before. After reviewing, it is impossible to say that this tea is a medicine, moreover we will start the official investigation in Jiangwen. Suddenly, there was a voice to the back of Tang So-gun, oh chanting the morning owner. Why not come and join us, it is the group of He Mukwang. Long time no see you, Tang So-gun stepped to greet. He Mukwang's group also greeted him again. Welcome, even words like He Mukwang also happily welcomed So-gun. After a while, Tang So-gun after sitting at the table immediately asked, "So what were you talking about then, lacking the funeral owner? Did you know the purpose of the investigation team?" "Of course I know," Tang So-gun replies. "We are talking about how to tell some stupid called Yeagle-myung to find the wrong way." So, whether he is saying that advisor Yeagle-myung misunderstood the map, yes, if the tomb in the place he has said, "I will change them always." "Hey, store owner," Tae Mukwang called Woon. "How do you mean?" Woon nodded slightly. "I also agreed with the analysis of Teo Heap Yeagle." Tae Mukwang frowned and glanced up. "Did you see the position of the tomb and the ability to look in front of that great future? This bastard, if we know, we will go there right away." Woon, even though he is angry but still have to smile, "Not entirely right, we just see the strange hero group looking for a grave." I said, "I'm right." Members of the Tae Mukwang group laugh. Tang So-gun heard here and then startled, "Looking in the future, what are you talking about?" "Thinking back, you have the ability to look at the future, so I'm almost big mistake." "So tomorrow, we will find a grave?" Tae Mukwang ordered. "Only us." Another question. "The Lam Tian and Tang Tang do not believe in what we say," Tae Mukwang replies. "That's right," another person also agrees. Tae Mukwang turned to tell Woon, "You should start the story that your words will come true. Because otherwise, you are better should be ready." Woon watched Tae Mukwang's figure left and thought, that bastard still doubted himself. "I have to go to the tomb of the thief of the radio magic as soon as possible." In the forest. Woon and Su Yun and the map go around for search. It is definitely somewhere around. Too awkward, Woon looked at Su Yun. "I wanted to be in the same group with the morning. However, this is 1,000 times better in the same group as the bastard Tae Mukwang." Thinking, Woon glanced slightly beside him. Beside him, Su Yun was still looking for. "I knew she was the female lead I created, but she was really beautiful." Suddenly, Su Yun spoke up, lacking Heap Hyokryun. "Woon, are you okay?" "Yes." Woon was startled. "I was now completely recovered. Sol Nuong helped me a lot, but I could not thank the lady at the right way." "Thanks for saving my life, Sol lady." "Here." Su Yun offers a cup of tea. Woon smiled. "This is a product from our tea shop. She bought it, she just needed to tell me, I will give it to her as much as possible." Su Yun looked at the contemplative teacup. Tian's Sun was a deserted place, because of lack of food. Children there was weak and sick. "I was ill when I was a child, and my father used to dug deep under the snow just to bring her herbal medicine." "Wait a minute," Woon is confused. "This is the story of Sol Su Yun telling Tae Mukwang when he takes care of her when she is injured. How is there such a thing? I thought that by consuming a product like this," Su Yun looked far away, "weak children like me can develop healthier." "Sol, lady, when I set up a 5-way tea shop, I also had this thought in my mind. I want to provide free nutritious food for all children with disease. That is why I decided I would set up branches across Trung Nguyen. Sorry for cutting the words, but if the tea rows of go bankrupt, what will you do?" "Please do not worry," Woon reassure, "because children will be our customers in the future. I think those children will be our future. Among the children who are better in health after eating our food, maybe one of them will become a wonderful martial artist like Sol, right?" Su Yun smiled. "You are really different from everyone who lacks Heap Hyokryun." Woon. Woon heard that, only Riley blushed. Suddenly, both of them felt incredible movements, facing their eyes forward. "Ha ha ha, as expected I was a genius." In the sky, a signal was launched not far away. "It seems that they found the tomb," Woon smiled. The front of a cave in the forest. Woon and Tae Mukwang's group gradually entered. Looking around, he wondered, this is the entrance to the tomb of the thief of the radio magic. Tae Mukwang picked up the lights. He advised everyone, look around to see something inside. "I will protect you, so you can be in front of Seo Pung." Seo Pung nodded, "Follow me, none of the Yeagle family know about the traps than me. Let others wait outside for a while." The dazzling sun in the air. At this time, the group of people are moving forward. A laughter, "Ha ha ha, right, right, I am one of the people who find the tomb of the notorious thief." Yang Ho Chun and Tang Jiang on the opposite side heard him look at him with uncomfortable eyes. Seeing that, he just asked, "What's wrong?" Rightly rules before the people are out of the ears. Tae Mukwang raised his eyebrows to tell him, "So hard, we had to overcome the trouble to find the tomb of the notorious thief." Cough shout loudly, the non-thinking action of the people you may be in danger, somehow. Woon welcomed sarcastically, saying that he was jealous. Ngasung, main yai cung dung hay mat 5 yai. Ho Chun is crazy, the son, a idle guy like you dare to say here. He Mukwang looks to Woon. Looking at him trembling, he contemptuously said, how could I sit still when the old man was like he barked like that? Crazy. Tang Jiang also poured more oil. This boarder was the one who had gossiped the morning family. We had to teach him a lesson. Ho Chun smiled, and pulled out the sword. Indeed, it seems that we have to replace our mourning brother to teach people a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the sword to rush towards him. Woon also took the sword to support an opponent's sword. He clenched his teeth and thought, it turned out that this bastard was famous, but it was not without a piece. Then beat him out. Not wanting to waste time, he wanted to quickly defeat Woon with his yin and yang sword. Thinking that he did, his whole body glowed as a posture to prepare for volunteers. He was dumbfounded, trying to support the blow. But being beaten with just one jack. Woon realized that this was the yin-yang sword, but it was terrible. Yang Ho Chun was stronger. I would seem to be quite disadvantageous here. Even so, he did not give up, straight to Ho Chun. Anyway, this is the time to give this guy a pond. When I was beating, where did a sword fall from? Right at Woon and Ho Chun. Two people could not continue fighting. The head of Wu collected the sword, looked down at the two of them. Seeing the old man, Woon was excited. Here, finally coming, the true master of the Wudong sect, Wu Wonkyu, must have his appearance, his plan to proceed. He just jumped down. Ho Chun immediately clasped his hands. Heads of Wu, God, the subject of the Wudong Yang Ho Chun, pleased to meet the head of Wu. Wu Wonkyu spoke, for a long time, but what's wrong here? Sorry for God for letting this embarrassing scene dirty people, but the story is. Lao Wu ignored him and went to talk to Woon. You must be Tae Mukwang, the bastard who had come to the Allies. Woon told him, the bastard is not a suitable way. When we first met, he laughed, you think who I am? He flossed, the Wudong likes to talk like that, he is like that, some people say the same, just this bastard is that bastard. The people were funny, a laugh. Wu Wonkyu angrily shouted, how dare you are so chaotic, who is your bastard, who is your senior? Tang Jiang spoke, he had no sir, he was the son of the leader of a small merchant named Ngu Tianjdon. His name is Hyokryun Woon. He did not dare to believe a good anonymous name like Woon without a master could fight on the same level as Ho Chun. The 5 monks don't Hyokryun Woon, with people who have no extra but can use Kiem Bik Tien, impressive. Woon turned back to everyone, thinking, good. In essence, Tae Mukwang was the one who named him after the chaos with Yang Ho Chun. Now I have little information, perhaps it will be helpful when we come to the tomb. Wu Wonkyu coughed lightly. Looking at Ho Chun, thinking about what you fought with a normal person, we will have quite a lot to say after the job in the ancient tomb is solved. The old man said that, and then a circuit went straight inside. Tang Jiang had an old man who did not look back. After that, everyone set out to the other tomb. Because it was so discontent, one of them told Mukong, why should we follow while the tomb is that we find out? Seeing that, some people say, don't be like that, we can't go deeper. Immediately being cursed, so nonsense, the old man here can also clear the way. Mukwang observed around. Woon saw that immediately. What's wrong, warrior Tae? Mukwang replied, this road, if a soldier is face to face, we will have a big trouble. Woon thought, really, this is where Hyokryun Woon was beheaded after causing Tae Mukwang. I just had a life again. Mukwang now feels dangerous. There were soldiers fighting, everyone welcomed the battle. A rock is rolling down very quickly. Fortunately it does not roll anyone here. Wonkyu shouted loudly, the garbage dared to confront them. Everyone looked along. Woon was surprised, not understanding who, if Hyokryun Woon attacked the attack, he wouldn't say, over here he was still here. Suddenly people were startled when there was the sound of horse hooves passed. The horse riding on it is a man. Your face is fierce, he cleared his throat, I was the leader of the devil, I ordered you to voluntarily become the first sacrifice for our ritual. Woon on the one hand is bewildered. The devil's bombing at everyone. A series of bombs exploded, shocking a forest. Wonkyu reminded, everyone, gagging a nose. The leader of the devil, laughing barbaric, ordered his person to kill. Everyone is being bombed by the devils of the devils to create a dense fog cover the vision. After all, he realized that there was no poison inside, that was just normal gas. Mukwang draws out. Rush to slash down, follow the sword to slash the fog mixed with sandy soil. Take the momentum and then turn the person towards the devils. Seeing that, He also followed behind. Seeing the atmosphere of his side overwhelmed the leaders a little terrifying, sending his subordinates to kill everything. Just stop the command, did not hesitate. Mukwang boils so much. After his loud shout and the sound of the sword slashed down, all were collapsed. The crowd of people behind rushed to help, did not expect their teammates in front of him to be attacked for Trong, then stood and buried his feet, widening his face. Before he could react immediately, he was suddenly attacked by him. The leader's name has a bit of color change. He puffed his cheeks, blowing the flute in his hand, calling more cavalry to rush out. Strong footsteps. The armor scorer progresses gradually. Seeing the mighty cavalry, Mukwang had no emotions. On the contrary, he saw that, it was surprising. The leader of the leader laughed and laughed. I will let you taste the unbeaten army of the ghost. Mukwang smiled faintly, the name was terrible. And his words immediately attacked. The other soldier also took a counterattack. He did not hesitate to start before rushing. Power, strong force breaking the shield, trying to pierce the body of the cavalry. Looking up at the cavalry smiled weird, the gloomy killings surrounding his body made the other guys a bit horrified to leave the rest of the unconscious backwards. He told him silently, he was so strong, I definitely could not defeat him if even when there was a risk of this life. What nonsense, I'm thinking, why do I have to risk it? I need to find out what happened when Tae Mukwang was processing the other. He took the opportunity to handle those guys, also rushed quickly. Rising up, aiming at the leader. He only knows how to sweat. In addition, he let him taste miserable, launched a ride straight at this arrogant face without any kindness. The leader fell from his horse's back, falling to the ground. Seeing that he approached, he said, as rumored about the warrior of Tien Bik, your skills were so formidable, then quickly slipped into the shirt. Withdrawing a threatening bomb, your stupids will never be able to stop my devil thunder bomb. At this time, behind the leader, Ho Chun and the other people saw the bomb in his hand. Then panic, a thunder bomb, immediately told everyone to run away. Suddenly, an arrow was launched. Piercing the leader's hand, the bomb also fell down. Wound straight to kick the bomb. The bomb splashed, immediately exploded. He grabbed the neck of the leader. Glaring at the leader, asking who he was threatened to fear, trembling and faltered to answer me as Kyuk, one of the 4 leaders of the magic. The dog, a member of the Japanese moon, is called magic. His hand was stronger and stronger, clenching his neck, he tried hard to say, Kyuk, I am the 4 leader, Hyokryun Woon. Dog, how do you know that name? Seeing him almost strangled himself, Kyuk knelt down to pray, please forgive me, we are just some wandering boxers, I just do what others are wrong, you have wrong what to do, the dog forced you to do this. He suddenly had a strange reaction. Woon is not understanding anything. His body became mutated, his face were swollen, painfully screaming. Make everyone bewildered, Ho Chun frustrated, Hyokryun Woon, stupid, we have to interrogate him, what the hell do you do? Mukwang felt that there was something wrong and shouted to warn Woon to avoid. Woon heard that, immediately ran away. Just a few seconds later he had a body, and Woon could not avoid it, he was hit by, he turned around. Then it was a strong blow to the ground. The meat is both lean and fat of the leader Kyuk. As soon as I thought I was buried in the pile of meat, looking up, I saw Mukwang blocked in front of my body. A hole was formed after the last explosion. Woon looked at the back of Mukwang's back, who had just protected himself. Scenes to another place, when someone is talking about the tomb of the notorious thief. Jin Aroni, invading the Orthodox faction, even with well-trained people, it is difficult to do. We think the 4 leaders have made difficult decisions, still not too late to create a revolution. A girl said, no, I believe him, he certainly has his plan, more important than. The prison of the tribe Asana Ruslan, was assassinated. Hearing that, the other 2 are here very surprised. That girl said, a storm was sweeping through the area ahead, the girl in front of her said that Asana Azmet would succeed in Ruslan as the chief of the chief. He is in harmony with our factions. The girl frowned, Azmet was a good warrior, but it was too early to hold the position of chief, and it would seem to have a bloodshed on that throne, that's why, he probably will try to find an external enemy to prevent the internal division. The enemy outside, it seems he targets our factions. I also agree, so we have to prepare carefully for all prospects. Without a thank you, Lao Wankyu also raised his voice to reprimand Mukwang, a dog, If he captured the 4 leaders of the magician, he would have been, thanks to Muram's allies, the guardian of justice. Do you know how many people were killed just because of a deadly criminal? Woon hears itchy ears. Why does this father like to rebel? Mukwang was upset, so why didn't he catch himself, the noble master? The old man was so angry that his face was flushed, cursing, and the chaos. Woon spoke out, the person who caught the name was not a Tay warrior, but me. If you want to suddenly catch people, it is me, right? Seeing that, he was intimidated. The boy, I will keep an eye on you, if you leave everything like this again. Prepare to take the consequences. Mukwang raised his eyebrows, mumbling something. If he kept watching us, Woon shook his head and sighed. If he acted like that, he would cause a vengeance everywhere, warrior Tay Tay. We do not care, we have the ability to protect our close people. And please do not dip my nose in my story next time. He did not expect him to say such words, frustrated that he could not have up this bastard into 100 pieces. Going to a group of people also entered deep in the dark cave, too dark to use the torch to look at the way. Seeing a doorstop. Lao Wankyu buckled, opened the door. Siapung mocked, really, doing as if giving each other the key and not equal. Ho Chun heard it, glared at him. He asked someone else who knew what something in front was. At this time, the master of Big Tian Yeagle Myung said in a low voice, you started to be complacent after knowing the will. I know more than go around but can't do anything. The master was angry. Siapung passed his face, went to touch the wall, here, here and here. Now, I do this. Very quickly, Siapung opened the door to open easily. I said, don't, I repeat, don't touch anything. Lao Wankyu has 2 eyes glowing, oh my god, this is the tomb of the notorious thief. He ignored the warning of Siapung, let the person remove the tool and then go inside. Each person immediately pit petrol and then run into the tomb. Looking at this scene, everyone can only look at. Even Woon is exhausted. Siapung was a bit annoyed, this is why I don't like to work with Muram. Mukwang next to him calmly, don't pay much attention, no one can live and do what I want. Then he laughed and laughed, he told him to say it was not very reasonable, really, he still laughed, haha, there was an exception, right, right. Suddenly, there was a scream that came, everyone immediately changed. Well, didn't I say nothing, right after that, immediately rushed inside. It turned out that Muram's people had a trap. As a trap, everyone stepped back. Looking at him writhing in pain, coughing terrifying, what's wrong, didn't he say there was no trap? Yeagle Myung replied, I said it would not be activated if he came to me, I never said this place had no trap. The leader of the Sichuan Morning Gamyung was angry, pointing at his face, indignantly shouting, serious, not this happened because he just. Lao Wankyu raised his hand to stop, enough, even when we quarreled, we could not change anything. From now on be careful, the Yeagle. Kang Gamyung gritted his teeth, but thought, damn it, we were all old, and who were he on the face? So, now how can we overcome the trap? We have to break the lower wall and destroy the link. When Yeagle Myung finished speaking, he put him up, a tone man holding a hammer to listen to the army. Yeagle Myung told me, definitely did not make any mistakes, the man listened and nodded to understand what he meant. He raised up the hammer, took the force to beat down. Suddenly being seen and shouted by Siapung, no. He ran to stand up. Causes the man to be threatened with a fen. He closed his eyes and waited for death. But then from where a stone flew to the hammerhead. Make it splashed away. Woon looks at Siapung, thinking that the idiot owes itself to that network if you get out of here. Knowing that Woon saved me, Siapung touched tears, Ahu young warrior hyuk. Ho Chun is difficult to understand, what is this, Siapung said, this place will collapse if the link breaks. Yeagle Myung heard that loudly, nonsense, how dare you doubt me with an adult brain anymore. Siapung could not help but curse, worried about him, he did not know why I brought the tool to come. For everyone when we can explore this place, if he carelessly touches anything, we will be sure. There is no need to listen to this little guy, we have to break it in, the two sides argue fiercely, Mr. Wankyu stood looking and did not know where it was the best way. Kang So-gun slowly walked in front of him, I agreed with young warriors Yeagle Siapung, although it could take a little more time, but it is important to keep it safely when exploring this place. The thought of thinking, all the tools we have here belong to the morning, thinking and the old man also feels reasonable to say, okay. However, if there's something, he will be responsible. After that, Siapung guided what Muram's people had to do, the wooden carrier. People are chiseled, nailed. Sia Peng looked at the wall in front of him. The problem lying here, what should we do? Woon looked at Bu Xian and asked him, could he do it, could it be done? Bu Xian did not respond, but he took out the bow and arrow. Asked where he had to target, seeing that Sia Peng was just above, a little bit on the right side of the wall on the other side, but I did not know you could hit it with it. Bu Xian raised the palace high. After being aimed, the archery. The arrow launched right into the Sia Peng position said. Huoa, hit. Sia Peng did not leave half of his eyes, unbelievable. Sia Peng raised his thumb, was extremely happy. Huoa, great, but has solved our most difficult problem. The great sun, really, from now on, be my idol. This is difficult. Alright, now we have to connect these wires to some planks. After a while, a bridge was built only with a few planks and strings. He smiled, if we follow this bridge, we will not be involved in any ambush. Sia Peng smiled loudly. Woon looked at him in his heart. I didn't mention this name in the novel, so I didn't know this, but I guess that he had a reason for this person to be able to return as one of the top supporting characters. All are peaceful, so everyone continues to go. Master Yeagle Myung went behind Sia Peng. From the beginning he always stared at him with jealous eyes. Kang So-gun has been observing that and told Woon, Master Yeagle Myung must hate young Yeagle Sia Peng warriors. The next boy said, not hate, but jealous and jealous. Rumors are that the master warded up the young Sia Peng warrior from his family and made him wander. It was all because the young Sia Peng warrior was more elite than him. After all, after the old man Guang Peng Ge realized that the young Sia Peng warrior was very potential, he brought back, and only he prayed for the French and the way this world operates. Woon pretended to listen intently. Oh, what, but actually I already know this. Kang So-gun said softly, not Guang Peng Ge was the old man in the beggar sect, so that's why the young Yeagle warrior brought a group of patrol, praying for the French. Going normally, Sia Peng shouted, then stopped. Old Wonku was startled. What was this? It was true that this old man was scared. Sia Peng once again checked. He looked around. And dare to be, there is a legal battle right in front of. Wonku excited, nothing, those bastards will jump in front of us. No, worse than that, this legal battle will cause the whole flood to have the illusion as soon as you enter. Lao Wonku raised his eyebrows, spoke, forgot, we will continue to explore. Sia Peng heard that was extremely angry. What did you say? Who knows what happens if we enter and activate the legal battle? Just cheating. For people like us the left mind has been carefully cultivated. These hallucinations are mosquitoes. Seeing the delegation of Murim led first. Kang Gamyoung turned over and said to So-gun, the young patriarch, if we were lagged behind, all the treasures inside this ancient tomb will be taken away by the Murim team, but if we ignore words. Young Yeagle warrior entered it, so worried, but if we ignored the young Yeagle warrior and in it. Gamyoung reassured, unlike the trap, as long as our spirit was stable, it could be overcome. Sia Peng heard that was boring and not sad. Really, I said it was not like that. Mu Kuang sat squat on the burial stone to ask Sia Peng, how do we overcome this trap? With this design, it is impossible to destroy the legal battle from here. We have no way but to enter and find the core of the legal battle. Mu Kuang listened to Sia Peng and then stood up and spoke. Anyway, he had to go to the battlefield. Mu Kuang, you will go there, no me, who else? Woon he raised his hand and said, 2 is still better than 1. I will go with. Everyone saw Woon want to go with it was blankly like. So-gun asked, young warrior Hyo Kryun, he was sure. He answered cheerfully, we would not have to increase the chance of success if the two of them went together. Soul face without emotion. Woon and Mu Kuang holding the rope. The two quickly tied the rope to their waist. Before the two went, Sia Peng was worried, impatiently instructed the two of them, Mu Kuang Ween, Woon Ween, if the two of them destroyed it, just pulled the rope 3 times, if any, did not let him finish. Mu Kuang had cut off horizontal, rest assured, do not worry too much. Then the two walked forward. The corner of the Woon's mouth slightly raised. He held the sword tightly, in fullness, as in the novel mentioned, this legal battle could disturb the 5 senses and disturb the mind. Now I have the perfect opportunity to kill Tae Mu Kuang. He opened his face. Woon was bewildered on the one hand. What the hell? He discovered that the rope was tied with Mu Kuang where to go again. Appearing in Woon in front of him, is a brilliant and fanciful forest under the ray of sunlight. The scenery collects into the Woon, who is like him but also has to say, Huoa, beautiful scenery so beautiful. Seeing the scenery, Woon was worried, thinking about himself, if he was skewered a few holes while walking around. Suddenly there was a call, he startled his head and looked back. Turn your head to look and impatient, someone. Woon, this way, come here. Woon's heart is nervous, but he still goes, his mouth mumbled, I knew I shouldn't, but. The call he came from the mouth of a woman. The woman called him to come here quickly. Mom has done many breakfast. Seeing the woman in front of Woon very surprised, Rahu Yonhwa, why Hyokryun Woon's mother is here. Woon stared at the woman in front of him. Make Rahu Yonhwa embarrassed, oh my god, what's on my face? Woon on the one hand was bewildered, his mouth faltered, not, just, then thinking, what's wrong, is the memory of Hyokryun Woon. Yonhwa told Woon to sit down to eat for hot. He looks curious food, not knowing that he can eat them, see Woon as if he lost his soul. The woman just asked, why don't you eat, I'm not healthy. Being quiet, there was a strange noise, making two people a startled reaction. Behind is a bunch of cavalry walking towards the two of them. Knowing something was not good, Yonhwa took Woon's hand. Pulling him after me, telling Woon to go this way. The cavalry stood there to observe the two. Under the intense weather of the weather and the heat of the tunnel. Yonhwa suddenly fell down, could not walk, hugged his chest to sit on the ground and gasped. Seeing them chased up, Yonhwa was worried, running fast, Woon, they were coming. Woon agitated, the mother knew what the woman deliberately dodged and told him to run quickly. He grimaced, thinking it was troublesome. Running for a while, the cavalry finally caught up with the two. They raised their weapons to close the two. Woon without fear, shouting, this life. Seeing them more and closer, he pulled out to investigate them, who are you? The cavalry team did not respond. Woon just finished, did not say much, 2 hands and 2 sensitive swords, he thought, because no one supervised, we could win our own heart? He rushed to slash hard. They clenched the shields, in the way to support the blow. But when the two sides had just collided, creating a great shock, a big explosion broke out. Fortunately, they have iron armor, so they preserve their lives. But their weapons are also damaged, much loss. He rushed. They raised the shield to support. Woon jumped up. Swinging down. Suddenly redirect the attack. Make the opponent bewildered to look at each other. While they did not understand what he had from behind to attack and destroy them. Rocky soil. The enemy's body was sprawling on the ground, Woon was majestic, holding the sword to dispose of the enemy, causing riots. If this is Hyokryun Woon, he would probably die in some corner. But I'm not that guy, understand? Yonhwa from the beginning to the end witnessed the scene where he hit the whole cavalry. She was extremely surprised. Woon. Above suddenly appear cracks. Woon looked up silently, this is a matrix crack. Woon looked up at the light column in front of him, he was excited, that was the exit. No crawling, Woon rushed out. Run quickly over there. He jumped straight into that bright column. Only see the Woon land. The scene before his eyes made him blankly stand. In front of a solemnly, burned. Woon looks around, has a little question, this is another memory of Hyokryun Woon. He was confused when he saw a boy crying miserably. That dragon headband, this must be the memory of Mukwang. Looking at his childhood situation, he must have fallen into the illusionary matrix, waiting, not great, I can take advantage of cloudy water, Woon laughing time, trying to handle this boy beautiful here. Someone shouted, who you are, bastard. Only seeing in front of him was a bunch of faces. He thoughtfully thought, damn, at the right time important. Immediately after raising my voice, I was busy, so I could quickly solve my hand. The crowd immediately moved. Throw. Seeing that, he took a breath. Draw the battle. Rush towards them. Use great to kill all these people. Woon gently landed. At this time on them, they radiate the blue air. They drop a small box to the ground. Woon saw the stream of evil was curious, who these guys are. He turned his head again to look at the boy. Then take the sword step approaching. The right time, perhaps this is a 1,000-year opportunity. Suddenly the boy called him a big brother, then asked, the big brother defeated all the bad people. Woon stops. Waking up the mind to focus, this father is Tae Mukwang, he will cut his throat. Tae Mukwang, a poor face, looked at Hyokryun Woon. Thank you Win. Hyokryun Woon thought of Tae Mukwang, this boy seems to be only 5 years old. He Mukwang is still hard to understand him. Woon continues to think, if I die in the dream, I may also be stuck in this. Wipe away the tears, Tae Mukwang said softly. Then he hugged Tae Mukwang on his back and then said, let's go. Tae Mukwang was on his back. The boy did not look forward but returned behind his parents. The boy secretly swore. I will definitely take revenge. Woon carried Tae Mukwang. The baby walked towards the white light. And he woke up. Woon hugged his head heavy and sat up. He stood up, holding the sword, slowly walking towards Tae Mukwang in the present, lying unconscious. Suddenly he remembered his appearance when he followed him behind him, Big Brother. He seemed to be a little hesitant to remember his family context. The Tae Mukwang family was killed since he was young, so pitiful. Hyuk Ryan Woon tried to remember, but I was sure I only wrote about a martial artist who happened to have a luck while trying to avoid bandits, so what the hell setting up here? Damn it, I see nothing to do, I have to listen to the tip, this is the character in my story. Woon just finished his thoughts. Tae Mukwang woke up. Seeing that, he quickly took away his sword. He was rubbing his head, trying to be able to stand up. A hand held out in front of Mukwang. He spoke out. Woon grabbed Tae Mukwang, strongly pulling him up. In the meantime, Tae Mukwang asked him, what's wrong? Woon now, he asked everything clearly. And used a series of different martial arts tactics. Fortunately, Tae Mukwang did not remember what happened in his dream. He said, I don't know. Hyukryun Woon slightly breathed, relieved. Hyukryun Woon now looked at him, understood, I didn't know how to escape from the illusion, but in it. Two people were bound by a rope. The place where they came in, the inside was full of painfully corroded that they could not move as a normal person. Some screamed out, and some people shouted to help me. Tae Mukwang saw that the scene like that. Suddenly he felt both unsightly and scared. He asked Hyukryun Woon, so I was like that? Woon finished listening immediately. The core or legal battle that young warrior Yeagle was already saying on there. They went through the row of people lying and dragging for help. Arriving in front of a large rock and a glowing jade. At the same time it is also chained by hundreds of chains wrapped around. In addition, it seems that someone has sealed them by a lot of gold charms. Tae Mukwang raised his sword. He wanted to use actions to resolve, so he told Hyukryun Woon, now just break it, right? But Woon quickly stopped, waited, I knew a little bit about the legal battle, I watched a bit ago, okay. Tae Mukwang cluttered to him, depending. Woon sounded so frustrated, he thought that he should kill him. Woon turned to the main issue. He focused on analyzing, combined with what he had read in the library about different churches. Oh, I saw it, the more it saw it like a circuit. When you think thoroughly. Woon chose one of the closed charms on the rock. Mukwang was surprised, finished, he simply said, I thought so. On the rock, they had a shift after the charm was taken down, watching the smoke dispersed. After that, Hyukryun Woon looked towards Tae Mukwang, I thought it should pull the rope to let them know. After saying that, he immediately pulled the rope. After that, he sat down in the theater, leaning against the stone to rest. Tae Mukwang did not look at Woon but softly confided to him, I did not remember exactly what happened in the match, but I remember you saved me. After that, he stared at Woon. Woon turned to Tae Mukwang in astonishment. He faltered, that, then thought in his mind, why did he suddenly say that? Later, everyone came, they shouted, young warrior Hyuk Ryan, okay. Siapung seemed to know what this would happen, he criticized, that's why I told you guys not to carry this case, really, the idiots are risky. The name Yang Ho Chun now calculated the game, he plotted, unable to keep this forever, I have to lead the ancient tomb exploration. Obviously, bastard Tae Mukwang is ruining his image. After the whole paragraph went quite far, Siapung expressed his opinion that I did not see any traps or matrix. I think we can rest here. A name just put the buttocks down immediately, I don't think this tomb is so wide. Others speak up, I think we have a very long time until the end. Some people have different opinions, but it is better to rest. Talking to each other, someone screamed. Suddenly, the person who followed the person fell in pain, everyone was unconscious, this reaction was to win the poison. Each person fell, they won something poison that made the whole body numb and could not move. The name Yang Ho Chun plotted the plan in the direction he was predetermined, good, as planned. After that, he changed his face and screamed, what the hell was that? Someone wanted to pull him back, the guy said softly, waiting. Yeagle Myung was awake. He went to catch the pulse for those who fainted, guessing that they were harmed by poison. Someone was poisoned, he finished looking at Yang Ho Chun. The number of poisoned people only increased, not decreases. Yang Ho Chun thought, the dogs from the Straw Hero team were definitely not poisoned, I could take advantage of that. But what he did not expect was, Woon was also poisoned. Not only Yang Ho Chun, but the Tang Jiang name was surprised by this incident. The name Yang Ho Chun turned his head to look at Tang Jiang bewildered. Did not you say he would not poison them? Tang Jiang looked very unjustly said, but I was not poisoned yet. Ho Chun was even more surprised, he said, what? The people later looked at Hyokriyun Woon very panicked because of poisoning that fainted, they screamed, the Hyokriyun Woon warrior. A man ran to shake him, warrior Hyokriyun Woon woke up. Kang So-gun catches his pulse, he worriedly said, the circuit is too weak, what makes him this so much? The military angrily thought, the idea of being miserable from the funeral, even when there was poisoning, the poisoning was just, there was a class of the next person to fall because of poisoning. Yeagle Myung, one of the people who were awake, shouted, Yeagle Siapung, the bastard you did this to attempt to gain your own treasure. Siapung proved to be very unjustly, he screamed, what are you talking about? At this time, Tang So-gun turned towards Gamyung, the old man, I thought that the Hyokriyun warrior was poisoned with a 7-step snake, if he was not treated in time, he would lose his life. Note, poison the snake 7 steps. The deadly venom of the 7-step snake is rumored to kill the prey before he walked to the 7th step. Kang Gaming was surprised, what, it seemed that other members were poisoned, but how could he withstand that kind of poison? Suddenly, Hyokriyun Woon seemed to regain a bit of consciousness, he tried to hold on to batches, before that person was already. Do something with me, cough. While saying, he pointed to the name of Tang Jiang standing from afar, immediately those who were awake, simultaneously looked at him. He could only sweat, his eyes did not dare to look at anyone faltering, I did not know what you were talking about, while he thought, I didn't do anything, what's going on? The nearby person approached him, not fast and slow to speak, bringing the antidote here. Tang Jiang seemed unjustly, he said angrily, how dare you doubt me? He explained himself in his heart, I still haven't used it, he himself got into the battlefield. Young warrior Tae Mukwang could not help it anymore, he spoke himself, brought the antidote here while we still talked kindly. Where did Yang Ho Chun appeared in the middle of both sides, he spoke out, young warrior Tae. The story that you threatens your allies makes me itchy eyes, I can't help it anymore. During the endangered situation, Lao Wankyu fainted suddenly he used a little bit of his slightly and spoke, what the bastard did what the hell did in this endangered situation cough. Woon, while witnessing this one, he smirked and thought, why Tang Jiang, I already know that you are going to use so I tried to prepare a similar type in advance. He saw that everyone was not paying attention to him, his hands did what he did in his shirt, silently, he had to throw away the poison right away, there was no evidence, they would not be able to accuse me. Yang Ho Chun and young warrior Tae prepared to fight. Tang Jiang did not know when he appeared, Tae warrior quickly caught his hand. He screamed, what are you doing? Yang Ho Chun took a while not to react, since when, he thought. Then immediately raised the sword back to the young Tae warrior, stopped quickly. Mukwang extremely calmly let him do whatever he did. But he was surprised, what was this? And witnessed himself being thrown away by others. Young warrior Tae felt, looking at it seemed like the two had agreed with each other first, I suspected that from the moment you made trouble with us. Yang Ho Chun continued to use weapons to attack, he screamed, silent. Tae Mukwang of course did not give up, he said, but we didn't think we could give up. And a knock out of the pan, Tae's victory easily got only after a straight shot at the face of Yang Ho Chun. He contemptuously told him, you don't deserve to be kept the sword. Then Mukwang looked towards Tang Jiang. Saying softly, taking the antidote here, this guy was afraid of sweating, he was still old and arguing, not me, I did not use poison but. Gently disliked just like to hit, he just finished speaking, he was also kicked by Mukwang. In his body, he fell again. Tang So-gun now holding the jar falling from the person named Tang Jiang confirmed that he was the one who gave up this poison for everyone to drink. But the Tang Jiang name has rejected, it is true that we have brought, but we have not used it. Mukwang spoke out the key, that you said it, then he slowly walked closer to Jiang Tang. He quickly provided an antidote, here, this is the antidote. Those who have been poisoned have gradually recovered all. The name Yang Ho Chun was so weak and collapsed. If I fight again, can I win? But after thinking about the battle just now, plus the eyes of Mukwang's killing intent, he accepted, I lost completely, I could not win. Lao Wankyu saw Ho Chun like that, he silently criticized, the guy failed. Gamyoung went to Mr. Wankyu, Mr. Wu, because everything became like this, if he continued, it was not good, we thought we should prepare to leave and come back to S. The last word has not finished speaking, he has been finished by Mr. One criticism, what to say, in the name of Murim, we will explore this tomb to the end. Woon looks at them, good, we can't stop here. If I go further, I will probably encounter a deadly trap, now I will definitely kill Tae Mukwang. Suddenly Mukwang came beside him. He panicked and thought, don't say, he knows. Tae Mukwang walked closer and closer to Hyokryun Woon, he was worried and worried. What the hell, don't say he realized. Tae Mukwang went closer and closer to Woon, and when he was really standing next to him, Tae Mukwang now handed him. Sincere asking, okay. Woon was surprised, thinking, what did he do? Tae Mukwang kept carrying Hyokryun Woon walking, along with them were the rest to continue the journey to see the tomb. Going a pretty distance suddenly a shouted, found, the treasure of the ancient tomb. In front of the chest filled with gold and silver jewels, dazzling, glittering. Lao Wankyu does not hide his joy, unbelievable. Siapung hugged Ba Company, a companion beside him, he said, seeing, I'm right, he praised him, just as I thought, he was a genius, Siapung. Tae Mukwang also did not hide his smile in his eyes, his voice also became more welcoming, the treasure was already here. Woon smirked again, I thought, there was a ton of traps because the victims came here before we flew out, they could not distinguish it. While everyone admires the beauty of jewels, Tang So-gun sees nothing that can make our mind waver, he silently praises him in his heart, but he can control his desire. Yourself with the treasure in front of your eyes, as you think, young warrior Hyokryun is an immortal person. There are a few bright eyes, about to be touched with that precious gold. Then Wankyu suddenly screamed, backed up, and the old man ordered, anyone who touched the treasure will be fined. After that, he walked to the only box of the chest between a lot of gold, rare and precious jewelry that was piled up here. Someone tried to advise him, wait. There may be traps, so be careful. The old man heard that, also turned around and said, understood, we'll be careful. Lao Wankyu approached the chest. The old man slowly. A huge scene appeared before his eyes that he could not speak, it was too hard to believe. The supreme sword of the Golden Emperor, the sword of destruction, and the post of the Monkey King, not they are the highest martial arts moves. He thought arrogant, with these things, I will become the leader of Murim. Wankyu was about to touch his dreams when another hand quickly pulled him back. He turned to Tae Mukwang in a low voice, what was it? Releasing my hand immediately, Tae Mukwang was not salty, not in response, not hearing. Saying that anyone who touched the treasure would be punished, he recalled the words that he had warned everyone. He heard that, so he was extremely angry, the idiot, I am the right here, who will punish me? In response to the old roar of the old man, there was only a quiet peace, no one spoke. Lao Wankyu suppressed anger outbreak. The name Ho Chun is now analyzing his own intentions, if he can take one of them and the secret to practice, I should do that. If I have those tips, I can kill the bastard Tae Mukwang with just one finger. While the two of them were tensed with each other, the outsiders were impatient, this momentum, they fought loudly, one person did not understand how, could only whisper, what happened to them? No one spoke out to handle this tense atmosphere, Woon he had to take action on his own. Woon spoke, what about this? We seal it and bring it back to Murim. Gamyoung quickly objected, no lifetime, what's the nonsense, we were planning to transfer it all the base of the Tang. Hyokryun Woon was not inferior, he presented the reasons in response, if he was transferred to the funeral base, he would probably receive all the responsibility for what happened afterwards. Tang So-gun also expressed his agreement to this idea, Hyokryun is right, I think it is best to give it to Murim. Hyuk Ryan Woon later presented, I think we will complete the task only when we can protect the treasure for Murim. There are many people who listen too, they feel skeptical about this idea of him, but no one will open a word. Lao Wankyu had to approve, worked. The chest was arranged. They hastily packed and then hugged it. As soon as he pulled the separate position, it was less than 5 seconds, the surrounding area appeared a big earthquake, everyone was panicked, what the hell was that? They frantically ran wiggle, the exit was blocked almost completely. Ho Chun shouted, over here, and this exit. When they saw a way that was not closed, they rushed out there quickly. Running suddenly stopped all the floods. However, the scary thing is that a tall Jiangxi army appears. These are Chinese poets. As I thought, Wen seemed to have predicted this would happen. The remaining people were confused. They seemed to have a huge question. We never heard about this. Mukwang shouted. Everyone quickly raised his sword and fought. Everyone ignored him, but plugged his neck and flee. The crowd screamed, horrible. It was a bunch of erects that did not run away quickly. This side of the era seemed to be crazy, roaring the sword constantly rushing. He was surprised and unexpected. For a while, seeing the bunch of Quang Ti was about to come near and quickly to draw the sword to destroy them all. Just finished eliminating these guys on the other side. He shouted, Ban Ryu Yon. The Ryu Yon board turned high and rushed too. Like a cutting machine neck, killing Quang Ti. He felt that he seemed to have been silently guessed, as he thought, knowing not a guy, but a rare talent. Turning to see Muram's people, speaking out, the classmates of the martial arts, classic martial arts, please support, they cannot resist the purification technique. Ho Chun advised his people, protecting the box is our priority, let's go quickly, then ignore Woon. I saw them not moving at all, uncomfortable, they would not help me, right, I knew that these people would act like but what I mentioned in the novel, but looking at it with my own eyes even more uncomfortable. On this side, the two sides are also fighting very fiercely. Sol is also supporting Siapung. He stood looking at everyone in exclamation, he did not expect to fight very well. Suddenly a Quang Ti appeared behind his back. Quickly reflexively, he turned to see that immediately turned to the side to avoid the blow. Preparing to attack, he thought, this monster was different from the novel he wrote. But he also had to fight, fighting, then Quang Ti looked away. Quang Ti turned to see the people who were carrying their chest. Can't help but get angry. Swinging down. The attack makes the Muram people unable to back up, being knocked away. Ho Chun saw the treasure in the chest falling out. But he did not notice behind his back there was a tiger tunnel, raising the sword so high to kill him. His life was threatened with him now only the secret of martial arts. Quang Ti swung the sword so hard. Right at the emergency he arrived in time to pull him. Ho Chun's small life was saved. He did not care about his life and death, as if he lost all his mind, he just wanted to risk his life to return to the martial arts secret. Seeing himself just saved him and this old man still wanted to come back, he grabbed his collar and pulled up and shouted at his face, not quickly awake his mind, and wanted to come back until the death of the crowd here knew pleasure or anything. He secretly told me that if I stay here for so long, I'm hard to keep the network. Mukwang on this side saw the situation in front of him, the force of the general was crowded, he spoke up, the Hyokrian warrior, please take everyone out first. Woon hurriedly showed everyone to escape, quickly, ran to the open path, he was trying to urge everyone. He looked at Mukwang thinking, the dog Tae Mukwang could weigh all this crowd, right, but whatever, go. But at the right time, he was about to get out of the road to be blocked, he was startled, oh my god, howled the ferret. The bastards Jiangxi. Woon held his sword in his hand, rushed to attack. Stabbed into the stomach of Quang Ti. Wondering why he did not move. Once again slashed hard. He slashed the lean, slashed frantically at Quang Ti. When he was motionless, he suddenly moved and attacked Woon. His powerful blow startled him, Woon held his sword. Woon could not help but be backed back. Looking at Quang Ti in front of him, thinking, with his current power, it is difficult to break that sword. Wait, this guy's knee is not protected, okay, try it. He took the momentum to come quickly. Quang Ti again rushed up, swung the sword slashing down. Woon hurriedly dodged the blow. Moments were behind him. Woon the spirit of sound, close to the bursting, he rushed to slash. Sword directly slashing across the knee of the name Quang Ti. He immediately fell to the ground, watching him lying on the ground and uttered, good, at least he could not chase him anymore. Hearing a loud noise turned around to see the ground was gradually collapsing. Just running, someone held his feet tightly. Quang's name did not let him escape, Woon frantically scolded, this troublesome man, leaving me. Suddenly the sword flashed, his hand was cut. It turned out that Sol's sword saved him, she took the sword and asked him to get up quickly. Woon was surprised, Miss Sol. Quang Ti moved to do something. Mukwang saw and immediately stabbed his heart. Woon is zealous, warrior Tae, Miss Soul, out of here first. All three of them quickly rushed out. When some people ran up the stairs about to escape. Then the name Jiang waited again and pressed the button to close the door again. Woon screamed, "Tang Jiang, the bastard dog." Then hugged Soul's waist and say, "Miss Soul apologized for me for a while." Then he threw Soul towards the exit. She landed gently. Right at the rush, she used her sword to stop the door. "Big, run, hurry up." Mukwang and Woon use all the power to run. Right when the two men were about to approach the door, the sword was pushed out. The sword flew towards Woon. Ho Chun's name laughs evil. At this time the sword hit Woon's body, he painfully folded back. Woon was beaten. Yang Ho Chun took the position to land. Tae Mukwang looked towards Woon being thrown away. Sol Su Yun also panicked. Tae Mukwang shouted Yang Ho Kun. He quickly took the blade. "Throw the blade." Chum in an hour, dust full of earth. Tae Mukwang plunged down the broken hole. Quickly catch Woon's hands. Both fell into the deep pit. Sol Su Yun pointed his nose to Yang Ho Chun. Questioning why you attacked Hyokyun warriors with Chi's sword. Yang Ho Chun responded, "What was the nonsense? We only targeted Jiangxi, no matter what, I could not accept this bossy attitude of her, Sol." Sol Su Yun became even more angry. "I finally understood why my teacher said I should notice the promises of the main sex. With that dirty personality, you will never catch up with the Hyokyun warrior and Tae warrior." The two of them were in the attack. In the middle of that time, Wu appeared loudly, "What are you two doing?" Ho Chun hurriedly collected his sword into the shell. The elder apologized, "We were a little misunderstood." Bu Xian looked so thoughtfully. As Woon said, "I wanted to kill him myself, but I had to get out of here and reunite with the Black Lions." Sol Su Yun grumpy, "Misunderstood, you used Chi to attack our phase." Tang Jiang exhaled again, "Ahem, the sword of Big Tian Yang Ho Kun saved us." She didn't know what to thank. Su Yun became more and more angry and could not control it. The blue shirt went to call Sol. Blue shirt advises, "Please stop, not worth losing time with this group, we have to save young warriors Hyokyun and Tae." Sia Pung added, "The stone gate is already lowered, we cannot go further, from now on, think of a way out." Su Yun responded, "Understood." Woon fell deep below the cave. He exhaled the edema. Sit up against his hand, "This place, what the hell happened?" He looked up at the pit's mouth, thinking, falling from that height and still having a life, don't tell me that Tae Mukwang. Thinking back, I owed him this life. Woon put his hand in his shirt, I still have this. I'm glad I bought a night pearl torch from his soul. He touched the wound, crazy pain, Yang Ho Kun, a dog, just wait for me to turn his neck. If not the skill of evading, I would have eaten enough, it turned out it would be here all the time. This is the place where Timakwang and Sol Su Yun's love begins. Woon touched his head, I just remembered when the sword of the name Yang Ho Kun beat and fell somewhere. He was suddenly surprised to hear a strange noise. He hurriedly shone the torch to that side and shouted, "Someone." Tae Mukwang asked, "Woon, awake." Woon was surprised, "Woon, why was so close?" Tae Mukwang continued, "He was unconscious for a few days." Woon panicked, "What, so long?" Tae Mukwang and his hand get cloth bags. Then poured down on the ground a pile of pupa. Woon curious, what the devil they were. Tae Mukwang picked up a worm, although it looked a bit disgusting but the taste was quite delicious. I ate quite a lot of these groups when practicing in the cave, so just eat and don't worry at all. Tae Mukwang put deep into the wood and flicked his arms, now, grilled them up, seeing that Woon was surprised, wow, his hand had fire or anything. Woon thought, he tried to use what in the secret box to light the star, what was white paper? That thing. Woon rushed to come and wait. Tae Mukwang smiled brightly while the fire rises. Woon was extremely scared, dying father. He pulled the sword out of the shell. Slash away forward. The nose was scattered, successfully destroying the fire pile of the food grilled. The burning rods flew up, before Tae Mukwang's bewildered eyes. Woon let go of the sword, scooped up to run to the pile of firewood, ignoring the call of the opponent, waiting for what the hell did he just do, Woon. He used his hand to throw everything up, his mouth muttered, "Where?" Each word in the chaos out of a small piece of scorched paper, in the heart of the wound suddenly rekindled on hope. "This is the map, the ratio and symbol. The ratio of the map is the ratio of the distance above the map with the corresponding distance on the ground. Tae Mukwang did not understand what was happening, still took a mound of crawling creature in his hand. His mouth was constantly urging what he was going to do. We should bake these things quickly, and Woon, with a sweaty face, heard that beside him. He was born upset. He immediately turned his head to shout that bugs now did not matter. Tae Mukwang sadly turned away, his voice, "But, I was hungry." But Woon was still not at all caring. He looked at each piece of paper and pondered, the notorious thief, who this guy is, from piles of traps, matrices, and map details. He arranged the removable paper patterns on the ground and started to study, looking over. It seems that this is the map of the cave. Tae Mukwang was curious, walked to his eyes, then curiously said, it seemed that it was the map of the cave, but it also seemed like a city. Woon did not speak up, hearing that, just thinking, that is, does it have a city below? The companion thought for a while and then continued to say, on the map there were many empty areas, I could guess where we were. Woon heard that, was surprised, his eyes were bright, immediately asked, I know where we are. Tae Mukwang slowly raised his fingers to only a small part of the map was burned. Why was it so unexpected? Didn't we fight here? Woon was bewildered, waving his arms and legs, and asked, why did you make sure? After listening, Tae Mukwang immediately closed his eyes and felt, at his feet constantly radiating bright blue waves. If the inner effort went to explore, he would feel everything around. Seeing that, Woon glimpsed suspicion. This guy is a bat or anything, the bastard, because the bat uses the frequency to determine the object, through the echo that is information about the distance and size of the object. He continued to hold the pieces of paper. See, if this was where we were in, and Tae Mukwang kept hugging his stomach, I was hungry. Although Woon was still looking for, the companion walked around to gather a few branches of firewood, then suddenly discovered something. He involuntarily exclaimed, umbrellas. They were. In the souls suddenly came out 2 old books, looking dusty but still can be used. Tae Mukwang grabbed them in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief, because he realized what it really hid, the secret books that the old foxes from Wudong wanted to own to crazy, right? Thinking, he happily raised it like a kid. Woon, looking at this, it seems that they are not destroyed at all. Woon just saw those secret books was stiff, his eyes were round as if he did not believe, muttering, they were. Then walked over to take the old book, flipping over, thinking, in fact these secret books were fake secret books prepared by the Dark Army. Woon ponder and think about the image of a man with a whitening beard radiating an anonymous power of killing intent. If he is proficient in it, the initial power will be released, but maybe, the cultivator will be occupied by the demon inside and became a devil. Woon took the book more. Tae warrior, there were any secret books other than this crowd? Finished, he immediately answered, no. Woon narrowed his eyes and continued to observe. The cloud of thunder and destruction that Wu Won-gyu stole was mentioned in the novel not here. Feeling of the sinister face of the man with a secret in hand, he continued to consider, because of such, Wu Won-gyu is corrupted and became a crippled name, meaning the plot has not been changed yet. The fire earlier once again flared up, and deep in it were 2 fake tips. Tae Mukwang sat by the fire, using sharp branches through the bugs preparing to bake, his face rising, quickly cooking. Woon was helpless at the bewilderment of Tae warriors, but he burned them without even knowing they were fake. While happy grilling, he did not forget to call Woon to eat with him. Woon's face at that time turned to worry. He was not greedy because of the main character. After a while, they went together again, slowly on the difficult slope that climbed. Woon moved and tried according to the map, so, where this is, while Tae Mukwang is still happy to sing rabbit. Realizing that something was wrong, Tae warrior glanced up. Woon was still terrified of the scary taste of the insects in the abdomen just now, suddenly heard a loud cry, Woon. Tae Mukwang bravely stepped forward, cheerfully said, I found this secret path. Woon was bewildered and dropped the map, admired, the secret path, I never, seeing it, it was true that the male lead, luckily was also a skill. Tae warrior excitedly waved his hand, let's go. In the dim darkness, they walked down to the deep steps together, not knowing what the front would be. Going for a while, immediately discovered that the front emitted a glare, the exit. Woon seemed to be happy but could not avoid worrying and doubting the strange path. They gradually entered the ancient citadel, surrounded by ancient architecture extremely spacious and magnificent. Looking at everything around me as exaggerated, there are countless thoughts running around in both mind. I guess this place is really a city, paving the way to the water circuit. In a nearby place, suddenly emitting a barbaric cry of all things. It turned out that it was a monstrous monster carrying the shape of a robust man. His tongue was long and continuously twisted, his mouth constantly groaning, that scene that made everyone creepy guy brain. Woon saw that panic, his face was pale, his mind was chaotic, the monster. No need to think for too long, both of them immediately launched their feet and rushed away. The two hid together after a large pillar, psychologically not completely stable. Woon stood nestled in it waiting, the monster crawled step by step on the ground, and was heading to his position. He glanced at him, his hand slowly pulled out a long iron sword, his sweaty face, and the underground monster and the monster was doing here. While thousands of pounds hang the hair, there was a hand brought to the sword in the Woon's hand and the stick. He was surprised to look at Tae Mukwang in extreme bewilderment. Tae warriors calmly shook his head and should not act. The monster gradually walked, and then slipped through them, both of them turned into a statue of standing and burying it there and did not dare to hose. Woon widened his eyes and trembled, he got over here. After thinking, he suddenly turned around, bringing the devil face and drooling at the corner of his mouth with his fake white eyes. Woon stiffened, constantly screaming in his heart, "What is it, Tae Mukwang's name?" The monster suddenly opened his mouth, saliva splashed, Woon with stigma dodged with his body soaked in sweat, it was dangerous. When he finished thinking, the goblin gradually changed his attitude to become more fierce, seemingly prepared to come to kill both young boys. The monster opened his mouth and drooling towards Woon, causing his face to pale sweat close to the wall. Looking for a long time. The monster seemed to see nothing, immediately turned his head to another direction, calling the strange sounds and crawling away. Woon was surprised and turned to Tae Mukwang to ask, "What was the warrior Tae?" Tae Mukwang calmly put his hand into the flap of his shirt, took out a bunch of mosses before Woon's surprised face and said, "When you were unconscious, I prepared a few things for these floods, they could not come near this moss." Tae Mukwang innocently looked towards Woon on his head showing 3 question marks, and Woon this side was angry and trembling in his heart, the price was damn, if only I knew this sooner, I did not have to struggle in Devil Cave. After that, the two continued to walk on the dark corridor, only light from the moonlight. Going for a while, he nestled behind the wall glancing at the 3 monsters crawling from the stairs, his mouth cried out deaf sounds. The two gently overcome the monsters and then followed the stairs upwards. Tae Mukwang walked and looked around with curious expression. Woon, one side, walked behind the eyes and looked around in the heart, whispered to look back and forth many times. This place was not like the architecture of the central area, in fact, it was almost like Western style. Then Woon's eyes hit a compass on the wall. What is the map in the heart of the drawing map? After that, you wandered with a climbing tree on the wall. Woon struggled to climb and thought that the person might have created this tomb as a modern person. Then the head showed the image of Chul So Young and thought, don't conclude. Then Woon suddenly looked up and looked unexpectedly. As soon as he reached the Woon, he was frozen by the old wall of the ancient sculpture in his thoughts. Looking at the paintings and ancient letters carved on the Woon wall, they thought that they were not the flowers of the sound yet. Woon stared at the image engraved on it and then read the words that the Supreme Speaking of all things had bizarre knowledge as a person from another world, he used that knowledge to create those tools. Rarely that no one has ever seen. Read the words carved on Woon wall, silently swallowing saliva and then in the heart of thinking not to say, this guy is also a person from modern. Then continue to look at other sculptures and continue reading the words engraved in the years of reign. The selected crown prince started a rebellion, and so the one of the everything to flee came. The central area with relatives. After that, Woon scratched his head in his heart to think that was a bit similar to a story of an ancient empire he had read in the library. Do not say they have dominated the western region, including the border, before the desert tribe appears, only along the summary of these stories, so I don't remember it clearly. Then he looked far away towards the long corridor and thought it continued to say that they went down to the ground and built a whole city. Do not say, this place, is that capital. Suddenly, Tae Mukwang came from next to Woon to say an empire, any empire, making Woon also startled. Regaining calm and then Woon said no matter what kind of look, this carved picture looks like an emperor. A emperor, Tae Mukwang stood beside him and then continued, I was a bit more like a leader, or a holy god. Then Woon realized something. Looking at the carved stones in Woon's heart, the Niof pattern was destroyed, I could not read, a war, family, descendant. Then thinking about the ancient tomb, the notorious thieves left, why the notorious thief beest about our seals? Tae Mukwang stood beside his arms crossing his arms and asked, did you know what it was? Hearing that Woon said, it seemed like a secret, but it was destroyed too much we could not read. Hearing Woon say that, Tae Mukwang turned around and said that, moving, but Woon inside was still thinking that the notorious thief was the last descendant of the ancient empire. Seeing that Woon had not moved Tae Mukwang, he spoke out, "Let's go, Woon." Having hesitated for a while, Woon also turned to leave with Tae Mukwang. After that, the two went to a flowering stone door on the top being closed. Seeing the door in front of his eyes, Woon thought in his heart, "Here, where Tae Mukwang was lucky." Tae Mukwang confidently raised one hand and said, "Probably something inside, breaking it." Seeing that, Woon only had to sigh and took us to prevent Tae Mukwang and then said, "If the whole crowd collapsed, what was calculated?" In his mind whispering, in the novel, Tae Mukwang went there after destroying the back wall, not through this door. It also took quite a bit of time to come back here. Then reach out to touch the flower on the stone door. The flower then immediately reacted out a blue light that made Woon also surprised. The door was then opened, making Woon also surprised to bewildered to wonder, opened. In the novel, the door never opened. Tae Mukwang saw that the door was opened and happily went inside and then watched Woon say, "The door was opened, as I expected, you are a genius, Woon." And Woon this side is still bewildered with 3 marks. The big question mark on the head wondered how. The two went inside together, walking Woon and wondering why this place was so devil. Tae Mukwang looked around and said, "This place was wider than I thought, perhaps the exit here." Woon walked behind and folded his arms and smiled. Woon continued to share it to find, but not all the sentences. Woon realized something. Tae Mukwang on this side stood at the person who looked at him in front of him. Woon on the head appeared 2 marks, asking what to think. Tae Mukwang did not say no, that only the sound of a box was placed on the podium that was illuminated by the moonlight. Seeing on it, Woon thought it was the box with the pattern I saw, in the memory of Tae Mukwang. Then the image of that memory was also appeared in Woon's head. Tae Mukwang was surprised to pick up the box and asked why this box was here. Woon in the back did not understand how to ask, why did he show that face when he saw this box. Hearing that, Tae Mukwang said, "This is something that the enemy killed my family." Then Tae Mukwang put his hand on his forehead and said, "They stole from my father and put it here." The deserted late night has a very beautiful full moon. Bu Xian and his accomplices are standing for something. The two of them stood for too long, making them angry. Suddenly, his accomplices felt anything wrong to check. A bunch of guests immediately knew they were found to run to attack. The accomplice immediately defended the attack. The two of them immediately rushed into the sword. After fighting for a while, checked the strength of the other guy, he was scared. Bu Xian arrived in time for the bow and arrow. The strong standing figure immediately shot the arrow. A bunch of guests attacked on the other guy. The other guy saw that Bu Xian was strong and majestic. Bu Xian suddenly stood staring at. Bu Xian looked at the person in front of his eyes, suddenly remembered something. It turned out to be a painful person who was in pain of the shirt with red marks. The subordinates of the subordinates went to check and was stopped by Bu Xian. Bu Xian pulled the sword behind his back. Then slightly whistling to call someone here. Unexpectedly, from the tree, the other colleague immediately jumped down. Bu Xian crossed his arms seriously to say something to them. After they heard it, was a little surprised about this. Bu Xian does not want anything to ask them to do it immediately. At a large and deserted building. Woon patted his head to give himself a little awake. Tae Mukwang was standing dully there. Woon saw it. A strange circle suddenly appeared before the eyes. Tae Mukwang is sitting there and cultivating his spiritual energy. He is using the whole mind to cultivate the most successful spiritual energy. Woon immediately became unusually worried about this situation. Tae Mukwang holds a strange box in his hand to look around. Woon became more and more worried and did not dare to do. A strange circle suddenly appeared before the eyes again. Woon passed by to see Tae Mukwang holding a strange box. An indifferent man appeared. Woon turned to look with strange eyes. A stream of power immediately through people. Woon reserved to talk to Tae Mukwang. Tae Mukwang looked at Woon with serious steadfast eyes. Woon suddenly lost unexpected consciousness. Woon also immediately shook the people Tae Mukwang as if something was very urgent. At this moment, a large door suddenly opened the brakes. The two immediately prepared under the defensive position to attack. Anon darts fly towards two people. Tae Mukwang was sensitive and immediately helped from his sword to fly away. A bunch of white-shirted people immediately appeared in front of the two. An old man with a masked mask walked up ahead and confidently. He was standing in front of the two people, stubbornly said. Woon saw this person immediately trembling in a puzzled way. Slowly each sweat poured a lot on Woon's face. Suddenly, the situation before his eyes made Woon immediately stood at the picture. The old man immediately flicked his hand. A pile of people immediately attacked the two of them. Woon was not able to return to the miracle, then turned to the side of Timaquang attacked. Timaquang with a steadfast gaze rushed to attack. A sword immediately pierced the other people. The other guy hit the sword immediately falling down. The old man witnessed his beard and thought something. Timaquang still keeps his steadfast gaze to face. The old man saw that Timaquang was so consistent and did something. Immediately there was a source of light that was emitted throughout Timaquang's body. Timaquang picked up the iron box and said, "I will give it to anyone who can explain to me the box." But he did not want to do so and raised his hand to prepare to fight with him. After that, he rushed to him. When he was about to come to him, before he was in the blow, he was cut off by him, making him unable to fight anymore. Seeing him, his subordinate suddenly trembled and picked up the knife. Then said that Naguyat then was eternal and stabbed himself. Seeing this, he was surprised to see these guys crazy. Seeing Woon encountered such a situation, Timaquang had to help him quickly. Suddenly there was an explosion up and stood right, making him feel worried about whether he was okay. But right after the smoke there was a whirlpool that is created by Woon. At this time, he realized that the names were poisonous in the blood. It was true that the cunning names. Anyway, Timaquang seems to be in trouble. He was fighting him violently. His attack caused two people to be thrown out. He kept his distance from him. And it is also impossible to understand a user of the secret of Vo Lam's transmission now in a place where he is not allowed to set foot. An extraordinary child, how can you do that? That made Timaquang unable to understand. Because he saw things like overdue, they didn't exist. Woon's speculation thinks he can speculate the future. Then he was about to start seeing through Woon's stupid plan. That is to read the mind. He stared at his eyes. Woon sank into the darkness and vaguely because he could not see anything. Then startled to regain the current consciousness. Almost, he could read his thoughts. Seeing that he could escape the technique, so he was a bit surprised. After that, he moved his feet quickly. Straight to Woon. Coming to his place, suddenly there was a sword cut across. It was launched by Timaquang to stop him from coming near Woon. Seeing him make him feel annoyed, he raised his hand to use silk. The wires I started out and flew in the air about to fly to him. Seeing that, Woon quickly warned Tay to be careful. But then surprised to discover the names have not been dead earlier and are rushing to the Woon. One of the men banged his hand to the ground, causing him to throw it out. When he saw that he was no longer balanced to stand, they took the opportunity to take the sword to attack. They launched the sword to Woon. He quickly turned to avoid walking that sword. But still hit their tactics. Make him use his foot to rub the ground to not be thrown away. Do not let him a second. They quickly rushed to make him feel damn because compared to finding the identities of these guys, then you have to survive first. Then Woon took out two swords. It was also just when those three men were coming to his place. Seeing that, but he was still not afraid and stood up to beat them alone. He used two swords with two swords, making them unable to fight his sword. Solve them. Woon looked to Timaquang's side. He felt lucky because he did not see his sword just now and only worried about hitting him. He tried to block his attacks. But still not being warrior Tay was still created by a way he created an explosion. Make Woon stiffly looking on the spot without speech. Suddenly he moved in front of Woon's eyes. His hands seemed to be more force, his nails were long and he guessed that he was the one who broke the prophecy and turned upside down Xinjiang. Suddenly he felt an extremely strong killing intent. Made him extremely difficult to breathe. The old man then would not forgive anyone who broke the prophecy. Seeing that he was extremely panicked and thought that he would die, he was green and reluctantly called out the name of the great conspiracy. As forced him to stop and ask him where the name came from. But he only answered through the speaker and wondered himself. But not saying much that he directly stabbed his hand directly into his stomach. Shortly thereafter Woon quickly collapsed on the ground. After finishing, he asked him, telling him what he knew about that name, he would pardon him gently. Despite being extremely serious, he still refused to speak out and told him to babble a little. Hearing that, he rushed to him with his hand. Outside, it was dark. He stood on the puzzled tree, not knowing what the hell was going on with Woon. Suddenly he heard the sound coming from the cave, so he turned his head to look. Then he quickly jumped with that noise. At this time, in the dark cave, there was painful shouting screams in a painful way. A name lying on the ground shouted loudly because of eye pain. Then fainted. Another name was carried up by another person. One of them commanded people to quickly take the injured out. Everyone rushed out of the cave. Yang Ho Chun took from his pocket to a book and thought, thunder and destruction, he never thought he fell into his hands. With this will surely kill Te Mu Kwang. The sword. The old man wears a mask. Metal dust blindly. Then a sword rushed. He turned around to dodge. Then the sword came to one person. It was Te Mu Kwang. He took the sword very majestic. Woon was surprised, thinking that the inner sword, the real peak, the name Te Mu Kwang had reached this level already. The old man was wearing a mask but naturally cracked. The mask fell to the ground. The old man spoke up, with that age, but you can reach this level, just as the person who used the white sword god has predicted, your technique is quite good. Mu Kwang startled. A hand strangled Woon. The old man squeezed and said, an outstanding individual could not change the situation. Stop. Then a man holding the sword came. The old man let go. Then he rushed to Mu Kwang, you made this old man no other choice but killing you. Mu Kwang shouted, if you're old, then retire soon. Woon raised his hand to cover, damn it. Then he thought, I should take advantage of this opportunity to escape. But he scratched his head puzzled, no, the name Te Mu Kwang was not his opponent now. Even when escaping, he will kill Te Mu Kwang, and will eventually handle himself. If so, he picked up the sword. I have no choice but to help Te Mu Kwang. At the same time, Mu Kwang was buried badly by the old man, he punched his stomach. Then he collapsed to the ground, then Woon flew. Woon blew, ah, damn it, what should I do if he was like that? Kwang's green scarf falls out, revealing 2 circles. Surprised the old man. Woon realized it was a sign in the box. The old man knew that it was the transmission of the white sword god, with the symbol of the leader on his forehead, he was surprised. While the old man pondered, Woon was carrying Kwang. I think we have to get that alley, it's almost come, ha, why is this guy eating so heavy? The old man waved one hand, where he went so in a hurry. Surprise Woon. 2 people separate. Causing a large explosion. Woon still stood but he looked out the exit, died, the exit. The old man moved, said you, who escaped from prophecy, quickly delivered the name of the angel of the sword and accepted to die. Woon bit his lip, what should I do, wait. Then he looked out the lotus. He returned to the old man again, sticking his tongue without bother. Then he ran. Accelerate quickly, whatever you do not do it or die the whole button. The old man shouted in astonishment, what did you do? In his mind appeared, no, the lotus was banned. Then he jumped into the lotus. Stop, the old man ran to the Woon. But he bared his teeth. Then raised the rotten finger to the old man. He shouted, no. He opened his eyes, is another world. The monster, he was surprised, there was no pile when Te Mu Kwang came down here. At this point, my heir, you have entered Hua Lo, the words from a voice rang out, Woon surprised to ask who you are. That voice introduced his name as Yelu Huanziong, the person they called the notorious thief in Murem. Is the voice of the thief, he was still alive, the questions resounded in his mind, then he asked, where you were, Yelu Huangzong. The voice answered, Yelu teacher defended this secret for a long time. Woon still shouted Yelu Huanziong. That voice continued to ignore him, we inherited an ancient lotus from the previous millennium. Woon realized, just keeping the voice, it is also part of the system. Finally, all the tips, systems, and sects come from the same source. And our Yelu spear has dedicated life to protect that root. Ancient lotus, all systems, sects, and tips, originating from a common thing. And that secret has sparked waves, although we have created a new history of our time, but it was too late to pass it to the next generation. Because they have followed our traces. They, Woon asked. From now on, I will pass on all my achievements and my teammates to you. And the name of the secret is Real Enemy. Woon focuses on the whole body. Then shouted loudly. The old man flew to attack Woon. But it was surprising because Tae Mukwang pulled the sword back. Tae Mukwang is not small but still stubborn. This old man, fight again. The old man stopped making a red sphere, thinking, you tried to die. Tae Mukwang raised his sword to the red sphere growing, but he did not puncture. The old man was satisfied, you can withstand this, saying that the old man transmitted more efforts to the red sphere. Tae Mukwang shouted loudly, being thrown away, even if you were burned. The old man lifted the ball, took the superior position that looked down, the effort was also useless, the transmission of the white sword god. The old man threw the red sphere towards Woon, you are focusing on the spirit. Tae Mukwang did not care about it, standing in front of Woon, using his hands to catch the ball. The old man silently rejoiced, this is the end, the old man flicked his hand. The sphere exploded with great force, creating a bunch of hasty smoke covering Woon and Tae Mukwang. Thought the other two were difficult to escape death, unexpectedly Woon had left the stone podium. Bring Tae Mukwang to a safer place. The old man felt extremely unintended, how could you avoid the blood of the blood? Woon checked the wound for Tae Mukwang, too seriously injured, with this momentum, Tae Mukwang will die. I want to save this, but it seems that it is more helpful. I still need to know the remaining stories about the mysterious leader. Woon asks the old man, the secret you just used is called the blood, right? Unique name. A man who conspires to use it again, I know who you are. The old man came out again, this bastard, he knew too much, this time was almost the old man. A source of energy shot, breaking the soil and going straight to the Woon. Looking at Woon lying in the pile of ruins, the old man thought, he died yet. As soon as he stepped on Woon's hand, suddenly he disappeared without a trace. A letter informed the old man, Mr. Bik Wien, the nail of the tomb was collapsing. The old man ordered everyone to go to trade first, the old man was determined, the feints, I would find out you guys soon, and my own hands will end you. A beautiful full moon night. In a pile of normal land now has a loud noise. A hand suddenly punched up. Woon is full of injuries that are difficult to climb to the ground. Outdoors also know how to make him difficult when pouring the pouring rain, making it difficult to climb. After climbing Woon, he pulled people Mimakwang and complained, damn the situation of what the Han situation was this previous life he committed what crime did not know. Woon, along with a grimace, tried to climb. On the success of Woon's success, he breathed a sigh of relief, Ha died. Suddenly on the map, there was a radar detector, our own survivation. Thanks to the internal force we could be out because we could know where we would not collapse. Turning to see Timakwang lying struggling on the ground thinking, but he would not die. Timakwang's body also appeared a strange source of spiritual energy that he seemed to be poisoned, so now I will not let him go to the character's impression to the crystal. Woon whistled something here. A bunch of strangers immediately appeared from the sky. Everyone appeared immediately after receiving the order as whistling from Woon. The leader immediately sighed and said something to Woon, his leader. Woon lamented that these guys were almost dead. In the ancient houses, they are loudly speaking, my beloved leader. An old house with the name of Luan Vu Garden Tea. An old man cried with a happy face when he saw Woon appearing, the leader I thought there was a bad thing to him. The two of them immediately shook their faces to talk for quite a long time, Ha apologized for making him worried the master. Woon immediately said something to the master that, more importantly, please call the doctor. Turns out to want people to help when Timakwang was seriously injured and Woon did not know how to ask the master immediately asking his identity, this guy was from Muram Sao. Woon said something would like to ask the master to say that yeah would tell everything later, please call the doctor first. Momentically, everyone immediately entered the house of the five sects. The three people sat talking about drinking tea just now because they did not know what the bastard was plotting. Bu Xian immediately talked with a serious expression that did not know which bastard used the name of the lean sect we were jokes. Woon listened and did not want to see with an unpleasant face saying he had investigated the masks from the leader but could not catch alive. A pile of people with different titles appearing in the thought of speaking, there are those who make up stories when they are arrested, Others can destroy themselves when participating in a group of expeditions, causing great painting. Bu Xian said they would separate to check the tomb. The two of them talked about the trap and the position of the tomb. The name Yang Ho-kun used that excuse to blame the other heroic group that colluded with Arlene. Bu Xian was still spicy and was played by Yang Ho-kun. When Woon asked our interdisciplinary angrily, why did Bu Xian say that he had contacted and had a response? Bu Xian said this was a secret letter, so I didn't know what to write. Woon opened the letter immediately because Asuna Ruslan was actually assassinated as we thought. Hawk Ryan Moon immediately approached the central area of the Lean Tuong to the front of the border as the young leader was expected to be noticed. Bu Xian immediately thought that the plan to explore the central area will have to postpone. Bu Xian immediately asked Woon that we would go back to the spear, but Woon just said we would be here until there was a new indicator. At this time, there was a sound that made both of them be alert. Lao Quan was polite to respect against Woon. The leader of the Phi came to check the young Timaquang warrior. Woon sat and listened to the doctor saying that he was no different from an empty body, so the doctor could not say in advance he would be like this. Condition inside the patient's body is full of poison with high temperatures, but his skin again cold as ice. Woon immediately understood everything to ask the doctor. There was no way to detox. The doctor sighed to say the truth, then called him dead as more reasonable. But that is still alive because it has its own consciousness. To regulate it with acupuncture or medicine will be difficult. Woon immediately thought that there was a separate limit for the impression of the character when using ice crystals. We need to quickly push toxins from his body. The doctor watched Timaquang side and said, if it was Muram's god, there would be a way and he would give up. Woon listened to everything immediately. At the lips of the strange house along with heavy showers. A heavy shower appeared in the middle of the night. A crowd of people looking at the old man to practice speaking, with the signs they left and you still lost them. The subordinates immediately put his head on the ground and said, please forgive his life. The old man immediately used his entire spiritual energy. The subordinates immediately felt unstable sweating. The old man said, using his head to find him any news must report directly to the leader. The other people immediately stamped their heads constantly, clearly preparing everything ready. Woon immediately understood, the prophecy must be done no matter what. The old man immediately shouted, we could not leave any potential danger. On a peaceful morning. Then in the first thought, we need to wake up Tae Mukwang to have information about the mysterious owner who defeated the White Sword God. Next, in case we cannot return in time, we need to reduce it the maximum of how war between his sect and Muram. Mr. Jang hesitantly asked him to go to Muram himself. Sir. Woon sitting opposite the old man crossed his arms calmly saying that he had considered meeting the god and asked him to save Tae Mukwang. Sangquin who sat next to asking to just send the name Tae Mukwang. That is okay, it's not okay, there is any special reason for him to go there himself, Woon. Woon was reluctant to say I wish to have, but with the current situation, Muram Phi would probably use Tae Mukwang to negotiate. Sangquin who suddenly asked again, the advantage of negotiating, Bu Xian sat next to him also asked. It was because the names pretended to follow our side, right? Woon agreed rightly, our faction focused on the team strength in the border incident, while taking advantage of the force's intervention. Then continue if Muram's spear sent the army to Xinjiang. This question makes Sangquin who surprised as if she realized something. Bu Xian sitting next to his heart was also in case of no less stress. Mr. Jang swallowed his saliva saying that he would go there to prove that we had to stand behind those incidents. Sir. Woon is right, perhaps a bit risky, but I have to go to Muram for our benefit. Then in the first thought, we need to wake up Tae Mukwang to have information about the mysterious owner who defeated the White Sword God. Next, in case we cannot return in time, we need to reduce it the maximum of how war between his sect and Muram. Their strength completely beyond their predictions, and maybe there will be more names, except for Tae Mukwang, there are too many dangers, Woon thought. He stroked his chin and thought, the plot was changed for himself. The power of the poster after the story was exposed so quickly. Lao Jiang worriedly asked them that he would believe him, would he be suspected of being a member of Arlene Tuong? Woon confidently said that when he did a big deal, he remembered three things. Make all three old Jiang, Sangquin Hu and Bu Xian are difficult to understand. Woon says they have blood, used to be fellow, and then confidently say the third thing is compatriots. At the great representative. Tang So-gun sits tea with his senior. Then Tang So-gun suddenly put his hand to beat the table to separate the water from a plate of water splashing everywhere. Tang So-gun angrily said that the young Hyokyun warrior was still missing. Why did Muram's sect so slow? The senior slowly sipped the water and said, "The young, hot nest could not change the situation." Hang So-gun helplessly breathing out. "If we did not suddenly crumpled, we had to rush to leave immediately," the white-haired T sitting opposite to say, "That's why the ancestor was banned." Then he continued, "The fathers had no choice but to remove him from the Murim's expedition team, because those people were suspected of being a spy of magic." Hang So-gun speaks loudly, "How can the young warrior Ha Kryun-woon and Tae Mukwang are spies of magicians? He doesn't see anything, senior. Everything happens because they try to hide the mistake for the mistake Yang Ho-kun and Tang Jeong." The senior became nervous to make silence and then said, "Stop, others would hear it." Hang So-gun uncomfortably stroked his hair in front of all Murim sects. Who was the one who held justice? Tang clan, the leader of Sichuan, only the waist. The senior sighed and then called the young ancestor. Then he stood up and then continued, "This time when he learned how this world works." The night came at the great representative. Hang So-gun is walking alone in the dark corridor, only the light of the moon throws in. Where did a person from appearing and saying, "The young father, the guest has come." Hang So-gun coldly passed by that person and said, "I didn't want to see anyone texting like that." The other continued to speak out that he said that he knew he would say that, and then took it to the morning of a paper. Hang So-gun turned around to get that paper sample. After reading what was written inside, Tang So-gun immediately became surprised. Then happily turned away and said, "Young warrior Hyo Kryun, still alive." The next morning at Chongqing, St. Yangtze River. Woon lazily shoulder. Breathing out of breath and then talking too far, Tang So-gun in the back said that he was happy to be a ban on the removal so that I could go with him. Young warrior Hyo Kryun, how could I convince the group? So. Woon laughed confidently, "Of course, we have our way. Anyway, we don't know when we will come." Tang So-gun says, "If we come to live Yangtze from here, only takes 2 days, we'll come to Wuhan." Hear that, Woon? "Oh, I understand." Bu Xian from the back spoke up, "Woon, I mean, the young leader, we have a problem." Woon was bewildered and asked the problem. Bu Xian continued to say, "The boat that we used to use, still being repaired, so it would be a few days. I thought the young leader, the young warrior, and Tae should go ahead." Woon put his hand and said, "Nothing stopped us, right? Okay, then find us a boat first. You guys will go to the boat when it is finished." Heard that, Bu Xian clasped his hands and closed his hands, saying clearly, "Leader." After turning around, Woon seemed to discover something. In the eyes of Woon, the scene of a stall owner saying, "We have everything here, please visit, very cheap, please." Woon continued the stall and stared at the mirror. The boss next to him was happy to say hello. After seeing herself in the mirror, Woon suddenly said that this was. Woon wondered why Hyo Kryun-woon's face was quite similar to his face. Then he thought it was probably because he was gradually being assimilated by this world. After that, I thought that my face would not be like the other guys who still look. Hang So-gun from behind asked, "What happened, warrior Hyo Kryun? I bought it for you." Suddenly, there was a loud call of the owner to cut through Woon's thinking circuit. Bu Xian on the other side waved to say, "I found a boat for him." Hearing that, Woon immediately responded, "Coming right here." Then ran to Bu Xian's side, but still thought that he had known what was wrong. But this face. Just think so. The blue sky is clear and floating with the clouds, bringing it with golden rays, the large ships floating on the beach in the sea of life, ready to cope with unpredictable storms and storms. The whispering of the people traveled again, they separated the wandering on the wooden floor, and the people watched the sea, who sat quietly in a very suspicious corner. The man with a wide-brimmed hat, a towel wrapped in the face only revealed his eyes, his hands were sloped and his head collapsed. He was like a statue that kept sitting in one place, ignoring everything around him. Particularly Woon and Tang So-gun are still quiet at the boat to observe the situation from just now. Woon looked at the sky for a moment and then involuntarily raised his voice, "We will dock tomorrow." In his mind, he suddenly thought of the image of Tae Mukwang lying struggling in a painful bed. He was a bit hesitant, but, if the current protagonist was like this, there would be something bad. The surface of the sea suddenly became shaken. It was tiny water bubbles, as if there was something below that was enthusiastically stirring, fast as quickly as possible. From the inside of the liquid, there were a few iron hooks shot in the air. Hearing a strange noise, Woon quickly looked at his head with strict eyebrows, involuntarily wondering, the monster. The iron hooks quickly surrounded the vessel, they pinned into the wooden bar. Along the rope was tied, the young men were wet and gently set foot on the train before the panicked eyes of all people present. They have more than a dozen names, whatever they are extremely dangerous, their hands holding a knife, holding a mental threat. Another person, when he saw the pirate pole the red flag in the distance, he hurriedly shouted, "The 18 pirate Yangtze." While everyone was screaming, trying to find everywhere to hide, Woon and So-gun were still trying. He even thought, "I thought this trip would be very convenient." So-gun's entourage calmly turned his head, spoke softly, "Young warriors Hyokryun, what should we do?" While Woon was still as dumb as if he could not answer. The cruel pirate shouted at him. He used his robust body to threaten an old man, "Don't move quickly, or I will." On the chaotic ship, each chest of ancient, precious gold glasses were bluntly thrown into a large sack. Everyone here was extremely frightened by the presence of sinister pirates, so they had to hand over all their properties to them. Hang So-gun saw the cowardly scene, dredged despite the 18 robbers, smirked in disdain, still cursing, "These dogs." Suddenly, there was a pair of hands on his shoulder clinging tightly, So-gun was a little startled. Woon calmly, lowering his voice to advise allies in the danger of danger, "Do not waste energy on things that are not worth it." The nearby pirate accidentally heard that slanted stone. When he asked, You were murmuring something." Seeing that they had discovered, Woon put his hand out a small bag of coins, his mouth grinned and flattered as he was scared and given him to him. "Please apologize, here." So-gun stood quietly behind, so that the red body was hot and trembling. Woon still smiled and postponed the pirate, he was hard. The pirate did not care, he raised his puzzled eyes to stick to So-gun, who was silent and then ordered, and the eyebrow, the child behind, was dumbfounded. He knew that he was talking about himself, his iron eyes glanced softly. Suddenly he came to the side, gently lifted So-gun's elegant face with his fingers and said, "Looking at this, seemingly harvested outside the prediction." Then one more guy came, they looked at them together, their mouths showered and praised themselves, "Oh my god, Tui Vuong would like her very much." Woon stood nearby when he heard their foolish flirting, predicted that there would be bad things happened, the idiots, finding their way to death. They chirped when they saw a beautiful girl, so the goon could not be able to get angry, the clogs were all floating, softly, the bandit when he heard the guy raised his voice, he was very happy, trying to listen to his ears clearly, "What do you say?" He used his cold eyes to look at them and claimed, "A son." Both heard that, it was dumbfounded, the stupid appeared on their faces, the silence between the three of them gradually appeared. No one expected, when they heard such a flexible fever, they laughed again, the gloating sound of the quiet atmosphere. So-gun was dumbfounded on the spot, the two pirates were blatantly said, beyond expectations, exactly, if this guy was a boy, then the better. The other guy excitedly continued, "Like this, Tui Vuong will definitely give great reward." Not to continue to endure anymore, So-gun with glaring eyes and his face wrinkled, the aggressive gesture said, "So, why?" From where suddenly a tornado breeze blows his clothes and hair, surrounded by the strange blue light, the sound of echoing, "So happy, right?" Woon sighed bored, his eyes widened and helplessly thought, now he could not stand still. A strong slashing unknown where they suddenly slipped through their bodies. Perhaps someone acted, he took the sword of iron swing strongly, blood splashing and surrounded by a faded cloak. Everything happened so fast, so much that it was impossible to grasp. It turned out that the hidden person earlier used his own sword and slashed the head of the pirate very aggressively. So-gun widened his eyes and looked at the bloody scene, he was not really aware of what was happening, looking at his blood, he could only involuntarily cry, "The monster." The man with the wide-brimmed hat lowered, his face did not have a bit of color, as if this murder was already familiar with his hand. Woon himself felt extremely surprised, he stared at the person who had just been out of hand, thought, and that person. In another context, the sunset has gradually fallen, it uses its gloomy to fill everything, in the sky, the shadow of a big eagle is fluttering. The strange man with long white hair, he stood quietly on the small road connected to the tower in the middle of the vast lake, the Daeung gradually swooped down and came to him. Nearby, every rhythmic finger of slender hands, slowly put up and down and plucked each string, creating a quiet sound that relaxed. The beautiful woman with a thin black cloak sitting like her beside the precious wooden guitar, she was immersed in the melodious tone of the song and forgot the chaotic things around, but who could predict heart of her heart, she was actually the assassin leader of the great conspiracy, the name Yun Buryong. The man raised his hand to support the eagle, and then softly said, "It seemed that our gossip had already returned, it would have happened." Daeung heard that, constantly beating his wings, causing feathers to fly from the wings, his head constantly knotted in his legs, he felt strange and asked, "What's wrong?" The great attempt of the great sect, Wai Jichin found that on his left foot there was something, Inside was a piece of white paper curled up, he slowly pulled out. Reading the words on a small paper, he could not help but be surprised by the content, involuntarily exclaimed, "The forbidden area of Yelu had collapsed." Hearing such a story, Buryong suddenly stopped, she could not continue to play the piano anymore. She stood up, her eyes became fierce, just approached and asked again, "What were you saying?" Jichin honestly declared, "That was what the thousand name of the fox wrote." Not impatient, she continued to ask, "Not the ban of Yelu was the place where Blood King came." The great god bowed his face to explain, "Our plan is to use the tomb of the thief to break the main sect to create a conflict between the main sect and the sect. We also fake the secret in it so they can spread to Murim." Yun Buryong heard that mocked, not his plan was always perfect, so what to do? He clamped the paper into 2 fingers and then brought it to the sky in a gloomy manner, but it was irresponsible, we did not know what happened. The paper suddenly flashed and then burned into the ashes away. The great god looked at it, then declared, "We guess we would have to go directly to the Blood King." The leader was very surprised by this quick decision, hesitating to ask again, "Sir, would you probably leave the valley?" Before he could finish the sentence, a strong wind immediately blew, swirling at them that he could not stand. She herself did not know what was happening. They looked up to the sky together. A large eagle really appeared, only one of its wings could make everything shaken. The eagle slowly swooped down to the ground. It came to Jichin as if he had known for a long time, he himself always kept his appearance. The eagle landed on the ground, stood seriously, obediently crying out a few hours. The great god turned to Buryong and laughed and asked again, "The leader of the valley assassin?" He looked back at her and slowly said the last word before leaving, "The only one who could stop me, that person." After saying the sentence, the great god immediately took the momentum in the air. No need to respond, he stroked the eagle and immediately ordered, "Let's go." The eagle obediently, the wings quickly banged on the air, the scenery once again shook, only Yun Buryong was still waiting. It fluttered through all roads under the poetic sunset, carrying wide Jichin still burning the desire to revenge. Eyes looking far away to block the persistent road because in his heart he always thought of a familiar silhouette, that person, certainly broke the prophecy. A sharp blade of the blade quickly cut them in the blink of an eye. Blood sprayed out like rain, the head flew into the air and rolled down to fall freely. His face does not change, the speed of hand out is extremely fast like lightning. Every one of them all pale. Suddenly the leader, although the face was cut without a drop of blood, still tried to brace himself to order, "Attack." The crowd at the same time rushed to kill the old man. Suddenly, the warrior from where rushed forward by the speed of the altar, the eyes were bright as a leopard. The fat man was holding the sword to see him scared and shocked, "What the hell?" Before he could understand anything, he was eaten immediately in the middle of the face, the nose was so broken and always went with the jaw. He was beaten for a few meters away. Funeral warriors with emerald green eyes and beautiful short hair exudes radiant beauty. The names they started to feel scared, all names were all sweaty, everyone trembled worriedly looking at each other, they were martial arts master. The crowd gradually backed back, they were no longer excited and did not dare to storm like the first batch. They started pushing each other, "You go up, attack, no cheeks, I don't want to die." Suddenly from behind they had a very loud noise. The crowd turned around and saw a giant boat with a crimson sail, they were immediately shouting and shouting, "Long Vuong was here. Dogs! Long Vuong is here, he will skin you and hang it on the sail." All of them rely on people and threaten. The people behind the young people are scared to gossip together, that is Long Vuong Yanks, we spend. The young Woon is just scratching his chin thinking, those people look familiar. He must be the character he has written in the story, but who is new, young people cannot remember. Suddenly, the sound of the wood from the wooden side touched the side of the ship. A tall man who was athletic from afar had felt a strong intent to creepy. He walked step by step, the sound of footsteps was heavy because of the iron armor. Although he was old, his beard was as long as his hair, his body was muscular, the majestic temperament could not cover his power. He threw the axe straight into the ground. The voice of every question, "Who dared to touch the 18 bangs of our young sea pirate? This is the captain of the 18 pirate." A guy immediately ran up to the report, "Was that bastard, sir?" He smiled, "Oh my god. It's beautiful, right? After listening, I just want to punch in the face." That name was slightly reminded, "I heard that he was that son, he would definitely like him, sir." Gangmo smirked to show he's very satisfied, "Right thing." Woon glared at this father just wanted to cut his meat. Long Vuong Yang Si, if he remembered correctly, He was a super metamorphic character ready to kill anyone with a beautiful appearance, including the same world. He looked disgusting more than I think. The old man put down the hat. The old man did not hesitate to go forward. Long Vuong Lim Gangmo, I want to go here in peace, thinking back to me running away from the pervert like you. It would be really guilty without punishing people. He pointed him straight at him. Gangmo smirked, stupid, even if he did not know who he was, he also knew the fate that surrendered, not turning to challenge us like that. The old man confidently introduced, we are Guchingi from Quanzhen. It is this moment the young Woon has remembered, right, and taste, right, that name. Gangmo continued to say, Quanzhen spear, Hu Tao dared to raise his voice like that, the old spears of Quanzhen were still alive, Guchingi's eloquent responded. Obviously, I, Guchingi, the leader of Quanzhen, will punish you. Woon now feels quite concerned about the current situation. Now Guchingi is on his way to Vo Lam Giao to transfer the prophecy about the conspiracy of the head of the Tin On, who can read astronomy. However, he was killed when clashing with Long Vuong Yangtze. Mom, this old man, if you are moving the important news, you must. While the young man was thinking, the two old guys rushed in and then dusted. The power of both of them is 9 and 10, nobody is more than anyone else. But it was Woon currently taking care of his heart, and because of Guchingi died here, he had to escape from the devil. Gangmo laughed and mocked him, extremely humiliating. Quanzhen was not a nail. Then he immediately jumped up, holding the axe to prepare to dive to the Gongi. A shot slashed at his head, but luckily, the old man knelt down to support the standard. But obviously the power of the other man was too terrorist, causing him to struggle. The floor immediately broke down. The sprinkle of the wood surface fracture on the boat resounded continuous. Everyone standing on boats from old to small shook violently. Woon was fortunate to catch a fat guy, he flew back to the sea. These bastards, if you participate in the war, then hit it, why did you destroy the boat? He said, the warrior mourning, ensuring everyone was not injured. The warrior asked questions, why did he, how about him, Hyokryun warrior? He did not answer but rushed forward with anxious thought. In the novel, after Guchingi died, Tae Mukwang killed Long Vuong Yangtze, but I had no choice other than the money after the reform. At this time, Gu Chaongi was increasingly pushed back by the monster before his eyes. He smiled like crazy, eyes glowing like a demon. You said you want to punish me, but plucked as I thought, the deep floods bugs like you never know your strength. Suddenly, a sharp knife came from him from behind. An unexpected way to hit him made him use the axe to support but still lost the momentum. He had to use his feet down to avoid slipping. Gangmo angrily shouted, angry, any bastard. Gu Chaongi quickly stopped and looked ahead. It turned out that Woon stormed out to the end. Hyokryun Woon of the 5 tea shops, we were the owner of the tea shop. Guchingi suddenly had to advise, young warriors, he was not his opponent, I will stop him. He quickly ran away. You should cherish your life more, young warriors, Woon screamed in suffering, I just saved him. And what he said, the old man. The old man now knows the opponent in front of him is not mediocre, laughing, you are not trivial. Then we will tell people what kindness is. The power from him radiates with great pressure. Who wavered? Woon first, he rushed forward. The two swords turned around and soaring towards him like a tornado. Gangmo this time pale. The old man was scared to open, waiting for us, not ready. If you have not opened your mouth, the young man glared at it, my mysterious skill or something. If I cannot defeat you, it is a failure. A shot stabbed in the middle of his stomach to the astonishment of everyone. He was beaten back to the back because of the huge pressure from Woon. Young people quickly take the sword away in a snap. And that name fell back straight and then fell straight to the sea. Waiting for my hips, the executioner was the winner, he sighed. Suddenly the young man did not understand one thing, thinking back, the disgusting feeling he felt before, he died earlier than I thought. Everyone was stunned before the last scene. Even the old man Chingi was all sweaty, not because of fear but to admire. The old man immediately saw him approaching his head. He trembled and said loudly, Guchingi Quanzhen owed him this young warrior. Woon rushed back to help him laugh, I was just treating him when he made him weaker, this old man, why did he react so much? The young man wondered why. He asked in astonishment, no, he said I weakened him. In his mind flashed a thought, not to discuss his ability, how could he grow up like that at this age? The young warrior is, the old man looks at him with glittering eyes, making him chill, joking, but this is the sky. Suddenly he was surprised at the rumbling sound. Turning his head, he saw the name Gangmo now like a devil, who stood up and stood in the middle of the ship. Everyone changes the screams of fear. What the hell is that? In front of them is a muscular but white body like corpses. Breathing RRA is not like the smell of the living person. Woon suddenly jerked back to the back, panicked. I was skewered. Waiting for this is not Jiangxi's star. The young man was shocked to realize something instability. Before I could understand what was happening, the name was rushed. He came with the speed of light. He walked where the floor was sinking there to prove his body weight was very heavy. Suddenly the name rushed to hug Woon and made the young man want to suffocate. Why did he suddenly get better? As a result, both of them hugged each other, so they flew out of the broken boat. The old man shouted in panic, young warriors. Even the funeral warrior also turned the fire. It was too late. Esculti, both of them rushed down to the cold ocean water. I couldn't breathe. No wonder I felt like a guy who glowed. He tried to take his breath and did not become a body at the bottom of the ocean. Energy like Jiangxi I saw in the ancient tomb. He clenched Woon to the bottom of the ocean, one hand pressing him down, his other hand and holding the axe, extremely violent. Woon immediately raised the sword. I risked myself to slash directly at the neck of the name. Gangmo immediately pulled back. Fortunately he still regained his breath. So he tried to swim back on the surface of the water. Damn it, he pulled himself to the bottom of the river, so hard. Moreover, he was even stronger than Jiangxi he saw in the tomb. I am not confident with the underwater fighting at all. On the water first, I died. The young man was green at this time. If you were in a hurry, then suddenly the other guy took the axe once again to be in front of him. Real dog, he swore in his heart. Then he immediately put on him and shot down below. A line of wings beating the whole body to the bottom of the ocean is extremely painful. His face became more and more uncomfortable. Blood tendon began to get rid of it because it was too difficult to breathe. Obviously humans should be in the water for too long. I will die like this, can't. If I die simply when I was pressed with water, if I died simply like that when I was pressed with water, my eyes gradually blurred. He was now close to him to prepare to swing the axe blade. Suddenly his arm had something sticky. A source of electric energy kept flushing into Woon's brain, made him unconsciously wake up. The young man is completely lost in another afternoon, the soul flying. Before he could shape this, he saw Gangmo screaming anger and holding the axe. That name. What is it waiting for? This time, he was able to see through his body, including something pink beating. Perhaps that was what he revived him. He risked himself to think. I will know that when I cut him. I have nothing to lose now. Both of them just confronted each other directly. He was also not a glare and shouted out like tearing the whole space. Two sharp blade lines cut each other. He quickly brakes to avoid losing momentum. As a result, Woon successfully slashed him underwater with two swords in his hand. The two swords now glowed brightly. People on board are still panic. Surprising, from between the two boats, there was a battle of water that shook and separated the two boats into two turns. Everyone was bewildered and did not understand anything. Oh my god. It turned out that Woon survived his head. He gasped as if he was about to die. The funeral warrior quickly waved to him, the Hyokryun warrior. He has not finished. His soul hurriedly turned his head to look towards the far sea. It feels like a scene that has just happened, like a dream. What just happened? I also have something to do with the strange chi tactic I study in the tomb. Both people are soaked like a mouse peeling off because of the water beams for a while now. Climbing on the boat is no different from just overtaking the demon Mandarin, the Hyokryun warrior. You're fine. The old man Zhongyi was surprised to ask him, what the hell was that? How could Long Vuong Yangxi be able to revive? He was superficial, he was dead now. Now he understood something, sighed. No wonder I had that feeling. Thinking back, this boat belongs to the name Long Vuong Yangxi. The old man smiled and responded, our boat was severely damaged, so he borrowed the power of the funeral warrior to get the boat of that enemy. The funeral warrior asked more. It was a while already. He was the one who did it, the Hyokryun warrior. The young man smiled and replied, I also suffered. Yen was healing, suddenly glancing over to see the old man stared at him intently. Why did you look at me like that? Woon was impatient. Suddenly, the old man changed his voice and radiated a dangerous smell. The Hyokryun warrior. The young man was bewildered. He suddenly held his hand. Please help me. Woon still does not understand what is happening. No, please save Vo Lam, he screamed as if he died to live and live like a mourning home. All people there are silent at him like an alien. At present, Zhongyi seemed to see the human light. His gaze sparkled. As the head of Quan Zhen, I am going to martial arts religion with a secret mission, under the direction of that Tin On, the person who can read astronomy. Please help me complete the mission to martial arts. Woon is a bit hurriedly pulled out, let me release it first. Hang warriors glanced softly to narrow you, secret missions. Those people were also curious and unexpected. The ones tied up also turned on the regime, this secret, I am curious. Of course, he was very frustrated with his body trembling because of anger about to reach the top of his head. Guchingi, this idiot too, why did you say that? So all of them quickly came to martial arts. They are standing in front of the gate of Vo Lam Giao's entrance where people are busy walking. We are here. On one side, he is trying to breathe and one side says lean mouth, warrior Hu Kyun, are you listening? I'm sure you are the one who will save the entire martial arts, this world needs you. You want to go crazy with this guy up until now, my hands and blood tendon is itchy, why does Quan Zhen Giao entrust the mission to this name, so much to die? After babbling all night, even when sleeping still does not forgive. Whoever thinks he will follow here, oh my god, the old man still smiled gentle from the words. My head thought about the name Long Vuong Yangtze was enough to hurt, how could he revive? In the novel, Tek Mukwang only had to kill him only once. Like Jiangxi in the tomb, but it must be due to some conspiracy to send later, that means the rumors of 18 pirates Yangtze. He just walked and thought he was immediately blocked in front of the gate. Those who visit martial arts must report their full name and position. Woon laughed and laughed, yes of course, in my heart, I swear, martial arts, some bastards, I know this will be like this, that's why I dragged a few people to go along with. My teammates are all young people from the morning, not yet. He is intending to call Young's warrior in a very flexible voice. The old man immediately interrupted the words, he jumped up in his neck and shouted, so disappointed. The voice of the old man made the male lead also stubbornly, before he could stop it, he had a great swearing and fierce eyes as if he wanted to eat some guards, why could he become the gatekeeper for martial arts, you cannot recognize the hero who killed the name Long Vuong Yangtze. Before he could finish the sentence, he was covered with his mouth with his hand. The young man laughed and said softly, the warrior of him was so big, he should have shed his mother to die, he regretted it. The other guys were suspicious now, he was really the one who killed the leader of 18 pirates of Yangtze, Long Vuong Yangtze, I haven't heard the news that Long Vuong was dead already. We come here before the rumor is spread, so, of course, not knowing, he pressed his stomach, that guy still insisted that he was not, you think you're talking about so nonsense like that, huh? Suddenly the leader came to his voice, what's wrong? The two guards suddenly turned their heads. Both respectfully bowed to politely, Mr. Azure. It was an extremely old-fashioned old man, turned up his face and gritted his teeth and spoke to the muscular muscles, we were bored with the punishment of the gatekeepers because brackish was the job, who dared to do it? More. Which bastard? The moment Woon saw him was shocked and astonished picture. The name Azure was equally surprised, what was you, the dam was still alive. The other guy was scared to draw a sword and slash, how dare you come here? I will kill you to take revenge on those who died, the mouth is very strong but the limbs are panicked, the face is scared to sweat all over the face. Suddenly the young man punched at the old man. He used a puncher who flew the jaw to one side. The punch was filled with anger, his red eyes glared, his blood tendoned on his forehead clearly, he cursed at his face without mourning, happy to see the dog again. The loud noise of the person who fell loudly combined with the chap. The old man tried to crawl back after witnessing this speed too fast. This bastard, when he was hidden in the tomb at the grave, the name Azure was really scared, one side of his face was bloody and swollen in a lump. Finally he fainted before Woon. Two amazed guards were surprised, the great Azure swordsman, unconscious because of a punch. Of course, which Woon is easy for him to be so serene, this is not unconscious. So throwing the pan, he did not hesitate to smash his face with his feet to be tattered, both hitting and cursing and wanting to fly the roof of the house. The dog, the attitude like that to the saving you, the dog, how dare you point at sword with your father? The two guards were afraid to run, please stop, he was unconscious, how much he was going to do. At this time, when Woon turned his face, it was a scene, saying something, a cold voice, sharp eyes like a killer, a god's face. The soldier involuntarily blankly spoke, the devil's face, this is definitely the face of the devil. As a devil, the demon attacked, so they exhorted each other and ran into the chaos. After a while, he suddenly woke up, forgot that he wanted to get in peace, but I lost his temper after seeing that dog's face. He suddenly looked down. On his chest suddenly released a notebook, this was a thunderstorm. I was about to look closer, It was considered by the guards to be a dangerous character, pointing guy so big. Stop the rotten devil. The funeral warriors rushed up to compartment. I apologized. What are you guys doing? Catch this crazy man quickly. And so the young man was in cuffed 8. The old man and the silent warrior always do not know what to say, both scared and worried. All three were sent inside to meet the guards. Woon was quickly released. The guards quickly left to let the old man talk. The deep, serious voice of the old man, he caused many disturbances before he appeared. He said his name was Hyokryun Woon. I apologized for letting you be called the devil's spy. I also asked to release the teammates of the warrior Tae Mukwang, who was charged with the swordsman Azure. This person was the leader of the sect. Vo Lam Don Li Mok Song. Woon bowed. I did not notice that because yes, the truth is a young man who is a member of the devil. How can I argue? But how did you know the Azure swordsman was studying evil? Don Li asked curiously. He explained, after I was trapped in the tomb, it was because in the Explorer there was a spy. Moreover, when I was fighting the Azure swordsman, I mean, Yang Ho Chun, I felt the dark energy related to the unrighteous sect. That name was now bandaged all over my body because of the serious injury and was bandaged by the physician. I announced that it was only for the room, but anyone who knew the first swordsman Azure was studying evil. He sighed. He suddenly felt relieved, thinking back, Yang Chun, not old Wu Won-gyu, who stole the thunderstorm. The moment those soldiers rushed to catch him, he used the fire to burn the book. Because he destroyed the evidence to use the sacred fire of Samadhi, there would be no way to know he had learned the secret from the secret books. Crew in the tomb. The angry funeral warrior gripped the hatred. I could not believe that the bastard was a member of the devil. Honestly, I suspected that when he attacked the Hyokryun warrior already. Don Li breathed out a compliment. Even when the Wudong sect was also a member of the devil, now we know who to believe who. Zhongyi commented, maybe the secret that the Azure swordsman did not belong to the devil, sir. What do you mean? Actually, 7-on has found a few things in recent events. The funeral warrior also agreed. It reminded me of the story. When we were on the boat, he said that the Tin-on gave him the transfer to the leader. Why did not say it clear, Chingy? His voice immediately transformed into a husky voice and then spoke. Then we will tell the people who heard the sperm, he told me. The reputation of the rebel troops has echoed everywhere. The naked eye only sees the surface but cannot see the lies behind. The era of the chaos is approaching. The crisis occurs everywhere. Who wants to prevent people together? That person is like a great person. When allies turned out to be enemies. Pay attention to the one who claims to be the hero and prepare for the worst possible thing. In his words, I think he talks about the naked eye only seeing the surface, not seeing the truth behind, and the person who wants to stop the enemy, and it relates to the series of events already recently taking place. Surely that is the reason that 7 Tin-on, who can read astronomy, gave me that urgent task. Don Li finished listening to the beard and said, meaning that the Tin-on thought that the devil did not stand behind the recent attacks. The funeral warrior also hesitated for a while. Now thinking back, the truth is the attackers who are so strange in the name of the devil, as if they intentionally start the war between martial arts and demons. So Woon on one side nodded with his own thoughts. Fortunately I kept the life for Gu Chingi. With this thing, if the devil with the right to fight is gay. Don Li said seriously, although it was a bit early to conclude, but as far as we thought, don't be more hidden. The idea is also treating both warriors, Tae Mukwang, who was attacked by the raid, and Yang Chun, who was studying evil, so we will soon know who the enemy is only. He stood up and emphasized the problem, more importantly, the person claiming to be the hero who said that he had never revealed his identity. Both Woon and Morning at the same time looking at him do not understand. Zhongyi is durable. In fact, he is a bit hesitant when talking about the person who claims to be a hero. He said the path of Vo Lam will be one with the self-proclaimed hero. The morning warriors were as bright as the child asked, did he guess who it was? He nodded because of course he had guessed, of course because he met Tae Mukwang in the story. The old man frankly admitted, that Tin-on was closed and I met him on the way here. And that person is none other than young warriors Hyokryun Woon. His voice introduced and pointed to him, the bigger he made him go away. He was bewildered and did not understand anything to ask. Young people after leaving there, the whole god worshipped like a chicken. The morning warrior is the opposite. He is extremely excited to praise. He is cruel. He is the hero in the prophecy. The warrior Hyokryun, he is an extraordinary person. Woon turned his head to look at him. Oh, my face, like a few months without eating. His face was gushing his eyes. This is the pinnacle of despair. He sighed short in his head. Why was he superhero? What the hell is it? the funeral warrior stands on one side does not understand why he has such an attitude. Everything happened because Tae Mukwang was unconscious. If I became a hero of martial arts, I would have to fight with those scary names again, right? He tormented himself too stupid. I should have controlled everything when I was in the tomb. I just wanted to go home and death. Suddenly from anywhere, someone called his name very big. There are 3 handsome young men in hands. Thank you so much, we are released, thanks to, before you can finish the sentence, the White Star girl standing behind. Both young people behind them were also surprised. The girl did not abstain from any new beams and hugged him tightly. Woon young people blushed and felt so happy, I thought I should stay here for a while. The girl cried loudly RNWG tears, thank God he was still peaceful, warrior Hyokryun. Now she realized that she was too rude. So she hurriedly let go of his throat, he didn't know how worried I was when I saw him like that. All 3 young people grinned when they saw this scene. Woon shyly scratched his head, so why, she worries about me, not Tae Mukwang. The more the girl thought it was more spicy, I should have cut the name Yang Hoon. The young man tied his hair at this time to ask Woon, reminded that to remember, I heard that he had beaten Yang Ho Chun in front of the martial arts gate, right Hyokryun, what's wrong, what happened to the swordsman Azure? He recalled the old man's words, if the Azure swordsman exactly as you said he had learned the evil magic, the martial arts sect would have a great disadvantage, so keep this secret. Come to think of it, he decided to hide this, he laughed and shrugged, everyone knew that, at that time I couldn't help but be angry at what he had done in the tomb. I heard that he was ruling by the god, his current situation was exactly immobilized and a pile of needles on him. Worth his life, Mr. Woon, I can't believe you can beat Azure Swordser. Perhaps, he met the lucky charm in the tomb. The young man was close to his face and said so quietly, he was startled and frowned. So he laughed and then patted the shoulder of the set who wanted to long lungs, just joking, Woon breathed, damn it, howling his soul, howling I thought it was arrested. Anyway, Mr. Mukwang is also taking treatment, I wonder what he is. Woon on one side now observed rubbing his chin thinking, waiting to think again, Yeagle Sapong, maybe there was information about the ancient empire and the Yalu sect. Thinking that he asked, sorry, Yeagle warrior, do you know about the ancient empire on the border? Oh, it heard it was destroyed in the rebellion by the Lord. Yeagle scratched his head, what if I gave me some information like that? Why naturally, he cut across and continued, the sect named Yalu was also in the army of the Lord. Yeagle thought the Luke try memory, Yalu spear, an ancient empire on the border, the name of the red shirt was bewildered and did not understand anything. Only later did he remember, and that, I remembered a similar story, even though I didn't know if it was real. As I thought, he was happy. Thousands of years ago, there was a country named Dijiang, where the lords chose a person with a mysterious energy as a king and worshipped him. Among the lords I remembered there were 2 very familiar names, Yalu and Yuchi. Yalu spear has built a foundation and social stability. While Yuchi spear, known for the martial arts talent, is assigned to dominate the troops. Young people frowned recalled, the hidden place inside the ancient tomb. That is where we have found, where Yalu spear has retreated. Where he saw the pattern of that ancient monument. Jangal suddenly asked, but why suddenly asked about the old empire? He smiled and replied, I was interested in history. Anyway, do you know the information about the king with that special ability, or he came from another world, he thought. He smirked and rubbed his beard with his beard, looking at Woon, interesting information about that king. They said there was no trace at all, just a king in the name, but certainly something should his name were saved. What is his name? He tried to remember. God, oh I think he is called God. This sentence is like a lightning strike with him. He all sweated, his pale face must not dare to think, God. Isn't that the name that the other people called the leader of the sky? Oh my life is about to be big.